Good morning, everyone. I know it seems early for some people, maybe people who were out on the town last night, but actually we've got some people joining us online at 3 a.m. from South Africa and 4 a.m. from Addis Ababa. So it's far earlier for them if it's feeling rough this morning. This is the IGF Open Forum. On the program is 166, the African Union Approach on Data Governance. The African Union Data Policy Framework was passed early last year by member states, agreed to by member states. Very comprehensive data governance framework, not just a data protection framework, which it often gets condensed to in many of these discussions, and very much part of the broader continental developments around the digital transformation strategy. The digital transformation strategy very much leveraging or being leveraged by, or should also say, by the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement that was also became operational a little time before that. But the Digital Services Protocol is part of the second round negotiations that are currently underway, and I think we're going to get some nice updates on that from this fantastic team. So I'm going to get Ms. Sohila Amazous to speak from the African Union to tell us a bit more about this very comprehensive data policy framework. But we are going to frame these discussions today around the excellent trade expertise we have, both here and in the room and also online. But also just because it's, this is such a critical aspect of getting the Continental Free Trade Area to work. Unless these digital underpinnings are in place, unless we have these frameworks in place, it's going to be a very uneven common market that we're going to see. So without much ado, because we've got a very big panel, if our people on board are waking up. So let's begin right away with Ms. Sohila Amazous, who has been leading the African Union Data Policy Framework project from the start. And she is the Senior ICT Policy Officer at the Information Society Division of the African Union. And she contributes to the elaboration and formulation of continental policies. She's been, as I said, very involved, obviously within the broader context of Agenda 2063 in the digital transformation strategy, and then specifically responsible for these two mandates that arise from these two critically enabling mandates that arise from the digital transformation strategy, the data policy framework, and then there's another digital ID interoperability framework. And I think most of you who are following the sort of G20 discussions and various of these Global Digital Compact discussions will note that these are some of the foundational infrastructures that we need in place for digital public infrastructures. So this enabling framework is very critical to that process. And Sohila, hopefully we have you on board, or online, I should say. Please come in and do tell us a little bit about this broader framework, and perhaps later we can get into some of the more detail around enabling data flows and digital services trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Sohila.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. As you mentioned, like for me, it's very early. It's 4 a.m. in Addis Ababa. So thank you for joining us in this session, which is about the common African approach on data governance. I thank also Alison for taking care of the moderation of the panel and also for the introduction of this framework. So this AU data policy framework, it reflects the, as I said, the common approach of the African countries on data policy and data governance. It was adopted by the African Union Summit in February 22. And the development process of this comprehensive document that addresses data from personal, non-personal, and also from value creation to cross-border data flows to making data available. It addresses all aspects related to data. So the process of its development was collaborative and participatory, as we engaged with all regional organizations and institutions dealing with data across the continent. And also we organized an online consultation that was open to all stakeholders. So the main objective of this framework is to raise political awareness on strategic importance of data, and also pave the way to development of the digital economy and society. And because like we believe that there is huge amount of data that is being generated across the continent by the public institutions, by private sector, and also by citizens. And this data is not being used, and also we don't know how this data is managed by other structures. So the framework aims to create conditions for African countries to harness the potential of data, and also to enable citizens to have control over this data. So the framework is based on a number of guiding principles, such as trust, fairness, safety, accountability, and also cooperation, because we aim to implement the principle of solidarity and collaboration among African countries, and this in line with the vision of the African Union towards developing an integrated continent. So the framework defines a number of preconditions or enablers that we need to meet in order to take advantage of this resource, namely the digital infrastructure, the connectivity, and also the adequate legal and regulatory frameworks, and also the institutional arrangements that we need to put in place, because like some countries are in the process of developing their national data policies, but others, they are at early stage of developing their national legislation on data protection. So the frameworks aims to provide guidance to countries through a number of recommendations and proposed actions, aims to guide the member states to develop their national data systems and capabilities in a coherent and harmonized way that enable interoperability between data systems across the continent, and also facilitate data flow between countries and between sectors. So the framework emphasizes the importance of cooperation between countries and enabling data to flow across borders. And for this, we need to create healthy and secure environments through the adequate mechanisms and frameworks. For this, the frameworks recommends a number of actions that we need to take at continental level and also at the regional level. So after the adoption of this framework, we moved towards the development of an implementation plan and also a self-capacity assessment tool that aims to support countries to domesticate this framework. And also, as for us as institutions, it aims to help us to identify the individual and collective needs of country when it comes to human and technical capacity. This activity and the whole development of this framework is made with support of our partner GIZ, and they take the opportunity of this session to thank them. So the framework is being complemented by additional frameworks. Like this year, we worked on development of guidelines on integrating data in the digital trade agreements, and we have put the document at the disposal of the negotiators on the FCFTA protocols. We aim to raise awareness and also to explain the key aspects that needs to be taken into account in digital trade agreements. And also we aim to create the conditions that enable an efficient use of data. And there is other frameworks that are in the process of being developed, such as the data sharing and data categorization frameworks. And also there is work towards developing an open data strategy. As Alison mentioned, in addition to this continental framework, there is other frameworks that support this digital transition, such as the digital transformation strategy and also the digital ID, which is the aim to create interoperability. And when it comes to data, we developed a continental strategy on creating an enabling environment for digital single market, where data market is identified as one of the pillars. And we aim that the outcome of this session will contribute to the development of this data market through the development of the key capacities and also the harmonization of policies and regulations. I think I can stop here and I may come back if there is any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Suhaila, and definitely we will come back to many of those points that you've raised. I'm now going to ask Trudy Hartzenberg, who's the Executive Director of the Trade Law Centre, TRALIC, many of you know it as, to speak a little bit about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement negotiations that are currently on, particularly the committee's work on digital trade. Because I think there's a new round this morning starting in Kigali, or maybe started yesterday, but it's very current right now. Maybe Paul will also tell us a little bit more about that. But Trudy, hopefully you are still with us online so early in the morning. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Alison. Good morning, colleagues. It's a great pleasure to join you from Cape Town this morning. As Alison has indicated, we're joining this discussion during the week of the 4th meeting of the Committee on Digital Trade. It started on Monday, and I'm pleased to provide a little bit of an update on the digital trade negotiations. Colleagues, digital trade came onto the AFCFTA agenda in 2021 when the discussion was focusing very much on e-commerce. Last year, when the negotiations began, this was broadened to a much bigger scope agenda covering digital trade aspects more generally, so digitally ordered and digitally delivered trade. So it covers aspects such as cloud services, streaming, gaming, and a whole range of very important developmental areas for particularly youth entrepreneurs on the economy. So it holds significant potential. The legal instrument is a very comprehensive one, covering many aspects, not only of data governance, but also taking into account the uneven levels of development of policy, laws, and institutions across the continent. So we see chapters on market access and treatment of digital products, facilitation of digital trade, the broad data governance agenda, business and consumer trust, digital inclusion, a very important topic, particularly for small, medium, and micro enterprises, emerging trends, technologies, and innovation, institutional arrangements, and a very important focus on technical assistance, capacity building, and cooperation to deal with these various levels of development. Following extensive stakeholder consultations, the Committee on Digital Trade was established. It has prepared a draft protocol, and several rounds of meetings and negotiations have been concluded. However, there are important outstanding issues that the 4th committee meeting is considering. The process is then that the draft will go to the senior trade officials meeting. This is really where the negotiations take place. This will take place in the next few days. Once that is finalized, then that draft protocol will be considered by the Council of Ministers. That meeting takes place at the end of October. And then the final process is the adoption by the African Union Assembly. So bringing us back to the broader African Union context, keeping in mind, of course, that the AFCFTA is also a flagship project of the African Union, and hence the important connections to the number of instruments and initiatives that Suhaila has mentioned this morning. The outstanding issues on the negotiating agenda include a number of important data governance issues. For example, we're taking a look at cross-border data transfers, the location of computing facilities. Source code is also not agreed yet. Customs duties remains a very contentious issue on digital transactions. And then the issue of alignment of national policy and legal frameworks with the continental framework is particularly important to keep in mind as well. So this is not yet agreed. So in brief, Alison, this is a little bit of an update as to where we are at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Trudy, and trying to keep these complex issues down to the 3 minutes that we've got for each speaker in the first round. I think with the ending on the point around the importance of alignment, maybe if we can jump to Paul, and then we'll follow with Alexander Ezenagu. Paul, you've been, that's Paul Baker. I should have said in the first instance, is the founder and CEO of International Economics Consulting and chairman of the African Trade Foundation. Among other things, he's also a visiting professor at the College of Europe, lecturer at the University of Mauritius, where he's based. Paul, perhaps just to pick up on that last point that Trudy was making about the importance of aligning the African continental free trade area agreements with the data policy framework, the African Union data policy framework. Your job's been precisely to look at, to try and support that alignment. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alison, and a pleasure to be here as well and have this discussion with you. Yeah, first of all, data policy, of course, is really at the cornerstone of digital services. It's really important that data is treated responsibly and ethically, of course, across borders. And having that certainty as well as to how different jurisdictions are treating the data is going to be essential for cross-border trade. So to sort of reinforce the AFCFTA. As Suila mentioned, the AU's data policy framework is quite innovative. It really sets out some of the core principles that need to be adopted at the African Union level, and these have been embodied, I think, in the AFCFTA Protocol of Digital Trade negotiations as well. So just to re-emphasize what Suila said, really the free and secure flow of data is really embedded in that AU data policy framework. Upholding human rights, looking at security, equitable access to the benefits of data, so not just access to the data, but the benefits of data. And then also considering the different diversity of development levels and technology levels across the continent, so also ensuring these principles of inclusivity, interoperability, innovation and accountability have also been highlighted throughout that policy framework. So the protocol on digital trade, as Trudy mentioned, has been negotiated and has been widened. It was originally indeed just meant to be an e-commerce protocol, and now it's risen to digitally delivered services as well. So it is a bit more comprehensive than before. And under Suila's leadership, we developed this guide to try and have some model texts that could be used in the negotiations of that protocol, using examples from other digital economic partnership agreements or digital agreements that have been digital economy agreements that have been negotiated in other countries. And so what we look at is things like cross-border transfer of data. We look at data protection, primarily personal data protection, looking at data innovation, open data, interoperability across countries, inclusivity, and then special considerations for countries that are at different stages of development, so that we allow their domestic frameworks to evolve and to be prepared for integrating these things. So there is quite a lot to say, but yeah, I'll pass it back on to you and we'll take some questions afterwards.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
So I think the important challenge here is really going to be around the implementation and domestication at the national level, so that these enabling frameworks actually are interoperable and possible and fair. So we'll definitely have to come back to Sahila on the second phase of the data policy framework, which, unlike a lot of the other frameworks that have founded under challenges of implementation, there is the second very important capacity building phase that's going to make this all possible, hopefully. But before we get back to Sahila, Alexander Ezenagu is the director of the AFCFTA Policy and Development Center. He's an expert in international law, trade and investment, and tax, and he holds a doctorate from McGill University. And Alexander, perhaps you could just talk to us a little bit about at both the national and the continental level, and obviously this is also very significant international aspects to it, how these frameworks are going to shape the landscape of data flows that are going to be so critical for the kind of economies of scope and scale that we need on the continent to be able to engage internationally.
Thank you for the invitation. Apologies, it's 4 a.m., so I'm trying not to be a nuisance at home. Hope everyone can hear me. Definitely thank you for the invitation, as I said. So when we look at sort of data flow and data governance, Kenya becomes a very clear example around what data sort of generation could look like, right? And I'm sure anyone who followed the recent event around WorldCoin will sort of see why both a continental national data regulation and data governance is very important, simply because how you generate the data would also sort of define the acceptability of that data in the first instance. But before we sort of go into around data governance itself, the question becomes more around data penetration in terms of internet access, and that's something that Kenya and most African countries are also trying to deal with. However, as mentioned by other speakers, there are existing frameworks around the African Union, the AfCFTA Digital Protocol, and other sort of frameworks that sort of tend to bring about a multi-stakeholder collaboration. And I think the multi-stakeholder collaboration is sort of relevant in being able to sort of achieve a digital trade, right? Which is what the AfCFTA looks to achieve. So thinking about it generally, they will sort of understand that on one hand, data is the lifeblood of digital trade in Africa. But to be able to sort of achieve that particular success, then there are quite a number of things that need to be put in place. One is that interconnectivity and broadband expansion at national, regional, and continental levels, fostering infrastructure sharing and affordability becomes one aspect that must be considered. Second, again, is creating a conducive regulatory environment. And this is what, again, the other speakers have mentioned. How do we sort of domesticate the African Union digital framework in many African countries, but understanding the local nuances of those digital framework, right? And none of that come to play in that particular instance. Same provision of data usage and generation in Kenya may be different from one in sort of in Sharia compliant country, and I will say this a lot when you're looking at data generation and how you do the balance. So creating that regulatory environment and adapting that regulatory environment to different countries will be very essential. Again, investment in green ICT and sustainable policies will be one. Kenya at the moment is sort of working around the digital last mile, right? What does that mean in terms of digital last mile? In terms of connectivity, but also in terms of generation and the use of the data becomes something else that is completely important to think about. And then finally also it's sort of looking at how we educate people on this data governance. Again, a clear example again is this recent incident with WorldCoin, where there was a lot of media and public discussion around what that data generation process looks like, but also again what the data use looks like. So even just the ownership of data, I'm sure some of you may know of the plan to have a digital ID in Kenya, but even just the background conversation around who accesses and creates that digital ID becomes something to think about. Before I stop, also to think about how do we fund our data generation and data flow. This is something just to think about, that the same way we discuss sovereign issues in the political and economic space, it's also important that we think about sovereign issues in financing the digital space. Now, for most African countries, where you do not have the finances to fund your data process and data generation, and you have foreign donors like your Bill Gates Foundation and other foundations coming to fund your data generation, either through digital ID and other tools and devices. Who owns the data and who manages the data, right? So again, that conversation we're beginning to see in practice, where many African countries are beginning to renegotiate some of these donor grants because they wouldn't own that the data being generated by those donors, even though the data might culminate in a digital ID for the country, but the data ownership and use of that data is something again that is worrisome. So that's some of the discussions that we see, and why having a sort of a harmonized continental framework as being proposed by the AU is important, but also understanding that different countries have different nuances, different culture, different religions, different policies, different principles, and adapting those continental frameworks to be able to benefit and fit into the different values of different countries. I think that's sort of a good place to just make a summary.
Thank you so much for that, Alexander. And you raised the really important points on essentially kind of preconditions, except that we can't wait long enough to get those all in place before we deal with the data policy frameworks. So very important points. And perhaps Sohila can actually come back to this, because I think what distinguishes the data policy framework from many of the kind of international digital services and some of the GDPR and those kinds of things is that it's got a very, like the first half of a report is actually about creating the enabling environment that you would need to do to get, alignment across the continent, and with this very strong notion of progressive realization of these very high-level human rights-centered principles that are contained in the document. But then, as Sohila mentioned, these foundational infrastructures that you would also require before you are going to see the benefits of data economy. So at that point, perhaps we can actually ask Liping Zhang from UNCTAD, who she's the chief of Science and Technology Innovation Policy section. She's previously worked as Deputy Director General in China's Ministry of Commerce, where she served in several positions for over 2 decades. So lots of evolution with the technology in this area. But also the UNCTAD was part of the task team of the African Union and has worked very closely on this. And we've obviously also in Africa and within the African Union, there was a strong drawing on the fabulous information reports that the UNCTAD produced. And please tell us how we fared now that we're done.
Thank you, Alison. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. Also, another hat that I've had with myself. I'm also leading a team that provides secretariat service and substantive support to the UN Commission on Science Technology for Development. And the work that Alison has mentioned actually is done by another branch, but the colleague is not able to make it today, so he asked me to also speak on his behalf. It's indeed a very good opportunity for me to participate in this meeting, because the UN Commission, CSCD in short, is also looking at the data issue, including data governance, under the kind of invitation from General Assembly. And so I'm very glad to hear the different perspectives at this meeting today. So let me start by congratulating the EU Commission and African member states for the development of the data policy framework. In our view, this framework can serve as a very good basis to strengthen data policies across Africa. And I think, and the previous speakers have already mentioned how this policy framework will be useful at the continental level and also for the member states in the AU. And from our perspective as an international organization, we want to say that this policy framework also helps the African countries actually to participate in the forthcoming international discussions, or in fact, the ongoing discussions in different settings in the UN system about data policies and data governance issues. UNCTAD has been calling for a kind of coordinating mechanism in the UN system to deal with these issues, because currently there are multiple settings or processes that are dealing with this issue. And in fact, member states have expressed a kind of, in particular from developing countries, the difficulty to follow up these different processes. So we think that this kind of common approach at the AU level, even though we see they are not going to be prescriptive for the member states, but they will definitely provide a guidance to the member states of the AU to participate in these international discussions. So we really think that this is a very good step by the AU, and I heard from our colleague from the AU that the next steps will be capacity building and development of action plans for the AU level and also for the member states. And this is also very important. Indeed, in fact, actually, see, we have prepared a report like this. This is the second draft, and when I'm here, actually, my colleagues have developed a third draft about data for development that we are going to discuss in Lisbon in November. And we find that for developing countries, in order to benefit from the data arrow and capacity building skills, it is very lacking, which can be reflected in different aspects. In fact, not only in the infrastructure that is needed to generate data, to collect, store, analyze, and also use the data, but also the human capacity and to really do this kind of work. In fact, data is just one word, but data is in fact a value chain. As I've mentioned, there are different links in this value chain, and in each link of the value chain, there is indeed a need for developing countries to build capacities. So we hope that this policy framework developed by the AU will really help the African member states to benefit from data through capacity building. Of course, there's need for development partners like GIZ to provide support, in particular financial support, to the AU member states in order to achieve that purpose. And we have heard a lot, actually, in the past 2 days, discussions on Global Digital Compact and on digital benefits, etc. There's indeed a big lack of financing for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liping. Thank you very much, Liping. I think there are lots of to come back to on the data for development, which we obviously, I think, are now in a much better position to engage in some of those discussions, which I think African voices have been very absent from member state voices in the past. So I think that's a very welcome development. And then we will come back and ask Sohila to speak a little bit more about the second phase, the implementation phase, which is in fact already underway, and the data policy framework report was up on the screen, but in fact there's also the published implementation, which is actually the action plan, the implementation framework, which includes both a capacity building self-assessment tool for countries, which will facilitate support through the AU, so we can definitely come back to that. And of course that has been made possible, as you mentioned, with GIZ support. So let me go to Martin Wimmer, who's the Director of General Development Policy Issues at Germany's Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. And perhaps, Martin, you could really speak to us about the priorities that have been identified for implementation, but also how those align to global challenges that we're facing, and particularly the achievement of the SDGs.
Yeah, thank you. Money is lacking, but we're doing our best. BMZ and the German government have joined forces with other European member states and partners to support the African Union in this endeavor. BMZ has committed 20 million euros to the data governance initiative that supports the implementation of the EU data policy framework in 10 to 15 partner countries. The initiative will provide a total of 57 million euro in European contributions to harmonize data policies on the continent and to support the foundation for data-driven society and economies in African partner countries. It will focus on 3 key areas: data policy, data value creation, data infrastructure. And as you said, reaching the SDGs is at the heart of BMZ's work. The 2030 agenda emphasizes the importance of high quality, accessible and timely data for sustainable development. And for instance, with the Data for Policy initiative, we support data-based policy making in our partner countries in order to make evidence-based decisions in the interest of citizens. Or we are concerned with combating inequality in data sets. The feminist development policy prioritized by Minister Svenja Schulz is guiding our action in this regard. And as a last example, the BMZ Data Lab and the Data for Policy initiative, in collaboration with international partners such as Paris 21 and the UNDP, are supporting the integration of a gender data lab in the National Statistics Office in Rwanda. Yeah, finally, using data for achieving the SDGs, people and companies need digital and technical skills. BIMSET therefore supports the public sector, the private sector, civil society, especially young women, in acquiring the necessary knowledge about digitalization.
Keeping that short and allowing us to also just take a quick round of comments from the panelists who might have questions to each other. I can see lots of intersections, but perhaps just starting off with Sohila before I turn to each of you and see if you do have questions of each other. Sohila, perhaps if you wouldn't mind returning to firstly some of the, so much has been covered here, but maybe just also to speak about the implementation framework, and then of course respond to the other questions on data flows that you'd like to.
Okay, thank you, Alison, and also thank you to the panelists for making reference to the framework. I think, as you mentioned, now we move to the second phase of the implementation, because like after the development process and also the adoption of this framework, now we started the implementation with development of an implementation plan that identifies key actions that needs to be taken both at national level, regional and continental level. And also we come up with, as I mentioned earlier, the self-capacity assessment tool, which aims to develop kind of tailored technical assistance to each country, because we aim to accompany our member states in the implementation, because in Africa, we have noticed that implementation is a challenge. Sometimes you come up with very good frameworks and policies, but the implementations sometimes takes years for this data policy framework. And knowing the ongoing discussion at global level about the data governance and the importance of data to support the development of digital economy and society, and also to feed the development of other technologies, we started working on the implementation, and we engage with member states to support them in the development of their national data governance systems and also their capacities. And also we come up with a number of capacity building workshops that we came to promote this framework and also to build the capacity of the policy makers and experts on data related issues. When it comes to the objective of the framework, and also I would to comment on the representative of UNCTAD, I think the framework, as I mentioned earlier, reflects a common approach, but also it reflects a reality of the continent, because our countries, they are not all at the same level of advancement of digital readiness and also data maturity. So for us, we have to adapt to the situation, and also the framework reflects what the African countries aim to achieve with regard to data. We aim to create that balance between the ensuring value creation, supporting development of economy, but also at the same time ensuring the necessary protections of the African citizens and also the protection of African economies, because we know that digital economy is global, because there is no borders in digital economy, and African countries, they are building their capacities in their field, in this field, and they aim to create the necessary conditions for the development of new business models, and also to be part of the global digital trade system. So it is what I can say at this level, but some countries, they have started already developing their national data policies. And also we are very happy to see the progress, because there is progress from all levels. Like some countries, they are working on their legislations for personal data protection, and other countries, they move towards like developing national data policies. And at the regional and continental level, we started working to develop the necessary mechanism that will facilitate collaboration and cooperation among member states. It is what I can say, and I am happy to take any other question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sohila. And I'm just wondering if any of the panelists want to pick up on anything. I think a number of people, Alexander and Paul, you both mentioned the importance of interconnectivity and interoperability. And I think in the data policy framework, we we identify a number of kind of low-hanging fruits that one could achieve, particularly kind of in the context of the continental free trade area and getting things moving as quickly as possible. As we mentioned, some very high-level, ambitious, aspirational principles in the document. But there are certain things that we've got to get going right away. And I think one of those that's identified is the technical standards that could be put into place quite easily so that there is standardization amongst national systems and for cross-border flows as well, that could immediately open up the kind of interoperability that we need for the continental free trade area. So, while there are these bigger issues and the capacity building that has to be done, there do seem to be some immediate things that we can get some momentum on in support of the continental free trade area. Martin.
Yes, Suhila just said there are no borders in the digital economy. I don't believe that, actually. Once the phrases information superhighway and then data highway were highly popular, we don't use it anymore, but the analogy was helpful. Imagine a highway, a truck, and its load. What countries regulate when they regulate data are actually data packages full of goods. We use the abstract term data, but what we're really talking about is knowledge, education, news, music, art, products, software, identities, rights, money. That's what data is. Data is commodities. The seemingly immaterial data in reality materializes every time it is used, and every country needs those goods, just like energy or food. So it makes a lot of sense to stimulate and regulate this data traffic, this online exchange of goods in a society and economy, and especially because just like real highways, data crosses borders. Countries don't want diseases and terrorists to cross their borders, and countries don't want spyware or fake news to cross their digital borders. And on the other hand, the more sets of rules you encounter on your network of data highways, the more customs you have to pay at the border, the more difficult and expensive it gets, but also maybe the safer is the travel. That's why the United States, the European Union, the African Union, they all try to break down barriers, and make digital goods easily, inexpensively, and safely available for their citizens, which is a good thing, even if companies try to tell us sometimes it's not. And I'm explaining this because I don't believe in this narrative that exploiting big data is a must for economic growth, let alone that growth is helpful for decarbonizing our global economies. From my point of view, the goal is not data markets which drive sales for a few tech companies, but the goal is open data in an open internet for everyone. That's the goal.
Thank you very much for that.
So
That these data flows are very, asymmetrical in and out of Africa, and that currently Africa has very little control or enforcement. And so I think an important aspect of us speaking about domestication and about regional harmonization is that in fact many of these issues will not be enforced without global governance and global cooperation. And so alignment of these national objectives, which are, I should point out in the document, unlike many other of the default commercial value creation, there's a strong emphasis on public value creation because of a lot of the data actually sits in the public data that's collected. Of the numbers of people who are offline, the data that is collected sits with the public sector, and so enormous potential there in terms of realizing some of the public value that's attached to that. Can we take a round of questions from the floor?
I'm just going to quickly chip in on what Paulette said.
Yes, please go ahead, Alexander, while we wait
Okay,
for some
thank you.
questions. If the people in the room, I'm afraid so that I'm afraid, but you'll have to stand in front of the microphone so that the online people will be able to hear you. So if you just come to the mic.
No, thanks. I think it's sort of two aspects I just want to quickly refer to, right? One is, and I think Paul made a reference to it, it's around how we sort of demoralize or moralize data collection and data usage. Now, again, given a practical example, we see this with the conversation between Kenya and TikTok, right? And how some sectors of the Kenyan government sort of believe that TikTok tends to corrupt the morality of young people. And that sort of, points into what we're doing with data and how we use data and how we perceive data. So it's important also that in that data governance, there's a need for a continental standard on what kind of moral persuasion and relationship data has with our cultural values. Otherwise, then we could see a stop to data penetration simply because of those kind of moral values. That's one. But two, also, there's something else we've seen across African countries. It is the implementation of digital service taxation, right? So if you're trying to also trade data and also sort of, be in the digital trade space, the question becomes, how do you harmonize the tax aspect of that? Because again, if you do not harmonize the tax aspect of that, what would happen again is that you find countries creating barriers to data penetration. So we've seen this again in countries where, for example, Netflix has been blocked, Facebook has been blocked, Twitter has been blocked because the government believes that these are extraterritorial and you want to get to share the revenue from these companies. And because again, you do not have sort of an harmonization of tax laws within the AFCFTA, then you have a non-tariff barrier to successfully implementing the AFCFTA, right? So again, while the AFCFTA is good so far, I'm sort of focusing on other aspects. There are other non-tariff barriers like tax issues, harmonizing those tax laws that sort of would affect the digital trade and data generation and data flow. So that we also look at it holistically to say we have an issue of defining the role of data in morality in the society, and if data should have any role in that particular morality conversation. But also, secondly, is also the issue of taxation of this revenue from data, taxation of data itself. Is it an asset? Is it a flow? And how do countries also come to treat that thing? I think a continental framework would assist simply because companies would better manage this relationship at the continental level other than having different agreements with different national governments. So I thought again to put some context into the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alexander. I think the issue of moral alignment is an enormous challenge on the continent. I think it's a challenge globally. Interesting and provocative question. Hopefully somebody from the room will also respond to that. But would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Morten. I'm from UNUE Gov, and we work with a number of countries and regional partners on things like data governance. So while it's great that there's an AU framework coming in play, and you're also addressing the need for capacities, one of the things we know from our work with countries like China or the Europeans, or even in Tanzania and Rwanda, we see that there's also informal processes that are essential, particularly within organizations, when it comes to data management and quality assurance. So one thing is having the interoperability frameworks on a national level, regional level, even an institutional level, and having formal processes for ensuring who access what data in what situations, what's allowed, what's not allowed. There is the informal processes in terms of quality assurance. So what happens if we see that there is data that looks wrong, suspicious? Morten is 130 years old based on the data we get from the population registry, or he earns $3 billion a year. There seemed to be something wrong. What is the process for clarifying that question, both internally, but also with the data manager of that data set? And this is something we see that, for instance, the Tanzanians are trying to grapple with around financial data from the M-Pesa systems and for mini-bucks companies like the micro enterprises when they're trying to capture that. What is the process to manage this data? We see the same reflected when we speak to social security agencies in the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security in China, where they're trying to grapple with data from 4,000 different government actors in this area, or from the French, or from the Danes, or from the Australians, or the Rwandans. So those are the type of things that I think is really important when you talk about the capacity development, that it's not just about the formal framework and compliance with that. It's also about the internal processes, both formal and informal, to ensure that the data is actually correct. And that's a key challenge. So how are you addressing that? And what's the experiences in this room to address that in a constructive and positive way?
Thank you very much for that. We're going to take the questions quite quickly, and if we can keep them quite short and sharp, because obviously the panel takes up a long time. But I'm going to ask Sahila to specifically answer that question, because it's, it's come up in the task force and that, and the framework is very much trying to set the enabling framework. The actual data management and those kinds of standards and things within companies are obviously something that have to be taken up at the domestic level, depending on the country and the circumstances and the levels of capacity building required. Often it's quite advanced in some of the financial systems and less advanced in others. But this is a broad framework for harmonization and kind of national guidelines, as opposed to kind of company national policy for companies on managing data. Thank you so much. Next question.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Oliver Bamenju. I am a member of Parliament in Cameroon. I want to start by sincerely thanking GIZ for their support towards this data program in Africa, and to say that the issue of data in Africa, it is something that is new. Many countries are not, they don't even have legal instrument on data, and I think that we have to start by making sure that we popularize the African Union data policy framework, so that it can be domesticated both at the national and regional level and sub-regional level. Secondly, we are all aware about the Malabo Convention that discusses three themes: personal data protection, electronic commerce, and cybercrime and cyber security. So what will you be advising African countries to push with the ratification of the Malabo Convention that discusses, also include data protection? Or you'll be advising African countries to push for a deeper look into the African Union data policy framework? That's a kind of advice to the African country, because yesterday I was having a discussion with some authorities back home, and they were telling me, Honorable, how do you want us to carry two things at the same time? You are on our neck that we should ratify the Malabo Conventions that gives an African reality on all of this, and you are on our neck again that we should ratify the Budapest Convention that talks about the same thing with the two additional protocols, and then again you are coming again with the African Union data policy framework. Where should we start? So from here you can advise us on how we can tackle it. But like I said, this program of the African Union, the AU data policy framework is a good one, and please do everything possible to build the capacities of political leaders and leaders in Africa, so that they can be able to own this thing, they can own it and carry the message back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable MP. Absolutely. I think, again, something I'm going to have to ask Sahila to answer for us, but a lot of discussion during this process of whether the Malabo Convention requires, it's now so out of date, but it actually has got all the fundamentals. It's in line with Budapest. It's in line with the African Union. So, I think it's not problematic, but it does need to be understood. And I think you're right that there's not a lot of, awareness around lots of these processes. So, Sahila will have to take that one as well. Thanks very much, Paul.
I think in the interest of time, I'll just take one question from the online
Thank you.
participants. Does the AU framework take into account foreign private corporate data collection?
Okay, so again, it does address that. So we'll ask Sahila to do that. And would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Alison. My name is Liz Orembo, a research fellow at Research ICT Africa. I'm not asking this question as an insider because I haven't worked on data governance project. So my question addresses or particularly raises question on capacity and use by SMEs and other higher levels of organizations. So how does the Africa Data Policy Framework and its implementation framework tackle the issues of capacity and use, and in relation to very few organizations in Africa collecting large amounts of data, and SMEs collecting some amounts of data significant but not being able to use it. So in the continent, we already have so much data, but the people collecting it are working in silos, so there's no movement, there's no usage. So how does the framework address that as well?
Thank you. Related to her or directed at her. So Suhila, if you could please answer some of those questions, and then I'll quickly go around the panel one last word. And apologies for the shortness of your contributions.
Okay, thank you, Alison, and thank you for the questions. I would start by the question of the representative of the parliamentarian about the capacity building, and also what is the difference between the AU Data Policy Framework and the Malabo Convention. And I would say that the capacity building is very important, and there are many recommendations on capacity building in the framework, because our countries, they are aware about the need to develop the capacity at all levels, from the policy makers to the development of data protection authorities to the development of the data professional task forces, workforces across the countries. There is a huge need for development data, and there is even a proposal that either existing institution or create a new institution to take care about this aspect, and the work is ongoing. This year we started organizing capacity building workshops for representative of the countries. We invite a representative of the ministries or policy makers and also the data protection authorities, but the work is really ongoing, that we can work with as many representatives as we can. And also there is work that will be done at national level. The Malabo Convention, it enters into force this year. Now it is the instrument that regulates the data protection, the cybercrime, and also the electronic transaction across the continent. It is a binding instrument, and countries now who are ratified the instrument, they are committed to align their national legislation and to ensure that they comply with the Malabo Convention. And the EU Data Policy Framework is the policy framework. It is high-level recommendations. It aims to provide guidance to shape the data governance and data policy across the continent, but countries, they will internalize or domesticate, depends on their national context. It's not like the Malabo Convention, which is an instrument, it is binding instrument. And for us, there is complementarity between data policy framework and the Malabo Convention, as well as the part related to personal data protection. It is driven from the Malabo Convention. The second question, I could not get it, but
Suhila,
last one.
Sorry,
Yes.
because you didn't get the last question, and we will speak to people in the room afterwards if you don't mind, because it's an online session. The organizers are absolutely brutal about this. We're simply going to be cut off in a couple of minutes. So I'm just going to ask Suhila if you would indulge us just to ask the panelists who haven't spoken just to say a couple of words in closing as we close off. So Paul, would you like to?
Okay, let me just 1 minute. I think a very, very important point. The Malabo Convention took 9 years to get implemented. It was adopted 9 years ago, but it has only started to become in force recently. So one of the big problems is the commitment and the time it takes for countries to actually implement some of these instruments. Indeed, Suila mentions these are guidelines, the data policy framework. So these are the principles that we need to adopt, and we can check whether we're implementing against those principles or are we going against those principles. So it's quite important. And then just finally, just to say that on the implementation side, we need to get the equivalence in GDPR, for example, on data protection. There isn't currently recognition of different people's countries' regimes. Even the countries in Africa that have implemented GDPR compliant EU legislation are not recognized by the EU as being compliant with the GDPR. Therefore, there is no equivalence, which means you cannot share data between the European Union subjects and African subjects. That's a big problem, and that needs to be rectified to be able to take advantage of data frameworks. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paul. If I can ask Trudy, now remaining seconds, please come in and say a few words.
Thank you so much, Alison. Just briefly to acknowledge that data policy and governance is very much a cross-cutting policy area and governance area. And I do want to note the implementation challenges of the AFCFTA, not only the protocol on digital trade, but its connections to the other protocols, trade and services, competition, intellectual property rights, and so on. They all contain provisions related to data, data governance, and consumer protection and related issues. The technical assistance, which is going to be required at national level to embed those commitments effectively in our data policy and governance frameworks, is a very important consideration. So our development partners, certainly we will need their assistance to be able to achieve those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trudy and Liping.
Thank you, Lizon. I just want to make 3 points. The first point is that there's a question about the informal process and quality assurance. I think this question actually reflects a kind of common a question among us, which is we actually haven't understood the data well. There are many unanswered questions or pending things that we need to consider deeply. And as Martin has mentioned already, data is an economic input, so it can be materialized. But on the other hand, data is more than just an input because it can also inform our policy making. And so I'm not sure, because I haven't read this policy framework. I hope that the data policy framework, all the action plans, capacity building, and at AU level, we also address this aspect of data. It's not just an economic input, but also it informs policy making, which is also equally important. And regarding to ensure quality assurance, in fact, there is need for standards. In particular, for example, what kind of metadata should be subject, what kind of standards should the metadata be subject to? That will help a lot to improve the quality of the data. Secondly, to strengthen public data ability. This is also a recommendation that we have put. And then I want to say that it's very good for AU to have this kind of cooperation to be highlighted in this data policy framework, because at the global level, cooperation in data area is also very important. And with this kind of cooperation experience at AU level, I think it will definitely provide a good example for also in the international cooperation and discussions. I think this must be the first largest kind of continental level data policy framework. So I really congratulate AU for that.
Thank you very much for that. Component precisely on public value creation. Of course, there is a section on commercial value creation. We definitely need to grow that in the content, but the public value creation, which includes the use of public data for public purposes. But of course, importantly, going to some of the questions we haven't answered on the floor, also the management of that data and access to that data and open data frameworks, protected open data frameworks for preferential use potentially by African countries among themselves, and also for local entrepreneurship and innovation. So there's a lot of policy and strategic opportunities for local value creation and public value creation, particularly in public planning. So it's just about getting this all done now. So big challenge ahead of us. Thank you so much for all your time and your inputs. And thanks very much to Alexander. I'm sorry we couldn't get back to you. I think you had a little bit of a nice provocative questions, we'll have to pick up some another time. And to Trudy, Martin, Liping, and Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me use this opportunity to invite you to the two events. One is UNCTAD e-commerce e-week on 4th to 8th December in Geneva. Another is the CICD discussion on data for development in Lisbon on 6th and 7th November. Thank you. Elizabeth.
Hello.
I think we're about ready to start. I'm just looking at the online. So good morning. My name is Morten Meyerhoff Nielsen. I'm with the United Nations University's e-government unit in Portugal. I'll be the moderator for this session. We have 3 panelists joining online. The session is organized with UNECA, and Magda Sek is here to represent that, and we'll do the welcome. And then we'll start the discussion, including with our 3 online panelists.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, where you are. To be part of this important workshop talking on focus on digital transformation. I think we all agree that digital transformation can play an important role for achieving this sustainable development goal, as well as the aspiration of African Union Agenda 2063. And since the beginning, we are in this IGF forum. Let's start since 2005. Since 2005, we have African countries have made a lot of progress on their digital agenda, because we come to around 6% internet access, and today we are at 40% people connected on internet. But it is, but we also have several challenges because 60% of our population are offline. It is something we need to think about. Is to pose us a question, to ask us one question: is if our digital policy are adequate to the need of African country. Second, this digital divide also remains a big challenge in the continent, between the urban city and the rural area also, because the rural area is connected around 23%. Also, we have this digital gender gap. 45% of men are connected compared to 34% women. There is a gap of 11%. And still, we have 500 million people without any legal form of identity. Another one, it is a cybersecurity. Also remain a big challenge. As you know, cybersecurity cost to last year 10% of our GDP, African GDP. It is a lot compared to other sector. We need also to begin to find how we can develop adequate digital transformation strategy with capacity to leverage this digital technology to mitigate climate change, digital technology to assist youth and women to be part of this 4th industrial revolution. As you know, we have 70% of our population will be youth by 2050, and it will represent 42% of the world youth. And we need to build their capacity on this 4th industrial revolution. Also, we are facing a lot of challenge also on this emerging technology, like this generative artificial intelligence. We need to focus to think about what kind of regulation we have to put in place to take benefits of all opportunity offered by this emerging technology. Our data governance also need to be reviewed with this development, this advanced technology. In the development of AI also, we need to support African countries to implement this data governance framework to ensure this digital sovereignty happen in the continent. It is a key area where we want to have a discussion today with our several partners. We have a lot of partners around this platform. Some are here in person, others are in online, and we acknowledge the presence of the African Parliamentary Network in this room, as well as GIZ. We have our partners, U.S. Embassy, as well as UN University, to be part of this interesting discussion, as well as the authority in Gambia and in Cabo Verde. And once again, thank you all to be there, and I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Makta. So before we start, I'd like to introduce the panel. I'll start with our colleagues online. We have Jaume Cruz, who's the National Director of State Modernization at the Ministry of Modernization of the State and Public Administration in Cabo Verde. He is currently 8 hours behind us, so he's up very early. We're also joined by Rose Maina. I apologize, Rose, for the mispronunciation, I think. Rose is the Deputy Commissioner at the Office for Data Protection Commission in Kenya. With us today, we also have Anand, who is at the US mission to the African Union, Addis Ababa, and particularly also dealing with privacy and security issues in the digital space. We have Makta, who is from our colleagues at UNECA. Makta is the Director for Technology and Innovation at UNECA. And then last but not least, my colleague, Deputy Director Luis Barbosa at UNUI-GOV. As Makta has already hinted at, we have a number of sort of key questions around the digital transformation strategies in Africa in particular, not only around governance and governance, but also the collaboration and coordination of these digital strategies in the domestic context, both in terms of the immediate, but also medium and long-term strategic focus, and not least how to build these whole-of-government digital ecosystems that we hear so much about in order to allow for both service production and service delivery based on data, identities, signatures, etc. So asking the audience, and let's start with you, Jaume, first, what are the sort of 3 key opportunities that Cabo Verde is currently focusing on in the digital space? And what are the associated challenges that you are tackling at the moment?
First of all, I don't know if you hear me.
We hear you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank for the invitation first. As you know, Cape Verde is an African country outside the continent, and we have specific particularities. But we still have, I think, the same challenges, and we have some opportunities that maybe are different from other countries. So right now, the enhancing the service delivery is one of the things that it's a big opportunity for us, because Cape Verde, since the early 20s, start the digitalization of the government, and we have a lot of back office infrastructures, so and applications. And right now, we have a big opportunity to take advantage of that. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of application, and we just need right now to cross this information across the government and build some service for the citizen in line in terms of the end-to-end services. We have another big opportunity related to the digital identification. Right now, we have a new digital ID based on a mobile. We call it mobile key, based on digital certificates. And Cape Verde have a very good system in terms of the identification. The data that we have in our database for the identification of the people is unique, and it's a big opportunity for us to build and have the services for the people that we have in our country. As an example, we launched in the 3 months ago a service that is the criminal records online. So the people right now can ask for their criminal record. they just need to have this digital ID, strong digital ID based on digital certificates. So this is another big opportunity for us, I think. And I would say you have another big opportunity based on a digital ecosystem that we are creating here in Cape Verde. We are finishing our new technological, digital technological park, where we will have a lot of companies, and the government as well will have all the data in this technological park. It's a very good project that we implemented. With this, we implement as well the telecommunication through the new cable LA-Link. We are working with our local regional countries to another cable called Amilcar Cabral. So we created the foundation. This technological park have two new data centers to put with the other one that we already have. So we create all the foundations, I think, to build a strong ecosystem and have startups in this process as well. So I think for us it's another big opportunity. And in terms of the challenge, we have the digital literacy. It's first, I think, for us. As I say, we launched a new services with the mobile key, but we still have some problems with the use of these new services and these new features. The people need to have more skills to use these tools and to use the internet for more productivity. Most of the people use internet for social media and things like that. So we are working for a program to increase this digital literacy across all our citizens. We have another, the cybersecurity. You talk about this, the introduction. Cybersecurity is another big challenge as well. But we are putting strong efforts on this to implement, for example, our CSERT. But it's still a big challenge for us. Into 2020, we have a major attack for our systems because we have a lot of systems in the government. But we deal with it very, very good, I think. But it still have it's still a very good challenge for us. And to finish, the change management. Implementing the digital transformation will require us a shift in terms of the organizations and the way the organizations talk here. We have some silos. We still have some silos inside the government. So it's for us a challenge to enforce this digital transformation because we have some resistance in terms of the employees. We know that some of this resistance is related to the skills as well. And this is why this change management, it's part of our key things that we have to do. That is one of our most challenge, I think, in this digital transformation. I think is this. We are a very young country, and this is another opportunity. I think we have a population that it's young, but we are not taking that advantage that I think we could take from this population, this young population. So I still fall from. I think it's enough for now.
Thank you, Jan. We'll have a couple of rounds on these topics. So Rose, we heard Jan talk about some of the opportunities like technology as an opportunity, data as an opportunity, both in terms of the transformation of how government operates, how government provides services, the internal production, the data delivery. We also hear about how technology can be used in the private sector. From the data perspective, and from your perspective in the Data Commission and in East Africa, are you seeing similar opportunities being discussed and captured? Are you seeing similar challenges? What's your perspective on the opportunities and challenges, again, from the Data Commissioner's perspective, but also the broader Kenyan public sector and private sector perspective?
Absolutely, and thank you for having me here. It is a privilege to be on this panel. Just starting by saying that Kenya has had an opportunity, I guess, to have a digital transformation strategy or have a recognition of the opportunities that ICTs and digital tools can actually have in leapfrogging the economy. So not only is it in Kenya that a digital transformation strategy was established, I think, as way of a blueprint in 2019, but since I think 2012, Kenya had in its vision 2030, there's a strategic goal for the period of 2012 to 2030. We recognized that ICTs are crucial in ensuring that Kenya can leapfrog and become a middle income economy. And so this has been something that has been included in every single strategic plan, as well as a national goals for the period until today. In the national strategies today, we have a lot of ambitious but work that is going on, where we look at a digital superhighway, which is enhancing our national fiber optic backbone by 100,000 kilometers. We have digital literacy programs. We currently have over 5,000 services available online to citizenry. Obviously, the usage of data and data governance structures are critical in ensuring that this is actually being rolled out in an ethical, a legal, lawful manner. And so one of the things that actually came about when recognizing that digital transformation was important for Kenya is there was the enactment of the data protection laws, as well as the establishment of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, which is where I work. Now, one of the things that we have seen, even as we go about harnessing the opportunities, so we've talked about digital identities, we've spoken about one-stop shop for digital services, digital literacy, infrastructure challenges, so infrastructure opportunities. So we've got the Concept Technopolis that has cloud service provision in Kenya, and a host of other infrastructure developments as well that are happening. One of the things that we've seen the Kenyan government actively take on board is ensuring that the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, in terms of usable or best use for the data that they're collecting, is actually done or involved in that process. So in digital IDs, in terms of ensuring that not only are the opportunities captured, but also the risks are actively managed. This is something that is at the forefront in that respect. And so whilst there are a lot of opportunities that have been harnessed through this digital transformation, and again, as I said, I think Kenya was in 2019 one of the first countries to develop a blueprint on the digital economy, and this was a blueprint that was launched in Smart Africa, and then I guess cascaded or shared with the rest of Africa. And I believe that it enabled the AU digital transformation strategy as well, and formed part of the material that actually ensured that that was happening. And so Kenya has recognized the opportunities of digital transformation. One of the challenges that we do find, and this is something that is unique not only to Kenya, but Africa at large, is a digital divide. So this comes in many forms and is being tackled in a number of ways, but there's still a need, I guess, for collaboration, both the private sector aspect and the public sector aspect, is ensuring not only are we connecting people, not only are they literate, but do they have the relevant devices to actually ensure that they're using the services effectively, that they are, taking on board, that they're really able to participate in the digital economy. So the transformation doesn't just happen on the government level for the people that can access, but also for, as has been said, for women, youth, as well as people in underserved areas. And that is something that is being tackled through rollout of more fiber optic, finding opportunities, I guess, as well, to ensure that schools, for example, are connected, that actually govern or affect the communities around them. So it's not just for a particular school, but people can actually benefit from that. There's also ensuring that there is rural awareness when it comes to education and finding cheaper alternatives. And I think this is an area where private sector has really come in for people to have mobile devices that are capable of enabling individuals that are in underserved economies to also access the services that are provided online, but also the opportunities in terms of work as well, remote work, and things like this, financial inclusion, just generally digital business and opportunities that will affect on a private sector aspect to boost the economy and enable individuals to participate in the digital economy and reap the benefits of digital transformation in Kenya.
Thank you, Rose. Jam mentioned the change management challenge in a number of ways, which you also have alluded to. Is that something that you also observe in the Kenyan context, that yes, we want to innovate, yes, we want to change, but the management of that change can often cause a bit of resistance or a few challenges within organizations, public as well as private. Is that something you see? It's something we definitely see outside of Africa, in Europe or in Asia and Latin America, that not all organizations are equally open to the positive change or any disruption to business continuity. This can also be a political concern for service delivery, that innovation and change may cause disruption to business processes in a period of time. Is that something you see, particularly when it comes to the utilization of technology and data?
One of the things that we have noted, again, as I said, Kenya's, or maybe I haven't touched on it, but Kenya prides itself as being the Silicon Savannah. Technology has been embraced in Kenya in a way that it might not be embraced in other countries. And so even as government and private sector, in fact, private sector and government are the ones who are pushing for this digital change, you will see in digitizing lands records and digitizing IDs, this is actually a push that is coming from government, and a lot of public sector or a lot of private sector had already adopted innovative change. And so this makes a easier transition for digital transformation, because there is a push not just outside government, but by the people to embrace technology in a manner that might not necessarily be seen in other, say, for example, Eastern African countries. However, one of the things that we are seeing, and this is not particularly an issue of resistance, but mostly an issue of newness of policies and newness of legislative frameworks. So, for example, when it comes to data governance, when it comes to data protection, unlike in European countries or Asian countries or just Western countries at large, data protection specifically hasn't been something that had that is transformed or has evolved over a period of years. We have in Kenya, for example, a data protection law that came in 3 years ago that has pushed people to actually look at data governance in a different form, in a different way. So the resistance comes from lack of education or lack of I guess I want to call it indoctrination of principles of data protection and data governance rather than a resistance to actually change. And so one of the things the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner has done is push awareness so that people understand the benefits of data protection, the benefits of data governance, rather than looking at it as another regulatory hurdle that they have to bypass when it comes to usage of information. So this is something that we're actively working on. To some extent, there's change management, but I think it's also sensitization of the benefits comes in as a big contributor and something that is being worked on.
Oh, thank you very much for that, Rose. It actually is a nice bridge to Anand that actually comes from the US Ministry of Justice, but is working with the African Union mission in Addis Ababa on similar topics. How does these two national cases from Cape Verde and Kenya sort of resonate with you when you're working with the African Union on frameworks with respect to digital transformation or data or cybersecurity? I'm asking about frameworks because a strategy is essentially a framework that is supported by action plan that is then populated by different initiatives and activities. So how does these two national examples resonate with you in the wider AU context and some of the things that you're doing and also your experience from the US and North America in general?
Thank you. Just a word about our program. I work with my colleague Temesgen Lapiso here. We're also in Addis Ababa. But we primarily do cybercrime training, and we have chosen to do it on a bilateral level. So I'm aware of what's going on in Kenya. Cabo Verde, as Jao mentioned, when it was hit with a major attack in 2020, we know that's the solar winds attack. Greatly affected the United States as well. But we've taken the bilateral approach so we can hear the issues from each country. And what we hear is great commonality. If we had gathered, say, people together regionally, we may not get the openness to discuss issues. But what we've seen in terms of digital transformation in an overall policy is digital transformation has tremendous potential to advance Africa. I know ECA has its payment system that you're working on and advancing. But cybercrime it's kind of like the brake that's keeping digital transformation from advancing like it could. And for each country, there is, I think, more victimization than what is reported in any source you might find. It's vastly underreported, and it's mainly mobile money schemes, but it's also every other type of cybercrime that affects other parts of the world. But there are unique challenges within legal frameworks of each country, and that's part of the overall. For African Union, they are developing cybersecurity legal frameworks, including online protection of children. So we're not unique in what we do. We work together in this area we've done programs at ECA. We work with Interpol, GFCE, UNODC, and a number of players to advance all of this. Again, because the digital transformation has such potential for the economic benefit of Africa. That and the free trade within the continent initiative also that we see from AU and ECA. But so long as it's easy to victimize Africans and African nations, it's never going to reach that potential. So that's really our focus, advancing by multilateral treaties such as the Budapest Convention. We also formed a cryptocurrency working group within Africa. We have 27 members, and most recently met at ECA in November, where they discuss their cases and they have further training. Because cryptocurrency saw a greater adoption within Africa than probably most other places, mainly as a hedge against inflation, and second, as a means of remittances for people who've gone to work elsewhere and want to be able to send money home with no fees associated with it. So we're happy to work with these partners within that framework of digital transformation, but our focus is on the cybersecurity, cybercrime angle.
We're just waiting for the Gambian minister to actually join us virtually. No, there's a technical problem, so we'll see if we can solve it. But actually, we had the Minister for ICT from Gambia to join us virtually, but there's a technical problem this morning. It is also very early in Gambia. It is the middle of the night. Luis, at UNUE-Gov, we work a lot with governments globally, including in both Northern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. So how does Jaume's reflections, Anand's reflections, and also Rose's reflections resonate with you in a wider African context, considering countries as diverse as Egypt, Uganda, Mozambique, Sao Tome and Principe that we've all been working with to some degree? What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? What are some of the solutions that you see are coming out from different national governments to these challenges?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Morten. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I think the global challenges are well known. Okay, beginning at the beginning, the needs for robust, trustworthy digital infrastructure, expanded connectivity, data policy frameworks, as we have been discussing in the previous session, and then all the key enablers for a meaningful digital transition. Digital identity, cybersecurity, interoperability. Okay, all this, the challenge I think are very well known. What I also think that should be emphasized is that even if challenges seem overwhelming at some point, the experience of some countries, and we have been listening to João and to Rose, the experience of some countries show that in fact a lot can be achieved, and that this is also our experience at NUE-Gov. Actually, Africa has several problems, several weaknesses, but also obviously leapfrogging opportunities, less legacy challenge than in other parts of the world, a vibrant youth, and so on and so forth. From the point that I would like to emphasize in addressing your question is and because it's also our job at UNUE-Gov, is the crucial role that digital governance can play in the digital transition processes. And what I think, and we have been, for example, following very closely the case of Cape Verde, but also others, and I think digital governance actually can play a very interesting role as a kind of a plastic layer enforcing in practice an articulation between three different sorts of objectives. First of all, in improving the effectiveness of government and public administration, which is actually crucial as a cornerstone for development. You know, all these. I can mention, for example, things like improving revenue mobilizations or target efficient investments, all these kind of things. So this is absolutely crucial. Another class of objectives relating to bringing the state close to citizens, and for example, our colleagues in Cape Verde have been very, very motivated by this, to their needs, to their expectations, making concrete improvements in concrete lives, and I think this should be stressed. And finally, and this is the case of Cape Verde, is also the case of Gambia, and I hope the minister will be able to talk, in articulating digital governance and digital transition in general with broader development objectives, namely to create ecosystems for digital economy to flourish. That is also, I think, the AU vision, and I quote from the strategy to strengthen the economic sector, enable its diversification and development, and placing African countries as producers and not only as consumers in the global economy. So I think these three kinds of objectives and their coordination are really crucial to the success of digital transition seen from the perspective of digital governance. That's my
Thanks,
first comment.
Luis. Marta, I see you nodding. UNECA has worked also with the African Union on different types of frameworks. One of the more recent one is the AU Digital Transformation Strategy Framework for 2020-2030. The aim of this is to help countries prioritize their needs. Prioritization is difficult in all governments globally. Resource constraints, human resource constraints is often a challenge we see in all countries globally. So what are the key components in these frameworks that UNECA have helped develop or they have seen countries apply in Africa? What are the components that are really beneficial to them? And how has it helped them overcome challenges?
Thank you very much for this question. First, on this AU digital transformation strategy, we have several components who can help African countries to use this digital technology to achieve their sustainable development goal. But let's start when we define, when we implement this digital transformation at the national level. I think we have one key challenge. It is at the coordination level at the member state, and now we have noted a lot of progress because in this forum you have the presence of a lot of members of parliamentary. It is something we have to highlight. But because government work on silo without involving the parliament, and at the end of day, the law will be adopted by the parliamentarian. The involvement of the parliamentarian in the development of the national digital strategy is very important, as well as the private sector. For this national digital transformation has several key pillars, going to digital finance, digital skills, innovation, development, private sector, capacity building, etc. We have several challenges, and some country we don't have. Country are not at the same level of development of the digital transformation. And this AU digital transformation provide a diagnostic and the gap of digital economy for the country, and define key priority for the country. Some countries, their priority focus more on developing the institutional framework. What kind of institutes they should have at the national level, to develop this digital strategy. Because when you look at some country, they have a ministry in charge of digital economy, and also they have a ministry in charge of ICT. There is a duplication. And science and technology also. And we need to have a coordinated approach at the country level first to take benefits of this digital transformation. Also, some country, the issue it is they don't have the manpower or the resources to implement this digital strategy. And we need to focus on building a capacity. As a country, the problem is a gap on infrastructure. Of course, African country, a lot of African countries has a gap of infrastructure, but some countries the gap is more crucial. We need to focus what kind of policy in this digital transformation we put in place to overcome to this deficit, this lack of infrastructure, by revisiting the regulation framework to attract more investment. And we focus more to attract local investment first, before attracting external investment. It is something very important on this digital transformation. Also, for some country, key success it is how to promote innovation. When you have the case of Morocco, of South Africa, of Kenya, the need it is to promote innovation, because there is a lot of idea in ground in this country, lot of development of the ecosystem. And we should adapt this digital transformation strategy in promoting the development of innovation, because we have a lot of things in the ground, and we need to promote this innovation to take more benefits of this digital transformation. And in generally, the opportunity is up to the situation of the country in terms of digital transformation, as well as the market of this country, if the market is big or the market is small, because we can't compare South Africa and South Sudan in terms of market. And also in terms of capacity building, we need to see which country are more focused on capacity building to open their system to others. Why this digital transformation? We can say it is a complete digital transformation. It is a complete framework which can support African country to achieve their sustainable development from 2020 to 2030. I didn't forget also the cyber security. It's very important, because if we don't secure this digital space, all policy we are doing also is not adequate, as well as the issue of digital ID. I think we can come back later on digital ID and digital threat. Thank you.
Thank you, Maktar. As a former civil servant at the Danish Agency of Digitization, which was embedded in the Ministry of Finance at the time, I know all about the financial challenges. And one of the key tools that was applied there was actually these business case return on investments, where the challenge was that a project might be implemented in the strategy and funded, it's finished on time and on budget, but the benefit of the system only comes when it's operational. And that happens after the strategy period has closed. So the role was really finding models on how do we ensure that then the systems we have developed, the services we've launched, actually generates the outcomes, whether or not their financial, productivity, or usability, user-friendliness actually are achieved. And this is something that we've, for instance, seen that the Botswanas are trying to work with. On that note, we actually like to open the floor. We've been keeping an eye out on the chat online to see if there's anything, but there's no questions there at the moment. So any questions, any contributions from the audience around these reflections around the challenges faced and how we can solve these challenges around change management related to the digital transformation, the socioeconomic and digital divides we see within society when we are trying to facilitate a more digital-enabled economy and private sector, but also amongst our citizens and residents in navigating these new technical solutions. Any reflections for the audience? Please put up your hand. Yeah, up if you can go to the microphone and introduce yourself and your question.
Hi, my name is Sam. Honorable Sam George. I'm a member of parliament from Ghana and the Secretary General of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. It's interesting listening to the conversation so far on the challenges. We see a lot of digital transformation happening on the African continent and African governments, and listening to the challenges of cybercrime, for example, and how that is acting as a stumbling block to full adaptation of digital technologies. One of the challenges we have is with actually prosecution. Because you see, if you're not able to follow the full life cycle of fighting cybercrime by showing punitive action, people feel that the more I get digitally exposed, there's very little protection for me from the state. Now, one of the key components I've realized is missing in the African Union Data Policy Framework that we're not really focusing on is digital addressing. Because in many African countries, there is no proper addressing system. And so even when you are able to identify that a SIM number, we've registered all SIM cards again. Most African countries have asked for registration of SIM cards. Now, even when there's a crime using a SIM card and you report to the police is able to identify using the database of SIM registry who the individual is. But identifying or tracing that individual becomes a critical challenge. Now, because we have two issues, poor addressing system and then high residence mobility on the African continent. So the person lives in this community today, tomorrow he's moved to the next community. In Europe and the West, when you change residence, For you to even get at times your salary, you need to update a central database where your current addressing system is. So that's a critical thing we need to look at on the African continent, where we're able to put a location on every citizen. This is not surveillance, but to be able to know where every individual lives, because it helps you to provide safety nets. It helps you to also do law enforcement. And as we do this, we also need to look at the capacity building of our judges, because the judiciary, most times, it's fantastic that we've added the parliamentary track to the IGF, but we need to have possibly a judiciary track as well, because the full life cycle is the executive bringing the legislation to Parliament, Parliament working with civil society to craft the frameworks and the legislation, but then the implementation of that legislation is by way of prosecutors and the judiciary in interpreting the legislation. So if you don't have that full cycle, that whole of community approach, we'll take fantastic steps, but we'll just tick check boxes that say that we have the framework, but implementation is really challenged. Because for people to uptake this, there must be confidence in it. And so how we build confidence is critical to seeing a spread of this digital technologies and framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rose, Jaume, any observations on this challenge about the sort of whole holistic approach to the digital transformation, both in terms of the example given from Ghana about the value of adequate data to both identify where the individual may be located if there's a crime happening, but also in terms of actually government planning and budgeting. If we don't know where our population lives, how can we as decision makers actually ensure that we build schools and hospitals in the right places, that the staffing or call centers or physical service centers for those who do not interact online or who are in a unique situation have an alternative service challenge. Any thoughts on that, and any solutions that you have explored domestically or that you know of in the African context or outside the African context that would help address such challenges? Rose, then Jaume.
Sure. We in Kenya also struggle with that. One of the things that we noted when the digital economy blueprint was being developed is a need to have a national addressing strategy and a national addressing act that looks both at the national level and the county level, so that we can have a repository of addresses. It sounds like a very simple thing to have for Western countries, because this is something that has been ongoing. But for African countries, Kenya in specific, when you're directing someone to identify where you live, you say, around that big tree, and then there is a green gate, which firstly is impossible to then narrow down on where people live. But there is also an issue when it comes to, enforcement. There's an issue when it comes to digital trade and e-commerce and things like this, delivery, postal services, for example, emergency services. So it captures not only aspects of enforcement, but very much just service delivery as well. And so if there is a need for enhancements in service delivery, there is a need to identify where everyone is. Now, I think African countries have come up with a roundabout way of knowing where people are, but it's not necessarily efficient. So we rely on census, rely on, usage of service to understand how many people are in a particular area, so that service can be rolled out to them. But I do feel that more and more there is a need for formal addressing services physically, but also the use of digital addressing services, which is something that is ongoing in Kenya as well as part of the strategy, so that we're merging the digital and physical worlds to actually enable us to better serve the citizens. So that's something that Kenya is grappling with, and some of the solutions that have been put in to tackle that.
And Jaume, any observations, any solutions to these type of challenges that you've been exploring in Cape Verde, or that you've seen, for instance, in the West African context?
Hi. In Cape Verde, we have this addressing problem as well, but we are a very small country. This is one of big difference from the other countries. So for us to know where someone is very easy. It's not that difficult, because when you change, you cannot go far from your home. It's not for us in terms of enforce the law. It's not a challenge for us. I think for a bigger countries in Africa, the digital addressing, I think, would be the better to explore. But there's some challenges on that as well, because the data protection of the people, seems like a surveillance in terms of for example, you tracking the SIM cards that are registered. Here in Cape Verde, you have to register as well your SIM cards. So, but could be we could have some problems in terms of the privacy. So I think the countries, they are big in Africa. They could go in this way, but they have to understand the privacy part, how to manage it.
Okay, Jim, thanks. We have a couple of other people in the audience that would like to ask a question. We also have one online. If the two gentlemen at the mic would just ask their questions quickly, and then I'll summarize the one online, and then we'll raise the panel. We'll do another round of questions later, so go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Oliver Bamanju. I'm a member of parliament from Cameroon. I want to ask my question, but start by thanking Dr. Mata for the engagement with ABNEC in reinforcing the capacities of members of parliament. But for a very long time, Africa has been noticed for poor democracy, bad governance, and corruption and all whatnot. So I just wanted to share. I just want to have this opinion on it, whether digital transformation can be an instrument that will help maybe advancement of a kind of modern democracy in Africa, or I don't know how to put it better. I just want to know whether digital transformation be an instrument that can actually advance democracy in Africa. Thank you very much.
Then the next gentleman, I'll summarize the questions.
Thank you, Bram from Malawi. So for me, I just wanted to find out if the AU has done a survey in terms of, yes, we're advocating for digital transformation now, but I think we can gain more if we have more members party to the Malabo Convention, which currently is very slowly adopted in member countries. And so what is the impact of member countries not adopting the Malabo Convention? And as we're also pushing for digitalization in the continent, do we see the imbalance? Are we taking stock of these competing interests? And what is the future looking like with this kind of speed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Alhaji Mbo from the Gambia, and also the Vice Chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. I'm sure we have some issue with the minister, but I'm also the chairperson of the Education Committee and ICT in the Gambia. So I'm really very familiar with what's actually happening in the transformation in the Gambia. Now, for us, just to make it very, very short, we have a very clear path. And we must thank ECA also for the guidance. And also the first thing is about the National Broadband Network. We had a project called the ECO1, which actually put broadband across the country. Then on top of that, also Parliament also, with the executive, we work on the we call National Broadband Network, which actually put fiber across the country. And I think maybe in the next year or so, we may be the most connected fiber on the continent, because it's a very small country as well. Now we came up with a strategy as part of the digital transformation. We call it ICT for Master Plan, which actually have several components. One of them is about capacity development, STI, science, technology, innovation, and also youth and women, and also the human capital, which is the capacity building we actually are doing, and the e-agriculture, and also the national broadband network strategies that we actually have in plan. Now, right now, where we are is about the digital addressing system. We have already started, and we have covered the capital and some of the biggest cities we have in the Gambia right now, where we have digital addressing system that's in place right now. We are moving towards the digital ID, which is also the consultancy was also already done with the help of the ECA also as well. That's exactly where we are as far as the transformation actually is concerned. But one thing I would like to also point out also is that along the way there are several issues, particularly the addressing system, which actually affects many countries in Africa. So again, technology is such a way that you don't actually have to start from zero. You can take a leap. And that's exactly what Gambia is trying to do. We are taking a leap to ensure that we catch up with the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just to summarize the questions, we had a question around how can technology potentially support anti-corruption drives, increase transparency, help embed sort of engagement, accountability, the democratic angles, and if so, how? We had a question online about the technopolitics between the global players in North America, Europe, in Asia, and how these dynamics may actually enable African countries to benefit, multipolar, if you want. And then there were some of the contributions from Gambia around how the frameworks allows them to leapfrog, but it requires that you have some of the key enablers that Luis was also referring to in place. Yes, we need the infrastructure, but we also need it to be affordable, reliable, and have a population and a private sector that have the skills to use it and the skills in the public sector to actually facilitate and drive that transformation. Is there any specific answers or any observations or contributions to those from the panel here in person and then online? Anand?
I'm going to go rather quickly because each one of the questions resonated. Sam's from Ghana talking, we've done a lot of work in Ghana, but identity systems and the Western systems of addresses. This came up in a conversation with the AU when I brought up sex offender registration, which is something done in the United States, but in the context of most African nations would not work. But what we might suggest are technical and legal solutions. Technical, we're talking to our FBI about what's called cell site triangulation, locating cell phones based on, that's correct. And also circumstantial evidence. If someone committed a fraud, at some point they need to withdraw the money, and almost every bank will have surveillance cameras. This is a technique of identifying an individual apart from having an address, physical address related to the IP. Question from Oliver about, was it about anti-corruption? Working with IOCO in Ghana, and also in Mauritius, their anti-corruption police, in Nigeria, EFCC. I'll say this, we've assisted, many countries have specific anti-corruption units. We've assisted them with technical issues. I won't say which one, but one of them, based on several consultations, to help them get into a cell phone that removed their number 2 person in government. In Ghana, there was someone impersonating a high government official online, and we assisted in getting that removed. So there are, I would say, from cybercrime, some technical solutions. But I'll finish with one other thing. You mentioned the need to train judges. Of the 2, we took 12 African judges, prosecutors, investigators to the U.S. One of them suggested to us from Ghana that same need, but we see it everywhere. And here's the issue. We have very talented judges. There are 2 here, one from Tanzania, Eliana. And they do something unique. They take professors who are skilled in tech and make them judges. For other judges, if they don't understand it, they're more likely to keep things out. But judges don't want to be trained with prosecutors and investigators because it hampers their ability to ask questions. So what Temeskin, my colleague, is we're developing a bench book and separate training for them. Other organizations are doing it too because they need their own training. Thank you.
Thank you. I think they raise several relevant questions. First, on the localization. I think we need to identify people before to localize them. And with 500 million people without any legal form of identity, it's difficult to identify them. Why our approach is to integrate this digital addressing system in the digital ID project. It is something now we are going to do in Gambia to integrate these two systems, and maybe it will be helpful to identify and localize people. It is a big issue, not only in Africa, but in several developing countries. Coming to the, also there is an issue very important we have to take into course. There is the issue of disinformation we don't have now, and hate speech. We don't have any laws in the continent. Why I call upon you as parliamentary to start to think about on how we can have a framework or guideline on this. Yeah, we are ready to work with you to develop some guideline for the continent. Something very important now because it is linked to the democracy also. It is, yeah, it is something we have the experience in now several countries in the continent. The third point is how digital technology can contribute to fight corruption. It's clear. Yeah, digital technology can promote transparency and fight corruption. But for that, we need a commitment of the high level. I can give you an example. We receive a request from one member state to support them to increase their tax revenue. And we develop a digital taxation system. When we develop digital taxation system, the government can we can get around 55% additional revenue on the tax. When we present the project at the custom office and also at the Ministry of Finance, they told they are not agree with this project because they are going to get problem with their staff. How we can and the project they can't use the project. It's not using another country. It is we human resource management system at the government level. We find there are 5,000 people who get salary every month without any presence in the ministry. Project closed. Project closed. Why we need, we can talk about a lot on digital transformation. We have a lot of examples in the world where this digital transformation promote a lot of things about transparency, fight corruption, a lot of benefits, but without this commitment, this leadership, and this clear guidance, we can't go far of that. I call upon you, parliamentary, to discuss with the government to make sure we can use this digital technology. The solutions are there for transparency. Something very important. Data governance also. It is very important. We talk about this cyber security. We have a lot of platform around the continent, e-commerce platform, digital ID, digital public infrastructure across the continent. But we need to have this digital sovereignty. It's important. Otherwise, we are not going to take benefits of this digital transformation. Digital sovereignty means the data should be owned by African country. Yeah, we need this data to create job opportunity for our new generation. Yeah, we need this data to protect our citizen. Citizen should trust the government. Yeah, without that, this digital technology, this digital transfer will be just something we talk about for years and years, and there is no opportunity and benefits for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Makta. Luis, if you'll contribute, we have the minister online. So, okay. So the Gambian Minister for Communication Digital Economy should be online now, the Honorable Osman Ba. I hope you can hear us. We've been discussing the national experiences and approaches to enabling the digital transformation. A member of your parliament is actually with us here in person and gave us some highlights as well. But what are the key tools that you're using in the ministry to sort of drive this whole of government, whole of society digital transformation in Gambia? We heard about the importance of the infrastructure and the skills already, but are there any tricks up your sleeve that you have found to work better than others? And if so, what are they?
Yeah, thank you to all the audience in Japan. I'm stepping in for the Honorable Minister Usman Ba. I am Lamin Kamara, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry. And I want to thank Honorable Mbo for that intervention. I think he's quite au fait with what is happening in the ICT landscape in the country, and is the chairman of the Education and ICT subcommittee of the National Assembly. So we work very closely with him. So I'm not surprised that he can make that intervention while we were waiting to get the opportunity to come in. Yes, when the ministry we have, the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, is just a year old. And when the minister was appointed, he came with his 5-point agenda. And I think we've already discussed some of those, which includes addressing connectivity. That is one, and how to ensure our people are connected, inclusive connectivity, and also regional connectivity has been key. We're working with the likes of Cape Verde and other ECOWAS countries on the America Cabral cable to provide a second submarine cable for the Gambia to create more capacity and also redundancy for the existing submarine cable we have in place. We have also worked on a digital master plan, and after following a digital assessment we did and develop a master plan, and also a strategy on digital ID with the support of UNECA. So I want to thank Matar Sek, who has been very instrumental in that. And the digital ID is very important for us to achieve, and tremendous efforts in play to ensure we have a quick implementation of a digital ID in the Gambia. Although we know we have challenges of coordination and cooperation, because digital ID entails putting together a lot of data needs that feed into the digital ID of an individual. And some of these things are resident in different ministries or entities that we need to work together with and see how we integrate that. And I think Matar has given an example how we want to utilize our existing digital addressing system to be part of that digital ID, how the SIM registration platform we have, how we integrate that into the digital ID, the birth registrations, the passport ID, and our bank accounts. So all these need coordination and collaboration, and we're really working to ensure that is done. After that, we're also talking about fintechs and financial inclusion, and the issue of establishing a national switch is really paramount to be able to promote the creation of payment gateways and the use of those gateways to facilitate financial inclusion, digital financial inclusion in the country. But beyond that, to see how we also facilitate cross-border payments within the African countries, especially under the initiative of the free trade area. These payment gateways would be very useful and cross-border payment. So we are now with the challenges we have is in the area of cybersecurity issues. And what we are doing is that we need to ensure when we put these things in place, the trust and confidence of the people does not wane. And to do that, we are working on a cybercrime bill, which is already on its way to the National Assembly. So I'm sure Honorable Mbo will be expecting that bill. We will need his support in ensuring that we get that bill enacted in the quickest possible time. And we also established a cybercrime or cybersecurity emergency response teams, to be able to respond to some of the threats we may be faced with in the country. Now, when you come to about inclusion, the issue of not only the digital divide where the infrastructure reaches our people, and as already indicated by Honorable Mbo, that we have the broadband networks that is all around the country, but the last mile is still a challenge, and we're working on strategies to see how we overcome that using different technologies, mixed technologies that would help us achieve that. And even apart from the last mile, the devices, affordability of the devices is a challenge we've identified, and we're seeing how we work together with providers of devices to see how we can have affordable devices, or even to have devices that could be programmed in a way that could be used by our disadvantaged people. So you mentioned about change strategy. I think it's a very, very important in digital transformation, because if we want inclusiveness, we need to make sure everybody participates in this. And to do so, we need to find a way of encouraging and making sure everybody participates, and the digital transformation agenda of the AU by 2030 is met through the full participation of each and every African and every person in the world by extension. So we are also working on e-applications and services, and I think here our consideration at the level of the ministry is to ensure that we develop applications that suit our needs, applications that suit our needs, that can address our problems, our local problems. We're working together also to see how we collaborate with other bilateral partners, like technologies that are working in some of our partner countries. We see how we adopt them, rather than reinventing the wheel. And in doing so, our minister has signed MOUs with Rwanda, with Mauritius, with Nigeria, and we're working on adopting the MyGov platform of Bangladesh, so that we have a quick way of adopting these e-applications and platforms to attain our digital transformation agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamin, very much. You touched on a couple of topics that have popped up repeatedly. Not only governance, as in who does what, when, who finances what, but also softer elements like coordination and collaboration between different stakeholders, both within the greater ecosystem of the public sector, so local, regional, national authorities, but also with the private sector, like the financial sector, both for data exchange and for facilitating payment systems, regulatory framework standards, and compliance, we know, is traditionally a challenge. We are very good in the public sector, and I talk as a civil servant, at writing ambitious, beautiful strategy documents. It's a little bit more difficult to ensure that all the camels line up and all the ducks are lined up in a row. So with 10 minutes left, I'd like to throw the question to the panel, maybe start with Luis and then go to Jaume and Rose and then back to the panel here. What are the governance and collaboration mechanisms that need to be in place to ensure this holistic whole of government approach, this full socioeconomic public sector transformation in our countries? Is it enough that it's just one ministry that does this? Or is there tricks up the sleeve in terms of the mandates, the collaboration mechanisms, and the link to these governance and strategy frameworks that you've seen work well from your different perspectives. Luis, then Rose, Jaume.
Okay, if I may, I would like to connect your question to this other question on democracy that you put, because of course the potential of digital technology is enormous, but there are no free lunches, and that's the point that Morten was trying to make. We know, for example, in terms of digital governance mechanisms, of course, if you go digital, you will enforce a number of formalization of procedures that actually contribute to accountability, transparency, all these. But on the other hand, to make this effective, we need these instances of corporations. João talked in his first intervention. He mentioned the need for management capabilities of the whole system and articulation of different ministries and different agencies. I will also add the relevance of the political will behind this transformation, which is crucial in the success of most of these initiatives. And also other elements, for example, the construction of collective trust. And this is something that if actually citizens see their lives being changed by this sort of technologies, the trust in the institutions increase, and this actually make a difference. And a topic that Maktar mentioned, collected with digital misinformation, which is absolutely critical if you want to take this forward towards more democratic and accountable issues. A second comment, if I may, I have two very brief comments. One was just to go back to the point of literacy that was also mentioned as a kind of a key enabler of all this. I would like just to stress something that actually worries me when dealing with most African countries, which is what are the mechanisms that we have in practice to attract and to maintain very specialized, very technical skills that exist in Africa and that are very easily gone to the private sector or even abroad. So this is something, it's a very good resource, a natural resource. And the second and the last comment is about identity, digital identity. That is absolutely crucial as well. In the Digital Governance Forum that we promoted with WANECA in the Gambia last month, there was a presentation of something that was called by then the non-authoritative identity, digital identity. That was a project, a pilot project in some African countries to resort to the community, to local communities, to help in building in an informal way digital identity records for a lot of people that are actually lagging behind the effort. This is something that, if you are interested, we may discuss further. Thank you.
Rose, on governance, collaboration, any thoughts, any things that you've seen work particularly well, or sort of things based on bad examples that you would do differently from your perspective?
I'll give you things that I think have worked well, and I'll give you the Kenyan perspective. One of the things I've heard being spoken about, I think Magda touched on it, is the siloed approach to government agencies, which means that there is duplication of certain projects, duplication of initiatives. How this has been addressed in Kenya is obviously there is the first strategic goal that looks at what everyone must achieve. And in this, there's pillars, which is digital transformation, there is obviously universal healthcare, there's affordable housing, and the like. And in each of this, there's a ministry that is given effective control over how to manage that mandate. So for example, if there is a universal health project that looks at digital transformation, then the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy will then have a say in how that happens, meaning that there is no duplication. There is one area of access to ensure that projects are being run in a particular way, funds are being allocated in that particular to that particular project. There's expertise that's being rolled rolled off from a ministerial level, and also trickles down to, say, for example, if there's a data governance issue, then the Office of Data Protection Commissioner will be involved. And so that close collaboration between ministries, knowing firstly what their mandate is, knowing where their expertise lies, and seeing how best to actually support, rather than to carry a project by themselves, and they might not necessarily have this expertise, is something that I've seen that is actually really beneficial in ensuring that we're moving forward with some of these strategies without unnecessary duplication.
Thank you, Rhodes. It's actually this matrix of different responsibilities. The Ministry of Education knows education. The Ministry of Technology knows technology, and when they two combine, they need to collaborate. This is a success factor when in place. We've seen in many countries, both in Africa and elsewhere, in the UNU system. So very happy to hear that this is also something that we see in a place like Kenya. Jaume, any thoughts on again this sort of division of responsibility? How do you get your ducks in a row? How do you herd the cats, so to speak? Government is a multi-headed beast sometimes, with many different actors, different levels of autonomy, different interests. So from your perspective in Cape Verde, with your experience, what gets the ducks in a line in your context, and what do you see working when it comes to this?
Okay. First of all, the governance it plays a critical role in all of this. But you have to put this governance in such a way that the people see the benefits. So what we do here in Cape Verde, we create our strategy for digital governance with the UNU EGOV, with Luis as well. And what we do, we take all the goals that all the sectors have, and we bring it to the strategy. And right now they are included in the strategy that we put in place. With this, we provide some regulations as well. So right now, if you want to have a new project, first it must send to our cabinet to analyze and validate the integrations, if there's no duplications, and validate the outcome as well before the implementation. So I think we work in the two different levels. We work in the level that we bring the people, all the sectors to this digital transformation, but we made some regulations as well in terms of how, what they can do, how they can do. And we are working as well in terms of the standards of the use of the technology. We don't have it right now completely regulated, but we work on that as well. And right now we have some guidance to ensure that what we do today will be sustainable in the future. Someone mentioned the legacy systems in Europe and things like that. We don't want to have a lot of different systems. We have our interoperability framework, but it's easy if you can integrate it without a lot of different things. So we try to manage all these things with the regulation and with the proximity to all the sectors.
Thanks, Jaume. We have a couple of minutes left, so I want to ask the panel that's here in Kyoto, Anand, Luis, Magda, any final thoughts? Anything that our audience could contact, for instance, UNECA on if they have questions around frameworks and tools that UNECA provides to help support the national transformation?
Just before, I want to highlight the Kenya model. I think Rose highlight very well this. It is something we can look at as an example for other African country. as well as the example of Rwanda. And we have seen the result in Kenya. I think, if I don't have a mistake, I think the ICT contribute around 10% of the GDP. It is a good result coming from this coordination mechanism. And also mobile money, I think we have today 98% of Kenya using mobile money, and 65% have access to internet. It is some result we can highlight across the continent. At ECA, we are here to support all African countries in the digital era, at the policy level, at the capacity building, as well as the to raise the voice of Africa. At the policy level, we support African countries to develop their national digital transformation strategy, cyber security, e-commerce strategy, fintech strategy, all issues related to this digital ID. Also, we support African country. All issues related to digital transformation, we support African country in terms of policy related to the climate change, also to education, health, as well as we support some key use project on digital ID. We have one project, key use case in Nigeria, to how to use digital ID on the social sector. We can also duplicate this in several other countries. On e-agriculture, we have a big project in Botswana, and we can support also African countries to see how we can use digital technology to improve the animal sector, also the agriculture sector. We also focus on capacity building. We already have this artificial intelligence center in Congo. We are building now this cyber security center in Lomé, Togo, as well as a STEAM center in Rwanda. And also we are going to launch a program early next year for the parliamentary to build their capacity on digital economy, digital technology, cyber security, as well as fintech. We have another program for the private sector with Alibaba to support all the private sector in several areas. I'm going to stop there because we are you go through to the ECA website and you will find we can find all activity we are doing under the digital center of excellence of digital ID, digital trade, digital economic. Anything related to this three key sector, ECA is ready to support you. Last 3 minutes. Just stop there.
Actually, my clock is a little bit advanced. So Luis, ultra short, because we
30
will
seconds.
be cut off, or we will be ending up taking the time of the next session.
Sure. 30 seconds to say that when we go to the United Nations University unit on digital governance, we basically have been investing in Africa in terms of helping countries to design national and sectorial strategies. For example, the justice sector strategy in Saint Tomé and Príncipe was developed with us. And I would like to stress the relevance of these strategies, not just as documents, but as processes that engage people, engage different stakeholders. And sometimes these processes are even more important than the final outcome. So yeah, again, in our website, you can find other information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. On behalf on UNECA and UNUGAV, thank you very much to the audience. Thank you, Lamine, for your patience, and also thank you to Minister Barr of Gambia, who unfortunately couldn't join us. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Jaume. Thank you, Anand. It was a great pleasure to have you all here. Any questions that you may have to us here physically, please catch us after this session. Please don't hesitate to contact UNECA or UNUIGAV separately. You'll find us on our respective websites. We're happy to follow up informally with any support we can provide. Thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of the day, and IGF here in Kyoto.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Who dares to sit on the first row?
I'll be okay with second row. And whoever sits on the last 3 rows will for sure get a question from my side. Everybody feel free to sit as close to us as possible so we can make it an interactive session. I think we're ready to start. And we would start our session with a video, I believe. That's always technical issues.
Hi, my name is Jessie, and I am your virtual presenter. I would like to welcome you all at this open forum, Accelerating an Inclusive Energy Transition. Thank you all for coming. Luckily, I will not be your real host today. While artificial intelligence offers many opportunities for innovation, nothing beats a real-life moderator. Give a warm welcome to Elisa Hever, MAG member and Senior Policy Officer at the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session. Well, I've already been introduced by AI, but thanks. Well, I'm really pleased that we don't have an AI moderator because probably everybody's name would be mispronounced then, because my name is actually Elisa Hever and not Hever. Yeah, so we will be talking about sustainability this afternoon and AI and the energy transition. Today, this morning in the Dutch newspaper, we could read that AI might require as much energy as the Dutch economy requires now if generative AI will continue to grow as fast as it's growing now. And I believe it was 2027. But I'm not the expert on this topic. We thankfully do have a few experts here in the room and online as well. First of all, we have Hanna Bouten. She is from the ECP, which is a platform and for coalitions in the Netherlands. Should I also do the slides? Oh, okay, perfect. And she will give an explanation or do an explanation on the guidance of ethics approach and chances of digitalization in the energy transition. And she will also do an explanation about Mentimeter, because we want to make this session very interactive, as I already said. Thereafter, we will have a brief presentation from Neil York. He is from the Dutch, from the Technical University in Delft, and he's part of the Dutch Coalition on AI. Thereafter, we will have Tim, and he is from Tim Vermeulen. and he is a strategy board member from at Alliander, that is a Dutch network, energy network operator, and he's part of the Dutch National Coalition for Sustainable Digitalization. And last but definitely not least, we have Chantara Peach yes, and she is from the organizing committee of the Youth Internet Governance Forum in Cambodia. So now we've done the introductions and we'll go over to Hannah. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Alisa, and thank you all here today in Kyoto and online for attending this session. My name is Hannah. I'm working for ACP, Platform for the Information Society, where we organize public-private cooperation. I'm involved in two of those public-private cooperation projects. The first is the Dutch National Coalition for Sustainable Digitization, where I'm the secretary, and I'm also involved at the Guidance Ethics Approach, where I'm moderator. So both projects will contribute to this session today on accelerating an inclusive energy transition. So first, I will briefly tell you a bit more about the Coalition for Sustainable Digitization, and then I'll tell you how we will explore the ethical dimensions of the energy transition with help of the Guidance Ethics Approach. So the Dutch National Coalition for Sustainable Digitization is a coalition where we work with stakeholders from the quadruple helix, meaning the government, business industries and SMEs, civil society and universities on the greening of IT, but we also look on greening by IT. And in this session, we will actually dive into both because we will look at how we can accelerate the energy transition with artificial intelligence. But like Alisa also just mentioned, it's also very important to look at how we can incorporate sustainability into the design of AI. I'm getting confused with the arrows. So, as with every technology, ethics are in play. So it's important to explore the ethical dimensions. And to do that, we need your participation today. So I'm going to explain how we're going to do that. So throughout the presentations, we ask you to listen carefully and identify implicit and also explicit values that are mentioned. I will help you a little bit with how you can identify implicit values with help of the Guidance Ethics Approach, which I will explain briefly in a minute. And then after my contribution, Dorijn will help you to log into Mentimeter, so keep your phones ready for that. And then the values we identify together will be input for the panel discussion, so we can see how we can sustain them in the European, but also in the Asian perspective on the energy transition. So, Guidance Ethics Approach, what's that? So this is an ethical method that actually looks at the effects of a technology in a very specific context. So it's not high over, but it looks at that specific context. Those effects can be positive, they can be negative, and they are identified together with the people and organizations involved with the application of a technology in that specific context. So behind effects, you can find values. And I'm going to show you an example in a second to make that more concrete. And if we've identified values that are relevant in a specific context, we can actually use them as a starting point to design the technology, to implement the technology in the specific environment we're talking about, but also in how we use the technology in that environment as a human being. I think I'm missing some slides, actually. Well, that's okay. I can explain it. Let me see. Yeah. Can you get my slides? All right. I'm just gonna talk you through it. I think that's gonna be fine. So the guidance ethics approach was developed from out ACP with the Technical University of Twente, several stakeholders from government, civil society and business industry. So the approach always starts with a technology in a specific context. So today the technology is artificial intelligence in the context of the European energy transition and the context of the Asian energy transition. So certain effects can be found in that, and you will hear those effects mentioned by the speakers telling you about the transitions today. And we can use those values to actually design the technology in such a way that we sustain those values. Oh, there we are. So the first stage, technology in context, we ask you to participate to identify the values, and then our panel will use the values to look at how we sustain them in the technology, the environment, and as how we use the technology. So I'm going to give you a quick example. So for instance, hypothetically speaking, if we apply AI on the energy grids to match supply and demand, and there is not enough supply to fulfill all demand, choices have to be made. So AI doesn't prioritize in the sense of what is needed, for example, for health. So a negative effect might be that a crucial asset, for example, a hospital, is left without power. So behind that effect, we're actually talking about the value of social responsibility. So then the question in stage 3 of this method is how we can design the technology, the implementation of the technology and the use of it to sustain this value. I hope that's clear for everyone now. So short recap, grab your phone, log into Mentimeter, listen carefully to the upcoming speakers if you hear values and enter them into Mentimeter. So at the end of the contributions of the other speakers, we will have a look at those values you entered, and then we'll ask them how they are planning or already sustaining the values mentioned by you. Thank you so much.
If you can't scan the QR code, then you can also go to menti.com and use the code. Go back to the slide. Yes, and you can use the code 45732451.
So the question for you is not to think of values already, but to listen if you hear values mentioned by our speakers. And as I explained, sometimes you can find values behind certain effects, like I just gave the example. An effect might be that an AI is not able to prioritize an asset in the way we as a human would do that. So that means that the value social responsibility can be found behind that effect. But don't worry if you can't identify that. Just concrete values are great as well. Does it answer your question? Cool.
Okay. Yes? Okay. So the code, so you can go to menti.com and the code is 45732451. You're welcome. I hope we're ready to go to our first presentation, real presentation from Neil York. Is he with us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Perfect. No, I don't see you. I do see your slides though, but it would be lovely to see your face as well.
I can hear you and see you, and I'm broadcasting my video.
Ah, yes. Now we see you.
Oh, perfect. All right. Let me see if I can share this.
But now we don't. Okay. Oh yeah. Now we see both your slides, and we will see you when you're talking. Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Talk. Let's see if this works. Well, hello. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning from the Netherlands. It's nice to be here and to talk with you. So I'm going to talk about the inclusive energy transition and the role of AI. So I'll give a few thoughts and a few examples about it. And as was said, I'm from the Delft University of Technology, where I sit in the computer science department. Let's see. Great. So I'd like to put out that energy transition is seen, at least in the Netherlands, as the defining challenge of this generation. There's perhaps many reasons for this, not least the Netherlands is a low-lying country and feels climate change quite profoundly. And AI is increasingly part of the energy system. It's already there. We're already using AI in different ways. And perhaps Tim, when he gives his contribution next, he'll also say more things about this. So I thought it useful to say something about what is AI. AI is perhaps such a broad term and people have different views on it. So here's my one slide on, at least from a computer science perspective, as someone who works in AI, what are we talking about when we say AI and then its use in the energy system? So we have two axes here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. At the top is thinking and the bottom is acting. And on the left is humanly and on the right is rationally. So we could do it something like this. You could say, well, AI is, we want to think like humans. We want to have something that's conscious, you might say. That's one view of AI, thinking like humans, becoming human-like in that way. Another view is, well, let's not maybe think like humans, but we want to act like humans. So to have human-level capability in many areas. So somehow I said, be strong AI. Other people will say, well, AI, it's about being aware of others, the kind of theory of mind. This is more philosophical, perhaps more from the philosophical perspective. And the fourth view that people have is it's about acting rationally, not acting like a human necessarily, but acting in a way that kind of makes sense. So you might say this is more like the weak AI view. So AI kind of as a tool with excellent abilities in certain domains, that's what the view that I'll be talking about here. So it's not about becoming human-like or even acting necessarily like a human, but acting rationally in a given situation. So this is called the intelligent agent view of AI. And here's a picture, actually some work from TU Delft of the control room of the future. And you see there's no, acting like humans here, but it's AI helping here with grid management. And again, I think Tim might say some more things about this. So technology and AI, where they're already being used as part of the energy system. Today, I'd like to say they're only part of the solution. AI is not the whole solution to the energy transition. And one reason, at least, is that the societal impacts of an AI energy system will be crucial, but we don't know them yet. We don't know all of the impacts of AI and energy on society. And here's a picture from Unsplash, some residents perhaps of Amsterdam. And the reason is that the ethical, the legal, the social, the economic aspects, they need to be studied along with the technological aspects. It's not just, okay, we can put this machine learning into this system here. Well, should we do it? If we did it, how does it affect the regulations? Should the regulations change? How does it affect people? How do they feel about it? What's the broad implications, not just the purely technical solution? And here's another nice picture of Amsterdam from Unsplash. So what we'd want to say is that questions like, well, values, we just heard about the ethical guidance approach, things like values, trust, justice, fairness, these questions, these considerations are as important as efficiency, as technical sustainability, and so on. These non-technical factors. And at least in the view in the Netherlands, we're still emerging our emphasis, our research on these kind of questions as well. But it is there, it is coming. And so a good example is a data center here. Okay, we can build a large data center. Well, how does it affect the people around it? How does it affect our societal priorities? What about the poor people in the city who don't have enough energy? So on and so forth. So we do see that AI, which are the say as data and algorithms, it can bring benefits. For example, in forecasting demand and supply loads, in system design, efficiency of the operation of the system, real-time balancing, demand response when we have lots of sustainable generation, flexible pricing. We can do markets in new ways. So I do see benefits or potential benefits as we transition away from fossil-based fuels. But at the same time, these non-technical, ethical, legal, social questions, I think are worthy of our consideration. And here's a quote from the head of energy of the World Economic Forum. And I think the key aspect here is the principles that help us think about how we govern and design and use responsibly AI in the energy system. And let me mention 3 principles, perhaps. The first is the trustworthiness of the technology. So trustworthiness, of course, in many levels, but some aspect is this notion of this meaningful control. The citizens have some say in how their data is used, how the system will be designed, the notion of some kind of collaboration between the human and the AI. So the whole notions around trustworthiness, it's a large area, of course, in its own. The second value, then, this notion of justice, and justice in the energy system in particular. So, do I benefit more from AI if I have an electric vehicle? But of course, not everybody can afford an electric vehicle. So questions around justice, energy justice in society, even in an affluent country like the Netherlands. And the third principle, perhaps this notion of fairness. So, okay, there's a market, there's new types of markets. There's sellers, there's buyers, there's prosumers of energy. How can we design the market so that it's efficient, that it's effective, but also that it takes on board notions of fairness? So these are 3 principles, perhaps, to think about as we increasingly use AI in the energy system. Now, I've mentioned, of course, the Dutch context, and here's a map from Wikipedia, just and only to show you where the Netherlands is, and to say it's this little area here. What else is in the European context? And I think here Tim will help us. And of course, what's more broadly in a non-European context? So the question then is, well, what can the Netherlands learn from other countries? As we talk about AI, as we talk about an inclusive energy transition, and perhaps are there things from the Netherlands which will also be useful in other contexts? It's an open question, perhaps, for our discussion later. Perhaps one example of this, this is a picture from, I think, Nigeria. And one area where perhaps the Netherlands can learn is this use of sharing resources together. I just leave that on the floor, perhaps, for later discussion. So I've been talking about our inclusive energy transition, the potential of AI, how AI is already being used, and some of the questions, perhaps, around values and the non-technology side of it. I'm curious to hear what we will discuss together later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neil, for this informative presentation. I just want to go to the audience. Is there any quick question that someone wants to ask as a follow-up on this presentation? If not, then we will directly go to Tim Vermeulen. No? Okay, then we're set to go to Tim. The floor is yours. Tim, we cannot hear you as of now.
And now you can?
Yes, now we can. Yeah, and we can
Lovely.
see you. Perfect, thanks.
That's a big bonus. So, hi everyone. My name is Tim Vermeulen. I've already been introduced, head of digital strategy and architecture for a grid operator in the Netherlands. And I will try to give you an EU perspective on the energy transition. It's a very broad topic, and I'll try to dive into a few specifics that will help us in a few cases here and dive a bit more into how technology is actually already impacting the landscape so far from a European perspective. Just have 6 slides, but one of the first slides here is the energy mix in the EU, in Europe, is changing. So we see more renewables coming onto the market. I'm saying nothing new here. But the energy mix is changing, and that is changing relatively rapidly from a system perspective. So we've done the same thing over decades before, where we have central generation of electricity and local use of generation, and basically we're mixing that whole thing up. So from a one-way street, we're changing the entire energy landscape into a two-way street where everyone and every consumer can also be a prosumer. So you can produce energy and you can use energy. And that's quite impactful. And also leads to a whole new opportunities on jobs, of course. So everyone has a more easy way to contribute to energy transition, which is lovely. And also the next speaker is going to talk about how people can more easily act in the energy transition from this perspective. We see whole new business models popping up. So a whole new part of possibilities showing up, but also the question of how do these new markets actually become inclusive, and how is technology playing a vastly different role in making sure that we can manage this different energy mix and landscape. And that's quite relevant because our landscape in Europe is hyper-connected. So if you see, these are the electricity lines, and you can see the synchronization zones in parts of Europe in the different colors. But we have a super and hyper-connected grid on an international scale from a European perspective, but also a lot of impact on local scale. So locally also is connected as well. And we're now focusing a bit on electricity, but there are a lot of energy carriers out there that play a role in the mix and making sure we can meet supply and demand in Europe. But I'll give some examples on how technology based on this changing energy landscape has to play a role. So with increased use of electricity and people and different area energy carriers, we need technology to help us plan how we're going to change the grid. And this is a picture of part of the Netherlands. And usually when we expand our grid and make sure that we build new substations, so where the high voltage lines are converted into mid voltage lines, so they go into neighborhoods and so on in the ground in parts of the Netherlands. We used to do this all by hand, and with people making lots of asset management plans on this location needs to be here so we can meet the supply and demand here. But nowadays we're asking algorithms to help us with this process. We're asking algorithms, okay, so if this is changing here, we get a heat network in this city, this is changing in the energy mix for this part of the city, where should the new substation be? And this is very interesting, because we're asking AI, we're asking algorithms where we should build our substations. And now the fundamental question we already have in parts of Europe is, okay, so how is bias introduced into these decisions? And to give you a very practical example, if we need to decide where we should lay thicker cables or to provide more electricity, if you ask an AI based on all the data from the Netherlands and different neighborhoods, they will say, please do that in the richest areas of the Netherlands, because the chance of them buying solar panels, the chance of them buying electric cars is just the highest. So we should lay thicker cables in the richer neighborhoods so we can provide them with electricity and access to the grid more easily so they don't run into capacity issues. And that's fundamentally interesting from a technology perspective that an AI says that. But now the question comes to shove. If we're doing it this way, we're only increasing capacity in the richer neighborhoods and definitely not in the neighborhoods with less money to spend on EVs and solar panels. And you get less access to the grid for those other areas. So, and that is what AI is introducing, and actually what we're already running into. So trying to remove that bias, trying to look at fairness from a grid perspective point of view has become very, very important. And this is just one example where we're trying to see where should the next electricity stations be. But there's going to be AI all across the board. And from data collection to forecasting to active congestion management. So one of the things in Europe, which is really coming up now, is the fact that we've laid cables into the ground or on the poles above the ground for decades. And of course, as I mentioned before, we haven't predicted the use of those cables in a two-way street, but only in a one-way generation to the consumers, instead of consumers all using their solar panels, which is really in a huge uptake in the EU, and pushing it back. And that means that the cables are used heavily, and we need to manage them so we don't go over the capacity and we have faulted cables and disruptions. So we need AI across the board to address this situation. But that, again, with the example from here before, that means there could be bias in all of the steps of how we manage electricity, the energy mix in the Netherlands. So that requires a lot of attention and a lot of collaboration. So what you see in the European energy landscape is that over the past decades, every energy company, grid company was very much focused on their own operations. But nowadays, they have to open up what they're doing to learn from each other, to share how they can actively use algorithms, but also actively fight these bias. And a great example, you can see the products here already, and that's my last slide, is that people are using open source more and more, even for core grid capabilities, which was unthinkable 20 years ago, because that was all very proprietary. You have to protect this. But if we all are in this path and managing this complex world, this complexer energy mix, we need all different kinds of, and these are all open source products with all grid forecasting capabilities and so on in the Linux Energy Foundation, but there are more open source foundations there. But you see this opening up, and that is something we couldn't have predicted 20 years ago, and is definitely going on to further technology use and also learn from each other on how we battle this bias in algorithms, but we need to use them anyways to manage the grid effectively. That's my talk so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Also perfectly on time, so thank you for being concise on that. Is there anyone who has a particular question? You can stand up to the mic and ask your question, and please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Moshtaba Rezaka. Actually, yeah, it works. Yeah. Actually, I am MP from Iran's parliament. You know, it's interesting subject that you are discussing here, but you know, you can look at it from different views. First of all, are we going to distribute are we going to consider the fairness of energy distribution, or we are going to consider fairness in all subjects? Are we going to talk about just one subject or one subject? Let's ask it in another way. Are we going to use the same technology in all over the world or not? You are talking about the fairness of energy distribution. So if different parts of the world are using different technologies, how do you come up with a solution for this subject? You know, let's say we are using a car, some places are using gas, some places are using electricity. Even when you use gas, you know, there are different technologies that use, you know, different amount of fuel for the car. So if you are using different technologies, and probably it has, you know, other effects, are we going to consider those items or not? Let's say, are we going to consider sameness of technology or not? Are we going to consider the impact of other, you know, things? Let's say the environment. You know, when you use different technologies, perhaps it impacts on the environment as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of questions. Tim, did you catch them sufficiently?
Mostly.
Okay.
Mostly, and maybe we can use some of them for the further discussion at the end.
Yes.
So that would be, but to give a short response, and the subject on fairness just on one side of distribution, of course, makes no sense. So it's fairness across the board. But also, if you see everyone's using different technologies, not only in different parts of the world, but even within countries, even within companies, at some points, we use different technologies. So the question begs is, can we look at everything from a modular point of view, and where every part is trying to assess fairness in their own way, but also look at the system as a whole? And this is the challenge for this integral approach. But the question still remains, we need to look at fairness across the board. So not only from an energy distribution perspective, but also if we want to cut CO2 emissions in the Netherlands and in Europe and and globally, that also needs to work together. And every country have different challenges and different energy mix. For the Netherlands, we use a lot of natural gas because we had the natural gas bubble in our own country, which we could use. So that gives a whole different perspective on how and what changes we make in terms of CO2 and emissions than the country next to us. But as long as we're as transparent as possible within our technology and be able to make it as modular as possible, that we can interact with the rest, well, that's the name of the game, but also there's no definite solution. So that's why we need to collaborate and work in an open way together to get there step by step.
Thank you, Tim. Well, then I'm going to go next to me. Peach, sorry. Well, up to you. The floor is yours. Do you want the mic?
Yes. Hello, everyone on site and online. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit under the weather, so if you hear a little bit of voice problem, I'm very sorry in advance. So, my name is Chantar Pit Utz. I'm one of the organizing committee from Cambodia Internet Youth Internet Governance Forums, which was hosted and held last month. And I'm also currently pursuing a green job as a space and sustainable operation officer under Impact Hub Phnom Penh, and I hope to still pursue green job in the futures as well. And today I'll be talking about how we can unlock Asia's green energy future through youth. So why is green energy is important? So according to the IPCC report that I went through, it highlights that the increasing global CO2 emissions is at a precedented levels, in which it leads us to energy transition need to be fastened, as 9 out of 10 Asian countries currently have set net zero target, but still many of them are one of the most vulnerable to climate change, in which among these nations, 650 million people reside in it. So the need for energy transition is very needed to supply the high rise in energy demands, in which we face a lot of challenges while doing that for green energy transitions in Asian context, because as you know, each country has different infrastructures, and each nation has their own respective energy structure and system, and also resources to supply those energy. So transitioning might require a huge amount of financing, especially to the developing country. So they might need a lot of funds or support in technology transfer or knowledge improvements from the neighboring country or the developing country in the regions or outside the region as well. And also, while changes might be needed, changes will always affect things. So it might affect the existing jobs, the existing economic opportunity as well, which need time to adapt. So which is why it might take a lot of time to do so, but I'll raise a few cases on how youth can contribute to this development. I will focus on youth instead. So first of all, green energy. So as you can see on the slide, these are some technology that are currently being invented by youth. It could include green energy engineering, smart agriculture, renewable energy optimizations, air quality monitoring, which is green buildings, climate modeling, eco-friendly transportation. These are all the technology that are currently being developed or in a very early stage. So yes, these are the youth-led technology that needed support to be turned into reality and for their innovation and creativeness to blossom. So when you support them, you create entrepreneurship mindsets in our society in order to push our youth forward even further. So investment in youth and their potential to our society is very crucial at this point. And Moreover, they can also contribute by pursuing green jobs. They can advocate for green tax or start recycling their e-waste or the previous generation waste. Yeah, and some of them might become a green AI researcher or sustainability data analyst, renewable energy engineer, clean tech researcher. So these are all the type of green job that youths can pursue in the future and need everyone's support in raising awareness on these green jobs. So when you increase the value of green job, more youths will start to realize that job that they are pursuing are actually making impact to their society, and it can either be positive or negative. And some people might just work to make ends meet, but some people are working to actually make an impact. So I want to start making or raising awareness for you to realize that they can also make an impact while also earning money to sustain their life. Yeah, and also, after green job, we also need to start raising awareness for them to pursue green job, because for them to do that, they also need a lot of exposure. For in my context in Cambodia, I major in international relations and economic science. I was not aware of green jobs at all until I start working at Impact Hub, which I applied for the role without knowing it is a green job. So this is how clueless I am in terms of a youth. So this is my youth perspective. This is why I want us all here to start emphasizing the importance of green jobs. So now let's move to the next one, which is Youth Green Internet Initiative. So aside from green job, we can also start making platform or events that raise those kind of awareness. For instance, I am part of Cambodian Youth Internet Governance Forums. This is the local internet governance forum which are hosted around the world, and it is the Internet Governance Forum was held for the first time in Cambodia, which is very surprising when other country has had it for like so long. So this is show how slow we are in terms of technology and AI transitioning. So yes, we need a lot of more even like this in the regions, especially in also in Cambodia and in other states. Yeah, and moreover, if for youths to actually voice out their opinions and voice out their concern, they can actually go to the local conference of youth, which is quite held around in each nations, and it is held under YANGO, the official children and youth constituency, which is under the United Nations frameworks of Convention on Climate Change. And when you get in one state to actually come up with a statement, those statements are then forwarded to the Conference of Youths, which is the regional one. And once it's concluded in the Conference of Youth, it will also become part of Conference of Party, COP28, which is going to be held on 30 November until 12 December this year. So yeah, this is a platform in which youths can actually learn and also become aware of the internet security while also raising about sustainability and the environment. And for this case, Alcoy is also being held for the first time in Cambodia as well, seeing this is very slow for us. Everything is the first time. So yeah, I will try my best to raise awareness on this, and I'll try to raise about AI, cybersecurity. So since youth needs a lot of knowledge on it, because they are the one who currently use a lot of internet, and I believe harnessing a defense line on cybersecurity is one of the most important thing for them, and by making them become part of this conference will allow them to the opportunity to be part of the decision-making process as well. And it's a space for them to voice their perspective, concern, and idea related to digital policy on online rights and while advocating for climate change. So yes, I'll share you what our neighbor country actually, they already held the Alcoy this year, and this is their statement from the events. They want to call for Vietnamese youth to send relevant party to the COP28 conference. So I actually applied for this as well, and I hope I get selected to be part of it, to share about AI as well. Yes, and from Cambodia via IGF, we also got youth testimonial in which I learned that local IGF is very important as it's equipped you with knowledge on internet governance and its impact in the world that we're living in. So I sincerely hope that I raised the important views through my presentation, and I hope you will be more involved and interested. Yes, I hope that sustainability field will be more acknowledged and we could fasten the inclusive energy transition in the future. Yes, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has a particular question for Peach? No? Okay. I just wanted to say, besides all your the initiatives that you have mentioned, even though those are all youth initiatives, there is a very good international initiative as well, that is, well, for youth and a bit older people, and that's called the Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability. That's, oh, I see someone standing up for a question.
I actually don't have a question for Peach specifically, but probably the question for every speaker. So actually, my name is Wan Kwan. I'm from the software development industry, and I believe in clean code. I believe that clean code will consume less energy than the bad codes. And I believe that when AI comes, it will consume a lot of energy. So do you guys think about that, talk about that in the policy making process as well? Because AI can help us achieve in the other areas, but it also provides challenges as well. So I hope you get my question.
Thank you. I kind of almost feel that this is a value in coding, but I might be wrong on this. But if you would allow me to only ask Hannah at the moment, so we can then move on to the second part of the presentation of Hannah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's definitely a value. We already discussed today incorporating sustainability in the design of artificial intelligence. Within the Coalition for Sustainable Digitization, we also have a working group that's looking at principles for green software. But I'm pretty sure that our expert on artificial intelligence, Neil, will get back on that in a second during our panel discussion. So I suggest we move on to that one.
Yeah, that's why I also gave the floor to you, because the next part is also up to you, Hannah.
All right. So I think we gathered some values. There they are. So I would like to ask Tim and Peach and Neil to have a look at those values. I think we leave them on the screen, right? Yeah. All right. So then I'm going to turn to Tim first. So I see some values: sustainability, fairness, energy, justice, trustworthiness. From the European perspective, Tim, which values do you consider most relevant, and what is currently being done or can be done to sustain these values in the energy transition from the European perspective?
Yeah, I think, and I will address the question of clean code we can get to later. But if you look at the center, I think we see a few of them that are definitely very prevalent from a European perspective already, or at least from my perspective, for sustainability and fairness. And maybe integrity is one of the values which I'd also want to see, because also access to energy is a right, is something we need to protect, is something we need to make sure that everyone has that access. So integrity as a system as a whole, I don't care if you're a grid operator or energy producer or a prosumer in the entire in the world, but integrity of the entire system is something we need to protect in order to foster sustainability and to protect the fairness of the system. So that is something that I would want to add to the core of the values.
All right, thank you so much. Peach, then I'd like to turn to you. Looking at these values, which one do you consider most relevant from the Asian perspective, and how are you currently sustaining those values from your perspective?
For me, in the context of Asia green energy transition, I believe that harnessing renewable energy more efficiently and storing it more effectively would be the value that I think Asians should focus on, as currently we are using fossil fuel and most of the region are like related in terms of sharing those energy. And as everyone may know, currently there's a little bit turbulence with Ukraine and Russia. So that's also tip off the energy sharing within our region as well. So I think Asians should focus more on renewable energy in order for them to supply and sustain their energy in the future as well. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Then final panel question to Neil. And Neil, after answering this question, I'd also would like to ask you to go into the question about energy efficient coding within AI. But first to the panel question. So yeah, we heard the replies of Tim and Peach with regards to relevant values and how to sustain them from both their perspectives. So from the perspective on how AI can help to realize an inclusive energy transition, how do you think that both perspectives could strengthen each other to sustain the named values?
Yeah, I think it's an important question. So I guess one route to technology is that the values are more of the kind of the capitalism or more the marketplace. So we want to deliver some value to some people, and so we develop technology to do this. And then we want to sell this and so on. A second way of perhaps designing technology is what's called value-sensitive design, which is we think about what are the values of the potential customers, but more broadly of society, and how do we incorporate those values in the design process. So value-sensitive design. And I think this can be one way to sustain values which certain stakeholders, society might think are important. And linked with this, I think there's also the notion of that there's some sensitivity to how values can change. So particularly in longer term decisions. So for example, Tim mentioned infrastructure decisions. If we're making decisions now, which will be with us for 20, 30, 40 years, then not only what are today's values, but also potentially how might those values evolve in the future? Okay, so this is a hard question. This is it's not my speciality, but I think it's to recognize that some of the decisions we make now have future consequences, and at least to be aware of that. Then turning to the second question, particularly of the values of efficiency. So if I understood what the asker, the question was about, it's when we have code, we have algorithms, we have AI systems, having more efficient systems, so better designed code, cleaner code, how can that contribute also to questions about sustainability? And I agree that is a value. In fact, just yesterday, I was talking with some people about, you're a tech startup, you're bringing this new AI technology. What are the values? Is it indeed, time to market, disruption, potential profit, and so on? Or is some of the values, maybe we go slower when we're developing our systems, we're implementing our code, because we take on this non-functional requirement of the efficiency of let's say, the AI algorithm. And to me, this is interesting, because I don't know to what extent people think about this. So I don't know, you download an app onto your phone and the app is, 500 megabytes. But actually, maybe it could only be 100 megabytes if the developers took more time and focused on the size and the efficiency of things. So I think it's an important question to raise.
And maybe to add, I also think that the work Peach is doing, the awareness part of looking at how you impact on a societal level, I think that's definitely a part still not always taken into account into developing algorithms across the world. I can see that already in my company. If we build something, we want to build it to have functional impact. And then we also have to ask ourselves, is the code clean enough? How does it run efficiently? And to look at that from a broad perspective, whatever you're doing, so every job can be a clean job, to put it in the phrases used earlier. I think there's work in awareness. I saw awareness on the screen as well, is still something we need to work on in the broader sense of the word, and not only people working in energy, but working in any sector who's building any kind of application, because you're impacting the energy transition in one way or another anyways. So awareness is probably a big thing there.
Yes, it's still on. Yes, thank you, Tim and Neil, for your contributions on answering those questions. I am really pleased with the amount of people who have handed in a few words. I just want to recognize that first of all. Is there anyone else who has a particular question on the presentations given? No? Do you have anything more to add on the word cloud?
I think it's very valuable input, since we're here today with an international audience, and I'm really pleased to see your input on values on a very important topic that is of international importance. So I just want to emphasize that kind of input is something we need, and international cooperation on this kind of topics is very important. So thank you so much for your input.
Yes, well, if there aren't any other questions anymore, I would like to ask Tim if he maybe let's say it like this. If any of the speakers want to have any closing remarks, I would want to give them 1 minute each for key takeaways.
Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, I'll try and make the most of it. So, yeah, I just hope that everyone here got to learn a lot from from the sessions, and I just hope that I make an impact as a youth. And I'm just here on behalf of my team, and I sincerely hope to see a more inclusive energy transition in the future. And in order to do that, not only youth will be the important stakeholder, but also the adults and the people who are on the high up as well, that need to help in giving us direction and shaping it for us to actually follow, and also to help them and support them in the future. And I sincerely hope that everyone would give us more opportunity to take part in this kind of event, in order to learn and also to improve our knowledge on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Peach. Tim, your final remarks.
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my story, I see a tremendous force to opening up everything we're doing from a technology perspective, but also from a complexity perspective. And that's not a bad thing. That means that we can all more easily contribute to what we're doing here, whether it's open source, whether it's sharing values in different areas to foster the energy transition. So seeing all that open up and seeing where technology is also forcing us, I think is a big opportunity for everyone to make sure that we're on the right value track and do value-based design, as Neil said. And I'm hopeful for the future, where we are managing this landscape not only in Europe but in the entire world, and sharing that knowledge. So that's my last 2 cents.
Thanks, Tim. Neil, last but not least.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think a value that's also in the discussion is the notion of accountability. So accountability of AI systems, accountability of those who develop them, accountability more generally in society towards the energy transition. And perhaps to add also, as Tim said, there is a global perspective on this. And so are also European countries accountable to other parts of the world, as we're interdependent. And I hope we have things to learn from each other, but also to strive together towards the energy transition.
Thank you, Neil. I would then want to thank all the speakers, all the tech team here for ensuring that this session went really smooth. And I in particular want to thank the speakers for, or some of them, for waking up really early in the morning, because they are in a quite different time zone. And I want to yesterday in the main hall I asked the panel there on the GDC if they could ensure that there would be a bit more about sustainability in the GDC, because it was very little what's been mentioned in the policy brief of the Secretary General, no, sorry, from the Tech Envoy, and in that main hall, that's where the Kyoto Protocol was signed, or the final negotiations took place. And I think we're in this incredible building here, and we should think about the future in that sense. And I think it's wonderful that we're having more and more discussions about sustainability and digitalization and making that combination. And I think we had a great session here on accelerating an inclusive energy transition. So with these final notes, I want to thank you all for attending this session, and please feel free to chatter around and exchange on information, because I think that's where the most interesting discussions come from. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming to the session on the enhancing the digital divide for the development of the digitalization in the region. My name is Daisuke Hayashi from the World Bank, and I'm a moderator of this session. And once again, thank you very much for coming. And firstly, I'd like to start with my my presentation a bit short, a brief, so that I would like to share with all of you that what is the background and what we are going to discuss about. And this, okay. And today's speaker is composed of the five people from the government of Indonesia, ASEAN Secretariat, and Japan. Those three are from speak online. And the two tech specialists from JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, Mr. Yamanaka-san on your right. And from the Japanese commerce company Mercari, Mr. Amano-san will join us as well. And just to say that the background of the digitalization is not so very familiar with all of you, so just skip the the details. But we all share that the digital economy has a lot of potentials and grows faster than the traditional economy. And of course, they has generated considerable benefits like 10% increase in internet adoption leads to 0.5 to 1.2% income growth, or the 1% increase in adoption of digital technology is associated with labor productivity growth of 1 to 2%. There are so many examples, but we can already know that kind of potentials. And also, on your right side, and of course, the digital economy size is still modest, but increasing rapidly, now between 5 to 7% of GDP, and notably in the EAP areas like Indonesia, has a lot of increase in recent years. And but at the same time, we are facing some challenges. Of course, not only the digital divide, but also the digital, the leaders and lack of the digital leaders in the region. For example, in the United States, of course, the what we call the GAFA plus Microsoft has a lot of kind of dominating the market, and also the Asia and the Pacific region. You see that so many companies are growing, but compared to the United States, it's not so big. And of course, and increasing the companies in the EAP region is so rapidly. Like, for example, the Tokopedia, Glove, or some sort of the apps like how can I say, the car ride sharing system or e-commerce services are growing, but it's not so huge as the Google or other gigatech companies. So I think we think that this kind of the differences or lack of the or kind of not so much the growth of the companies are due to that lack of the knowledge, lack of the skilled people, or other things. So I'd like to deepen this discussion, deepen those kind of perspectives, so that how we evolve, how we could evolve the digital development in the region in the context of the digital skilled people. And this is a main point of the discussion. But of course, I'd be happy to, of course, elaborate other aspects as well. So I'd like to invite the ASEC, Dr. Lan, by, of course, an introduction, and as well as the regional access, sharing the regional situation of digitalization and what the challenges they are facing. So, Ransan, please.
Thank you so very much. I hope that you can hear me okay.
Yes, okay.
All right, I very quickly to share on the screen my presentations. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, World Bank and Hayashi-san, for the opportunity for me and my colleague, Dian from the Indonesian, the chair of the ASEAN this year, to update and share our perspective on how ASEAN moving forward the digital agenda. Now, first, I just want to quickly give you an overview that ASEAN is very much aware of immense potential of the a single digital economy of the regions. ASEAN is now the fifth largest economy in the world with 3,000 billion US dollars, and with significant 300 million consumers across the regions. Now, the pandemic given a lot of impact on the economy, but it's actually a good accelerator for the digital transformation in ASEAN. And actually, you may see on the screen that there are more than 400 million of people, actually 460 million people are very much connected to the internet. And over the last 2 years, there are more than 100 new internet users actually joined the internet setting. So having said that, ASEAN is ready to embrace the digital transformation as a new driver for growth. And as you may be aware that last year, ASEAN has launched the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or in short, DEFA. And it estimated that the DEFA agreement would further accelerate the digital transformation of ASEAN and estimate that it estimated that the DEFA would contribute up to $2 trillion US to the region, to the regional GDP. So the DEFA mostly shed a new light for the ASEAN digital economy agenda in ASEAN, and there are a comprehensive 9 key elements of the future ASEAN DEFA that I would like to share with you, like digital trade, e-commerce, digital ID and authentication, the online and cybersecurity, the digital payment, the cross-borders, data flow, the competition policy and cooperation for the emerging topic, and also the talent mobility. So now, but having said that, I must want to say that the journey of the ASEAN toward the digital transformation is not without challenging. In fact, we have a lot of challenge that we need to overcome in order to really move forward the digital economy agenda. First and foremost, that ASEAN is a collective, is a collection of a country with a very different level of readiness or digital readiness and level of development. And while we are sharing the same objective, we acknowledge that within and among ASEAN, we are some of the ASEAN member countries are actually in the top performer, actually the top performers of the digital transformation, while others countries are very much at the lowest performance in the region. And you can see on the screen that there is a quite significant gap between the lowest and the high and the top performance within the ASEAN in terms of trade, payment, digital ID, cybersecurity. So that actually is an inherent disadvantage that ASEAN need to overcome in order to realize the so-called ASEAN digital economy. Another challenge that ASEAN needs to do to deal with, which is quite significant, is about cybersecurity, and the gap remain in the establishment of a coherent legal framework for cybersecurity is very large, and the level of maturity among ASEAN is still very significant. The digital divide, not only between ASEAN member countries, but between or among the players within the ASEAN digital is also very large, between micro, a small and medium size, and also a big company. So as you may see on the screen, that the micro and small enterprise is far below in terms of digital readiness to adopt in order to fully benefit the digital transformation of ASEAN. And we acknowledge that there is an emerging challenge with regard to the emerging technology like AI, like cloud computing technology. In fact, it creates a lot of impact on our labor market, on the bias and fairness of the market. So we need to address it to ensure that the environment, the digital environment, is truly sound and favorable to everyone. Last but not least, it's about the digital skill. And according to the estimation that about 10 to 20% of the job will be displaced by the digital technology in the next few years. So there are about 28.1 million of jobs will be displaced by the digital technology. But at the same time, we are dealing with a lot of scarcity in terms of digital talent. So as you may see on the screen, that ASEAN needs about 50 million additional digital professionals in this area, and we need to address it sooner than later. So there are two challenges that we need to overcome. First, we make those who are unskilled to be more relevant, and we also need to train a higher professional to empower ASEAN to really benefit the digital transformation. Now, I just want to turn to my last point, is that ASEAN is aware of our challenges. We know that we need to do a lot, particularly in terms of digital skill, and across the sector body of ASEAN, like ASEAN SME, ASEAN Science and Technology, ASEAN and Education. We all set up a facility to ensure that we open more opportunity for those who need to equip with digital knowledge, while at the same time we want to support the education system and the science and technology in ASEAN to really make ASEAN to be more adaptive to the new environment. So thank you very much, Hayashi-san. I just want to stop here and to open for further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan-san. Thank you for your comprehensive explanation. And of course, now we understand what the challenges we are facing as a ASEAN whole. So I'd like to now invite the Indonesia, Ms. Ms. Dian-san, for sharing with us your priority. Notably, the Indonesia has experience in the presidency of the G20 and ASEAN last year and this year. So would you please share with us what is your priorities and what kind of backgrounds as well?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hayashi. So thank you also for the opportunity to speak in this prestigious panel discussion that you convened today. And as you say that this year Indonesia is no longer the presidency of G20, but we are part of Troika countries in the Digital Economy Working Group, or DEWG 2023, as well as the chair of ASEAN in 2023. At the same time, we actively contribute to the Boot Forum, and our ministry, the Ministry of Communication and Informatics of the Republic Indonesia, or MCI-RI, involved and carried on priority deliverables in Boot Fora. As Troika in DEWG, Indonesia supports the 3 priorities of DEWG 2023 proposed by India's presidency. They are digital infrastructure for digital inclusion and innovation, building safety, security, resilience, and trust in digital economy, and digital skilling for building a global future-ready workforce. The last priority, the digital skilling for building a global future-ready workforce, aims to enhance the G20 members' collective efforts to promote digital skill and digital literacy, with a focus on addressing digital divide and skill gaps, including gender skill gaps, through skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, and other capacity building initiative. This digital skill initiative is a continuous effort made by the China in 2016, the Germany in 2017, Argentina in 2018, and Indonesia G20 presidencies in 2022. During Indonesia's DEWG presidency 2022, we emphasize on digital skills and launch 3 output documents. We launched compendium of framework of practices and policies on advanced digital skill and digital literacy. And then G20 toolkit for measuring digital skills and digital literacy, together with a collection of policies and recommendations to improve meaningful participation of people in vulnerable situations in the digital economy. Moreover, as the chair of ASEAN 2023, MCI Indonesia overseen the digital sector under ASEAN Economic Community Pillar and information sector under ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Pillar. Therefore, we propose 3 priority deliverables. Under the digital sector, we propose 2 priority deliverables. The first one is regulatory pilot space to facilitate cross-border digital data flow to enable self-driving car in ASEAN, or we call it ASEAN RPS. The ASEAN RPS is supported by government of Japan as one of the dialogue partner of ASEAN. And the second one is ASEAN Framework on Logistics for Digital Economy Supply Chain in Rural Area. And the last one, if you can see on the screen, we propose the guideline development on management of government information for combating fake news and disinformation in the media. The document has just launched in Somri Amri. It is a ministerial level meeting for information sector in Da Nang, Vietnam last month. And the key priority of the guideline is not only to improve digital literacy among ASEAN communities, but also ASEAN member states could focus on strategic communication, education, awareness, and advocacy programs to combat fake news and disinformation. This we will provide the soft copy of this guideline online and can be accessible for everyone. After after some sort of time, maybe just this month, we will launch it for public. And then in our findings that government information is managed properly and accordingly is believed to serve as one of the solutions to counter and deal with disinformation and fake news circulation within the community. Therefore, Indonesia proposed this guideline to combating fake news and disinformation in the media, mainly to raise the ASEAN community digital literacy and information literacy level. So this program is not only aim what I mentioned before, but also to increase knowledge, promote behavior changes, build support, and influence policy decision. We during the development of this framework, we the guidelines. Sorry, we engage the fact-checking network, interagency coordination, and cross-functional collaboration. The collaboration are essential for achieving common goals in managing information to combat fake news and disinformation. And this is one of our priority in ASEAN chairmanship that's already been done by Indonesia. The two others is still ongoing, and I would like to say more on the Indonesia presidency during G20, especially in TWG in 2023 too, and during the ASEAN chairmanship in 2023, we demonstrated a strong commitment to advancing digital skill and technological development in the region. And under its leadership, Indonesia aimed to harness the power of digital transformation as a driver of economic growth and social development. The Indonesia government implemented various initiatives to foster digital literacy, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We actively promoted digital skill development through educational program, vocational training, and partnership with the public and private sector. And then by prioritizing the digital skill, Indonesia sought to bridge the digital divide and ensure that its people, as well as the broader Southeast Asian community, are prepared to thrive in the digital era, contributing to economic prosperity and social inclusion on a global scale. Thank you, Mr. Ayasi.
Thank you very much, Dian-san, for your very continuous work between from the G20 to ASEAN and to concretize and of course deliver some more projects in the region. So now let's go and move to the bit different perspective, and because I recognize that this year is Japan and ASEAN has 50 years friendship year, and I think the Japan has been contributed to the region as well. So I'd like to invite the Tsunoda-san from the Ministry of Communications of Japan for sharing with us some your priorities and your contribution to the region. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the question. I'm Rika Tsunoda from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication. I work mostly on promoting digital infrastructure globally in International Digital Infrastructure Promotion Division. So this session is very relevant. So I'm so delighted to join this session. And as Hayashi-san mentioned, Japan hosted the G7 this year as a presidency. And I'd like to today share the priority of digital development with developing countries. And I think the first priority of Japan is to ensure economic resilience and economic security, including in developing countries in the Pacific region. So to that end, promoting to deploy open and resilient digital infrastructure in developing countries is indispensable. So first, I'd like to reflect on the G7 in Hiroshima summit, which Japan hosted as a presidency. And I'd like to focus on free and open in the Pacific and economic resilience and economic security part. And in Hiroshima summit, G7 member states reiterated the importance of a free and open in the Pacific and underscored its commitment to strengthen coordination with regional partners, including ASEAN and its member states, and also reaffirmed the partnership with Pacific Island countries. And when look at G7 leaders' statement on economic resilience and economic security, in building a resilient critical infrastructure part, it emphasized the importance of cooperating on enhancing security and resiliency in critical infrastructure in digital domain. And also we welcome the supplier diversification efforts on 5G Open RAN architecture. So from that point, the Japanese government has been promoting open 5G architecture and vendor diversification in radio access network. So multiple approaches, including intergovernmental dialogue and government and industry collaboration, including capacity building. So Open RAN is a radio access network that encouraged multiple vendors to share 5G networks through open interface. And as you know, currently 5G serves as a basic infrastructure for our social and economic activities. So 5G should be developed in secure, open, and robust way through competition by multiple vendors. And 5G open architecture have some benefits like ensuring supply chain resilience by making telecom operators procurement more flexible and helping increase network transparency, and also promoting competition of base station market. So with regard to digital development with developing countries in 5G Open RAN, in Quad leaders meeting this year, that Quad leaders statement announced cooperation with Palau, one of the Pacific Island countries, to establish a deployment of Open RAN so that regional countries are not left behind as telecommunication markets. And also there are government industry engagement cases to enhance knowledge of 5G Open RAN. For example, USAID launched Asia Open RAN Academy in Philippines, which is the human resource development program targeting in the Pacific region to enhance knowledge of Open RAN. And we call it Aura. And Aura has partnership with government, business, and civil society, including Japanese telecom companies. And so the MRC is also willing to cooperate with Aura with USAID. And next example is that this year marks 50th year of ASEAN-Japan friendship and cooperation, and Japan will be holding a symposium on Open RAN on November 1st and 2nd by using the ASEAN-Japan ICT Fund, which was established by Japanese contributions. In the symposium, we are going to hold panels to share private companies' Open RAN promotion efforts and digitalization by 5G networks. And also, second priority is that I'd like to highlight that filling the knowledge gap in digital skills and digital literacy, as well as developing network, is also a high priority. And because internet is borderless, so one country is having high technologies, knowledge isn't enough to achieve digital inclusion in the free and open in the Pacific. And to fill the knowledge gap, the government of Japan has been enhancing capacities in digital field, not only 5G in 5G area, as I mentioned, but also in other telecom areas. So I'd like to share the Japanese government activities. I'd like to quickly share my slide, okay. Yes, here we go. Yeah, I hope you see my slide as well. And okay. So this is the capacity building programs to API. And the fund provides extra budgetary contribution to API and to support ICT training and international collaborative research and pilot project. And ICT training programs are targeted for officials from APT member states and provides lectures by experts and have discussions on broadband and cybersecurity. And also there are official visits to ICT companies. For example, in 2022, the Japan Telecommunications Engineering and Consulting Service, JTEC, provided a training program in Fiji for monitoring natural disasters and climate change by wireless network. And also, there are international collaborative researches and projects, including internet quality assurance and security, and also development of an app. And in terms of cybersecurity, Japanese NICT, National Cybersecurity Training Center, develops training programs to deal with cyber attacks, such as cyber defense exercise. This. And the Japanese government has been working on human resource development in cybersecurity field in cooperation with private operators in Asia Pacific region. For example, this is the ASEAN-Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, and we call it AJCCBC. And it was established based on the agreement of 7 tiers ASEAN and Japan telecommunications and information technology ministers meeting in 2017. And it started its operation in Bangkok in September 2018. So AJCCBC has helped uplift cybersecurity capabilities in ASEAN region. So the main activity includes conducting multiple cybersecurity exercises with private sectors, including cyber defense exercise recurrence, and also digital forensic exercise and malware analysis exercise. And also the AJCCBC holds annual competition of cyber attack called ASEAN Youth Cybersecurity Technical Challenge. We call it Cyber Sea Game to promote the ability of young engineers and students selected from ASEAN member states. And as of April 2023, AJCCBC holds approximately 1,200 participants in total and contribute to improving cybersecurity capabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. So I'll stop here and thank you for listening.
Hi, Tosan. Thank you very much for your explanation. Very, very fruitful and of course comprehensive for in terms of Japanese contribution. And now I'd like to invite the JICA's Yamanaka-san for to ask you about some your contribution as well as because JICA has been contributing a lot, not only supporting the infrastructure building, but also the capacity building as well. So I'd like to ask you what you brought to the kind of region, and also I think you have a lot of lessons learned from your experiences. So in terms of the digital skilling up project, so I'd like to ask you for these questions.
Thank you so much, Hayashi-san, and thank you so much for World Bank to organize this session. It's very, very interesting for us as well, because ASEAN or Asia Pacific region is actually a priority countries for us as well. In terms of actually, just before I go, I think just to say who we are, I think is very important to talk about. We are like bilateral organizations, donor organizations from Japan, Japanese government. We currently, the last fiscal year, we had about 1,700 ongoing project with it's very difficult to say because Japanese yen is weakening, but fiscal year in 2022, we had about 1.2 trillion, 1.3 trillion dollars of funding for the projects. And then last years, we actually had 13,217 actually trainees actually trained. So in that respect, as Hayashi-san mentioned, we're doing a lot in terms of capacity buildings areas as well. And we also have like 9,163 experts and JICA volunteers fielded all over the world. So in that also respect, that we actually working in the more than 150 countries and the ASEAN and as well as Asia Pacific regions. Pacific region is also the region where we work very closely. So in terms of actually infrastructure development, we have been doing quite a lot in the past, but currently in the digital technology per se, we are not really doing a lot in the Asian Pacific regions. Rather, we actually utilizing the infrastructure that we have contributed to support and then trying to actually have the digital components into it. Except maybe we are doing projects such as like geospatial electrical reference points that we're doing this project in Thailand. That's a very important point where it's going to actually help, for example, mobile-based services, because reference point is very important for the mobility service to use, such as like automated sort of like automated like cars and so on, or even like automated combines, where the field, where they can actually do the field work automatically. So we're doing a lot of POCs based on these reference points that we're helping them. Apart from that, we have supported quite many actually infrastructure development in like water, roads, other areas. and where we see a lot of actually digital technology needs. So we actually trying to incorporate a lot of digital technologies, as well as incorporating how can you use the data to support these initiatives as well. So that's what we're doing. And in the previous panels, actually, we have been mentioned quite a lot in terms of cyber capacity buildings. We actually, and then I think Director Tsunoda was mentioning about AJCCBC, in the Asia, Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Centers. We are actually utilizing centers, cooperating with the centers to provide different actually capacity building initiatives in ASEAN regions. And we are trying to expand that centers to be a center of excellence on creating the cybersecurity human resources. So that is something that we're doing very closely. As well as other sort of technical assistance project or initiatives in the ASEAN, specifically in the ASEAN regions, in terms of cybersecurities. Hayase-san, if you don't stop me, I'm going to continue. So in terms of actually a significance for example, Pacific Island initiatives, we are currently in talks with our partners like United States and Australia to actually have fiber lines actually to be built to the Niue. It's another sort of alternative routings for the the critical sort of fiber backbone. So that's what we are doing. So in short, not short, I guess, we have been doing a lot in terms of capacity buildings right now, specifically utilizing a lot of support that we have done in the infrastructures in ASEAN regions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Amano from the Mercari company to share with different perspectives of the digital skills. And because I think the kind of in Japan and also the ASEAN's contribution is not mainly, but principally on the kind of public sector's point of view. So I think not only the public sector, but also private sectors, the skilling up is so important to be innovative in the region or kind of globally speaking. So I'd like to ask you, Amano-san, to share your experiences and how you contributed to the kind of, I think Mercari has a lot of experience to support the scaling up the digital skilled people in the local areas in Japan. So I'd like to ask you about that. Thank you.
Just thank Hayashi-san for the invitation to this invaluable opportunity and the other participants for the fruitful discussion and the information sharing. I'm from the private sector, working for Mercari Inc. We, Mercari, provide the smartphone application named Mercari, the same to company name, which is a peer-to-peer trade platform of the second-hand items and handmade items. By reducing the disposal of items by individual trades, we aim to accelerate the circular economy into the society with our apps. Now, we, Mercari, have broadened our business, not only Japan, toward the US, and ready to promote the further expansion in the world. In Japan, we have more than 20 million customers, reaching 100 billion yen in the GMV last year, gross market value. Now, we, Mercari, support the local students by giving a project-based learning program and donation to local technological college, Kamiyama Kosen, using our Mercari app. Through our PBL program, high school students sell local products on our Mercari site, which it is very difficult for undigitized local companies or traditional industry. We had a program in Wakayama, Kyoto, so on. There, we teach digital skills as well as digital marketing skills, including data analysis, to the local students. And based on needs, they sell the local food and traditional products in Kyoto in the real EC business. They are expected to acquire useful digital knowledge and experience in the real situation, and the ability to survive and commerce in the difficult era. On the other hand, the Kamiyama Tech College is an educational institution which gives IT education utilizing regional features such as agriculture and so on. MECA gives the support in the form of donation and cooperation agreements. In particular, as the majority of Japanese engineers are male, we aim to increase the number of female engineers in the school. And in that, we give the workshop for engineers and local people in the Kamiyama Kosen. And in this way, for the growth of engineers in the countryside, it is very useful to utilize the local resources, which facilitate the students utilize what they learned in the school in the real situation. But the lesson that we learned from the kind of educational activities is a lack of human resources which can give technological and real experience in the local areas. It is quite difficult. I mean that through internet, you can learn digital skills and how to use data analysis on YouTube or etc. But the most important features for younger generation is the kind of situations or kind of communication with real people. So by dispatching specialist engineers from Mercari to kind of the local schools and the local companies, we try to kind of not educate but deepen the understanding of digital skills in the region.
Thank you very much, Amano-san, for your sharing your kind of very different experiences that we had at a kind of public sector's point of view. And I think, from the Yamanaka-san's point, the indication and Amano-san's indication that, that we are focusing mainly, we have been focused on mainly on the cyber security, capacity building, and of course Japan could support it for a long time for these cybersecurity matters. But at the same time, we are not ignoring, but we don't know what to do with kind of more digital skilled people to be innovative, right? And the cybersecurity is a point of more protective way from the attack, cyber attacks or something like that. But I think the digital skill, creation of the digital skilled people is a more positive should be more positive way to do that. So I think from the Lansan's the presentation that I think Lansan, you made a presentation on the some sort of the sectors that you are going to do, or kind of ASEAN is now focusing on. So would you please share with your experience that a little bit more? What is the sectors do you think that most important or kind of more important to be skilled up? And also what is the best way to create the ways for the creating the people? And this is the question for you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And now, in ASEAN, we very much focus on the inclusive participations of the players in the digital economy. So the micro, small, and medium size, the household deserve to be equipped with sufficient digital knowledge in order for them to actively and effectively participate in the future's digital economy of ASEAN. And that is our top priority for the digital era. And I'm thankful for a lot of support, including those in the private sector and in the donor, including Japan. The ASEAN has established a very proactive facility. We call it ASEAN SME Academy, which is an online platform to enable everyone, especially those who are small and medium size, can participate and enjoy the upskilling, reskilling program. And the second thing that we also encourage the business to business matching, so that we can encourage more small and medium sized households to participate in the future or in the digital economy of ASEAN. So that is the first part of it. The second priority that ASEAN is very much focused is we want to promote the cross-border e-commerce throughout the regions. And that also enable a lot of good initiatives, like how to promote the e-commerce transactions by having a better logistic system across the region. And the second, we need to develop the so-called the digital payment system throughout the region. And last year, we have secured a good agreement among the member states of ASEAN to enhance the so-called digital payment network using the QR code. So there are 6 member countries of ASEAN already a part of that network, and we want to do more so that the banking sector can actually collaborate with each other to enable a cross-border digital payment. And we are going to develop a new system where a new system for the digital ID or digital business ID to enable the interoperable platform for business and consumer who actually can confidently participate in a digital environment of ASEAN. Now, on top of that, I believe that ASEAN has a lot of things to do in order to train our people and to train unskilled workers to become more skilled in the digital environment. And then a lot of things we need to do, and we are happy to work closely with our donor, a partner, World Bank, Japan, and then in order to address the issue or the challenge in the digital skill in the years to come. So for that, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lang-san, for your thoughts and the very, very comprehensive thoughts. Yes, I think the more and more the digitalization expanding, that kind of more and more cross-sectoral approach is very important. Like a banking system, payment system, all the systems are to be composed of the many aspects, right? Not only cybersecurity, but also the how to involve the banking sectors and also the taxation, etc., etc. So this is very important that the many actors or should be involved in for creating one system, which means that the many aspects of the knowledge should be integrated to create one or two systems. So I think this kind of, the integration of the knowledge is key for the foundation of the next year's the innovation, digital innovation. Let's go forward to the sector, the further for the futures, perspectives. And I'd like to invite Dian-san to share with us what is the law expected to the public sector. I mean, the ASEAN's view, or the, of course, not only the regional organization, but also the World Bank or other, international or the multinational entities can do for deepen this kind of, knowledge sharing system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hayashi, for the question. So I would like to address it in the role that Indonesia expect from the public sector and other multinational entities. I would like to focus only on the digital and information sector. That's because that's my area scope of work. So I will focus to answer your question on that area. In the age where digital information and technology are transforming societies, economies, and government, Indonesia, like many other nations, has high expectation for collaboration and support in this reality, in this new reality for the development of technology and its rapid growth. So Indonesia, with its growing population and emerging economy, is believed to harness the potential of digital and information sector for the betterment of its society. However, to fully realize the opportunities and mitigate the challenges, the country looks to the public sector and multinational entities for cooperation and collaboration. Of course, we are member of many international organizations, such as International Telecommunication Union and then ASEAN, and we actively engage with ASEAN and also the other dialogues partners, which also includes Japan, of course, in it. And we are actively engaging G20 and other international, multilateral and international fora. But first and foremost, for Indonesia, expect cooperation is in building a robust digital infrastructure. The reliable and high-speed internet connectivity is the backbone of any digital information. I think this is a promise of digital information, digital transformation. And then for the public sector, in collaboration with multinational entities, can support Indonesia expand and improve its digital infrastructure, ensuring that even remote areas have access to the internet. This is not only support economic growth, but also empower citizens with valuable information and resources. Indonesia also anticipates support in nurturing its burgeoning technology and startup ecosystem. The digital sector presents an opportunity to foster innovation, create jobs, and drive economic growth. Collaboration with international technology companies and investors can help Indonesia startups gain access to capital, mentorship, and global markets, accelerating their development and contribution to the economy. Moreover, in e-governance, Indonesia expects public sector cooperation to play a pivotal role in digitizing government services. This can streamline administrative processes, reduce bureaucracy, and enhance transparency, making it easier for citizens to access essential services. Multinational entities can also provide expertise and technology to support the digitalization of government function. Next is about data privacy and cybersecurity. Both are critical concern in the digital age. So Indonesia has several cooperation with public sector and international organizations in establishing robust data protection law and cybersecurity measures. Collaboration is essential to guard against cyber threat, safeguard sensitive information, and build trust in digital ecosystem. Additionally, Indonesia expects support in the education sector to equip its citizens with digital skills and literacy. In a world driven by technology, digital education is crucial to prepare the workforce in tomorrow's public-private partnership can facilitate programs that train individuals in digital skills, ensuring that there are no one left behind in this space, in this fast-paced digital revolution. Inclusivity is another vital aspect of Indonesia expectation from the public sector and multinational entities. The nation seeks to bridge the digital divide, ensuring that all citizens, regardless of their location and socioeconomic status, can benefit from the digital age. This may involve subsidizing access to digital services and ensuring that the content is available in local languages. As with many sectors, Indonesia expects cooperation that respects its national sovereignty and values. We are the country with a very diverse cultural and entities, so we should acknowledge and preserve the digital space. In conclusion, Indonesia recognizes the transformative power of digital and information sector. The nation looks to the public sector, including its own government, as well as multinational entities, to collaborate in building a digital infrastructure, nurturing innovation, improving government services, protecting data, fostering education, promoting inclusivity, and respecting cultural diversity. So we can harness the potential of digital aids, which benefit to all, not only Indonesian, but also contribute to the nation and regional growth and development. Thank you, Mr. Hayashi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, just we have 5 minutes left. So just briefly asking the Japan and the JICA for just from your views on the how to promote these, to promote digitalization with through the skilling up the digitally skilled people, right? The increase the digital skilled people. So maybe Japan, MIC first, just briefly, please.
Yeah, just briefly with my comments. I think building on what Hayashi-san said and Dr. Ran said, I think although there are already institutions and programs that have been providing capacity building, such as APT, Asia Pacific Telecommunity, and AJCGBC, but I believe it's meaningful to provide variety of programs by multiple channels, by multiple organizations, including World Bank. Is really meaningful because each country has different needs and we should meet their needs as much as we could. And with regard to the contents of the capacity building, as Hayashi-san said, I think not only in cybersecurity, but also ICT solutions and utilization services are important areas to focus on, as Amano-san shared many caveats in this session. And MIC has been helping Japanese telecom companies which provide digital services to solve global issues such as climate change and inequality, and expand its ICT solution services to overseas by using its budget. And as Dr. Lan said, the nature focus on ASEAN focus on the cross-border payment and digital ID. There are also the Japanese ICT companies that have such kind of techniques like cross-border payment or digital ID. So through these capacity buildings, and I think the government of Japan could share these ICT solutions to developing countries in addition with digital infrastructure, and developing countries could get to know these solutions. I think that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Then Yamanaka-san, please.
1 minute, right? Yes, so thank you so much. Actually, so building on to Tsunoda-san's actually comment, I think, partnership with private sectors, I think that's going to be critical, I think. That's because they actually have the technological solutions, so they know it. So how can you actually support the connections between the companies like in ASEAN with the Japanese company? I think that's also going to be very, very critical. And in terms of content, not only in the digital skill side, but I think the policy is very important. So like how can you actually have the countries actually have the right policies to support and foster innovations and the ecosystem development as well. So in that respect, that we also support the digital policies, actually skills trainings as well. So we need to actually have this double-pronged approach. Not only the technology skills are important, but the content or the policy areas, as well as digital skills in terms of technology skills connecting with the private sectors.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comprehensive and very, very conclusive comments. Just finally ask Amano-san, invite Amano-san from your private company sector's point of view. I mean, as Yamanaka-san mentioned, the collaboration with the private sector is so important and becoming more and more important from the now on to the innovation. So please say some conclusional words from you.
Well, it's quite difficult to say conclusional words, but I hope that in order to implement digital skills to local or developing countries people, it is quite important not only educate digital skill, but also that communication with kind of top tier engineers with local people. From this viewpoint, and the promotion of movement people from the urban side to local side is very important by the government. But also lowering the barrier of the cross-border movement of engineers are quite also very, very important because in including Japan, even in the developed country, we have a scarce of engineers, and we also need a top-tier engineer even in the urban area, but also the local area. So we hope that the government try to lowering the barrier, kind of taxation or visa issuing. So for doing that, and the digital skilled people will the kind of disperse over the world. I think that this is quite important for implementing digital skills into the people.
Thank you very much, Amano-san. Yeah, I think from the session, this session, I believe that we understand what we are facing, the challenges we are facing, but at the same time, we had a lot of experiences on some sectors like cybersecurities and infrastructure technologies, etc., etc. So from now on, I think it's very important to kind of improve or develop or foster the digitalization by creating a more innovative people, which means that a lot of skills and of course not. This is very impressed by the other sectors, expertise, and also the mixture of this culture. So I think it's a kind of private and the public-private, the collaboration is very important. So I think it's very important to create some sort of the discussion place or the venue for exchanging of knowledge or kind of the exchange point for further scaling up the digital skills from the region to the world. And that's what that might be bringing the kind of more exchange globally, and not only the regionally or kind of country level, but also the global exchange, and that would lead to the more further the innovation, which leads to the AI or NI innovation that we are discussing mainly in this IGF 2023. So I'm sorry, but it's run on time, and so I'm sorry that I cannot take the question from the floors. But thank you very much for your collaboration, and I hope that of course, from the World Bank side, I'd be happy to work with all of you, our clients, to develop the digitalization in the world, and of course with the Japanese as well as the ASEAN and private sectors, collaboration. So thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Hayashi. May I leave the forum?
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
everyone.
bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Can you hear me? Can Okay. Can you hear me online? Okay. Hi, everyone. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. I am Rashad Sanusi, Technical Support at Digital Grassroots, and I am thrilled to welcome you all to this session on digital inclusion. So for this session, I will share my screen before we start. Our session will follow this outline. Let me share my screen. Okay, I want to share my screen. Sorry for that. I just want to share my screen. It's okay now. Thank you. We can continue. So I am Rashad Sanoussi, and I'm super happy to have you all for this session. For this session on digital inclusion, and this session will follow this outline. First, we will have the welcome and introduction, and after we will have an introduction and an icebreaker before the panel discussion, where we have 4 amazing speakers. They will share their experience about digital inclusion in their own community. And after that, we will go for Q&A and participant insights before the closing remark. So as I was saying, I'm super happy to have you all today for this session. And I am here with my colleague, Anna, and we are happy to moderate this session. So to start, today we embark on a journey to explore digital inclusion and how this intersects with our participation in internet governance. So this session is about to know how how our community are facing the barrier to access to internet, and also what are the challenges we are facing in our community about internet governance. So by understanding this challenge, we will make sure that we know how we can be more engaged in the space, so we can have our voice heard and also know the challenge we are facing at the grassroots level. So our aim today is to create an interactive and inclusive environment where everyone can be invited to share their own view and how we can break this barrier to help everybody to be engaged in internet governance. So I will invite Anna for the next part of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been having some issues with my audio, so please let me know if you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you so much to all of you for joining us. And as Rashad mentioned, navigating through intersectional access and participation in internet governance, we recognize a vast area of barriers, notably impacting marginalized youth. And these challenges stemming from different factors: social, economic, political, cultural, and other contexts present distinct obstacles in different environments. And we believe that unpacking these factors is vital in enabling us to recognize and map solutions that fully grasp the issue and also leverage our collective insight toward effective practices and policies. And to start this session on the note of a collaborative exploration, we invite you to share words or phrases that come to your mind when you think about the barriers faced by the marginalized youth. Through the Menti, I'm going to screen share. Rashad, would you mind to stop screen sharing for a moment so I can screen share? Thank you. So we invite you to join us in Menti and share some of your thoughts about this issue before we proceed to the panel. I believe you should be able to see my screen. So please use the code that you can see 15254103 and let us know your thoughts. Thank you so much for contributing your ideas. So I can see that we already have quite an array of issues, and yeah, I think that this world cloud reflects the collective acknowledgement of these barriers, and also we can see how diverse they are. Something that I was mentioning earlier, that the intersection of different factors and contexts that come into arena when we talk about inclusive participation and access. And this is something that we hope to discuss today during the panel discussion with our amazing speakers, and to see how we can leverage this knowledge, keeping in mind this visualization and this map that we have on the screen, and how we can navigate these issues to promote the meaningful participation of young people in internet governance across different contexts. And I will now give the word to Rashad to present our guest speakers that will dig deeper into this conversation and guide us through this discussion.
Thank you, Anna. We will continue our session, and the next part is about the panel, and we have 4 amazing speakers, and I will let them introduce themselves, but before I will introduce themselves shortly, and also let them to say something before I will give them the floor. So we have Muhammad Atif Alin. He is from India, and he is currently engaged as a research analyst in TCS. And also he has a relevant background in research, consultancy, information technology and sustainability, and internet governance. Also we have Jewan Sean. She's a doctoral researcher at Kashwek Institute of Technology with a passion for multi-stakeholder model in internet governance. She's also an ICANN fellow, an APNIC fellow, and also APIGA fellow. We also have Tatiana Hunjo from Benin, an IT professional who worked to protect. She advocates for women's rights, and also Tatiana serves as a digital expert at the AU Youth Corporation Hub, monitoring and advising development projects in IT. We also have Pavel. He worked as a program officer at the Internet Education and Research Lab at AIT in Thailand. He has been strongly involved in internet governance since 2019. So I will let them to introduce themselves better. So I will give the floor to Mohammed, after Jiwan can continue, and Tatiana, and after Pavel. So Atif, over to you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Rashad, and I'm really excited to be here on this panel to speak on digital access and inclusion. So is this just an introductory remarks that we have to give, or is there any topic you have in mind that we need to?
Yes, just introduction. Anna will guide you to the session, to the panel after. So
okay, because you already gave such a nice introduction of everyone. So
I want you to talk more about you before we continue. So
okay, yeah. So yeah, my name is Atif, and as Rashad introduced me, I have been working as a research analyst for Tata Consultancy Services, which is one of the major IT consulting firm based in India, and it has offices across the world. So as in my current engagement, I am based out of Sweden. I'm working in the Stockholm office of the TCS, where I research on the latest technologies that have been evolving in the banking, in the retail, or in the innovative digital sector, and how it can help businesses to bridge the gap in bringing modern technologies to the public and the fora. And in my previous experience of internet governance, I have been working on various issues like privacy, digital divide, access, inclusion. And I also collaborated with Alexander von Humboldt Institute of Internet Society recently in studying about the Vietnamese digital inclusion sector and the state of farmers working in Vietnam. So we did a holistic study on Southeast Asia countries where digital access has been minimum, and how to increase that, how new digital technologies could act as lever is something we pondered about. And I would like to share those insights as well when the discussions would go on during the deliberations of this session. So I'm excited for this session, as it would not only bring about how these technologies could help all of us, which of course have been the discussion of IGF as always, but from a gender lens, from a youth lens, from a holistic inclusion lens, how it could manifest into something which can be a purpose driven approach to help all the stakeholders that are there in the multi stakeholder approach that is being given in the internet's sector's domain, is something I'm really excited to talk about. So look forward to this interactive session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Atif. I will let Jiwon to tell more about herself. Thank you, Jiwon.
Hi, I'm Jaewon from Korea, and currently I'm based in Germany. I'm doing my PhD at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Before that, my master was more focusing on how do people assess in basic needs such as internet and water in developing countries. And now I'm more focusing on how do we engage more citizens and people in when we are making such a policies and development for the urban settings. So I think my first internet governance experience was when I joined APIGA, Asia Pacific Internet Governance program in Korea. And I think during that time I've learned how actually my work and research can be also related to internet governance, because I think in Korea as a youth, internet governance was not a familiar topic that everyone knows. And I think it was a great opportunity for me to learn about it and see how internet issues are not only like technological concept itself, but also linked to our daily life and social and environmental concepts. So yeah, I'm looking forward to talk with all the other speakers and see how can we also include more use and yeah, increase more access in internet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jiwon. Tatiana, you have the floor.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you please confirm that you can hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Amazing. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Tatiana Hunjo. I'm from Benin Republic, which is a West African country. So, greeting from Benin. If you come to Benin every day, any day, or in West Africa, make sure you put Benin in your list of countries to visit. So, as Rashad said before, an IT professional. I work as an IT system and infrastructure engineer in a private company here in Benin, but also with branches in Ivory Coast, in Niger, and also in Togo. Basically, my everyday work focus on how to help businesses and also government to implement digitalization, digital tools, digital technologies as part of their processes. And as part of this work, I'm happy to have worked on various projects, including public e-services and so on in Benin. But besides I would say my cap as a professional, I'm also engaged in the internet governance ecosystem. This journey started in 2018 when I got selected for a fellowship, which is a Women DNS Academy Fellowship in Benin. Because of this, it was like a 5 days training. And after that, I got engaged with Internet Society. And since then, I'm happy to have joined different projects, different programs. I also became the program lead of the Women an internet program. I'm happy to talk about that later as part of the discussion. And I also got elected to become the vice chair for a mandate of 2 years that finished a few months ago. So thank you, everyone. I'm happy to join you for this discussion. And yeah, looking forward to express more.
Okay, thank you so much, Tatiana. Happy to have you here. I will let Pavel now to introduce himself.
Hi, good afternoon to all. This is Pavel for the record. And thank you, Rashad, and thank you, Hannah, for giving me this opportunity, of course, to be a part of such an amazing cohort of members who will be talking about a very important session today. As Rashad mentioned before, I'm actually based in Thailand. I work as a program officer for the Internet Education and Research Lab at a university here called the Asian Institute of Technology, AIT for short. Um, I actually have a very technical and academic background, but at times I also do wear the hat of civil society as well. And therefore, I have been strongly involved in the Internet Governance Academy, I would say, since APNIC 48 in 2019, as Rashad mentioned. At that time, I was a conference fellow. It was also the first time I met J1. So, fond memories. And since then, you could say I didn't look back, and I've been part of several other exemplary fellowships as well, like ICANN and APIGA back in 2021, and even INSIG, the Indian School of Internet Governance, back in 2021, I believe. And I've also been an individual member of the AP Rallo, which is the Asia Pacific Regional at large. And I'm quite eager, I would say, to make valuable contributions to the internet ecosystem in the Asia Pacific region. And my passion for ICT and ICT for development is what drives me into striving for equal access to the internet for minority groups. And as a result, I actively promote inclusive internet and emphasize the importance of youth participation in the multi-stakeholder process. I'm glad that I got to be a part of Digital Grassroots Ambassadorship Program back in, I believe, 2021 as well for Cohort 5. And that's how I got involved with Digital Grassroots. So thank you so much to them, and thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much, Pavel, as well. So, Anna, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Rashad, and thank you to everyone for presenting themselves. Yeah, I believe that we have a very unique platform with so many experiences and backgrounds coming together. So I'm really excited about our discussion. I would like to start with a more general space, and maybe you can share how do barriers to digital access and participation, youth participation in internet governance manifest in your own regions and context, particularly for disadvantaged and underrepresented groups, and whether you've seen a strategy or a practice that has proven or you've seen to be successful in increasing meaningful participation in young people in internet governance. I think we can maintain this in order if no one minds. Yeah.
So is it back to me or like?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I would go the first one. So yeah, you raised a very pertinent concern when you mentioned about the digital access and participation for especially the disadvantaged and underrepresented or the minority groups in our regions. So especially speaking about my region, when it comes to meaningful and affordable access, it is still a very big challenge with millions still unconnected, especially from the marginalized communities in different countries of Asia, be it India, Vietnam, or any Bangladesh, Pakistan. So there is an urgent need for multi-stakeholder dialogue to focus on providing infrastructure and access to all of them, and to further enable the use of emerging technologies that have become so famous as of now for the socioeconomic development as well. One of the studies just to quote statistics, there was a study by MIT Sloan, and as per that study, internet penetration in rural India stands at roughly 29%, which means that over 700 million citizens are still living in the digital darkness. So we understand that universal and meaningful access deserves further consideration, and not it is not just limited to connectivity and infrastructure. It encompasses other aspects like digital literacy or general access to information, which I could see on the screen when participants typed in the Menti quiz run by the moderator here. So it is important to adopt ways to measure access and identify current methods to empirically measure, track, assess, and evaluate the benefits from increasing access and inclusivity. And many companies, many private firms have seen that when they do that, they have seen a purpose-led driven growth in their revenues as well. So we will talk about that part later. But here I can say that with rapid development of emergent technologies, these technologies should provide an enabling platform for everyone to participate, to raise their voices, and to partake in the benefits as well. When it comes to India, there have been several initiatives from the government of India, like Digital India, Skill India, which tries to abridge the access and technology divide among the masses. And likewise, there have been initiatives from private firms as well. For example, there was one initiative which was a big hit, was Google's Internet Sathi initiative, which empowered female ambassadors to train and educate women in more than 3 lakh villages of India on the benefits of internet in their day-to-day lives. So that was one good initiative from Google, which tried to bridge the connectivity gap by building a chain of women entrepreneurs and women farmers to, propagate the knowledge of internet among other community members as well. So there have been community initiatives with the help of private firms, governments, and other stakeholders in the multi-stakeholder group that we can see in Asia Pacific region. So that was these were some of the examples that I wanted to share. Also, it's important to understand that in an increasingly interconnected society, lack of access to internet can tremendously impact day-to-day activities. And in the lure of making it more digitally, we might make some actors in the long run, who we can make them aloof of the technical fruits that it can provide. For example, some organizations, I was just reading one report yesterday, like some government banks, they withdrew the physical provision of services to push for web-based services, justifying closure of offices in small communities. I mean, I'm sure some of us have seen in their countries also that many banks are closing their physical offices just to push for web-based services. So such decisions also affect the daily operations and lives of communities. So there is a need to identify innovative approaches to connect the population in remote and geographically inaccessible areas. It's not just about withdrawing physical offices and pushing for web-based services, because sometimes it hinders the overall success of giving out the digital services as well. So when it comes to empirical parameters which should be considered here, first would be the technical, which is the distance and remoteness of the areas, and other would be adoption challenges as well. They could be language barriers, there could be disability. The literacy rate differs among people of diverse age groups. For young people, say 18 to 30, it is easy to get hold of those web-based informative technologies that have. But for a person who is above 60 years of age or above 70 years of age, it is hard to get accustomed to those services which are not as new for him or which are not as exciting. So we have to think of ways in which we can include those genders as well. So in many areas with no internet or internet, a very bleak internet connectivity, community radios used to serve as a medium of communication. So that can be one area where we can think of how to, bring community radios in an innovative manner to bring along other people as well, who are not only our age, but include them and skill them and educate them about how they can contribute to the digital fora and become digital ambassadors for their communities. So there have been technologies like low earth orbit satellites, which are tools for cost effective internet access to remote and inaccessible areas. So such technologies also help the communication divide. Then I mentioned about a study of MIT Sloan. There was one industry leading integrator of digital networks called Sterlite Technologies, which collaborated with MIT Sloan India Lab for helping developing a business model for profit initiative with a goal of expanding high-speed internet connectivity in more than 20 villages of India. And its target is to do this across 3 lakh villages by 2024. So these are some innovative approaches that have been going on in the rural areas. But along with these innovative approaches, what we as youth can do, that is also a, a very important question, as to bring along a society which is just and cares about all. So there was one a very motivational story that I came across in 2019, and it made me also think up on the lines of uh, internet governance, which I would like to share with you all. So there was this man called Carlos Pereira, who was driven by the passion to empower people by enabling them to have a voice. He did something innovative through a mobile app. So he was a computer scientist, and his 10-year-old daughter, Clara, could not walk or talk because she was born with cerebral palsy, which is a group of disorder that affect a person's ability to move and maintain balance. So basically, to give his daughter a voice, Pereira, what he did was he quit his job as a computer scientist and developed an app to help her communicate. That app was called Levox. The app's algorithms could interpret motor, cognitive, and visual disorders, and it used machine learning algorithms to predict and understand what the person would want or need. So that Livox app could be used by people living with a range of disabilities, including be it cerebral palsy or Down syndrome or multiple sclerosis and or even a stroke. So for Clara, the app had given her a voice. That his daughter, when her dad asked her what she wanted for breakfast, the app recognized his voice and gave Clara the options on the screen, allowing to select what she wanted. So that app also gives disabled children a more inclusive education. For example, if it is used at a school, the software can hear a teacher's question and provide appropriate multiple choice answers for the students to select. And that app was named the best app by United Nations, best inclusion app in the world. So if you can Google more about it, you will see that how multiple software companies adopted the idea behind the app and went on to bring on softwares which could be more inclusive. So that is one example where an individual, through his mind, could change the holistic viewpoint of the society and made people understand that how uh, a gender divide or how people of other with disabilities could be brought into the fore of digital inclusion. And in my panelists as well, I see very erudite computer engineers. Yeah, I'm sure across the board in these participants, there would be people with multiple talents and skills who can, think of innovative ideas to for inclusion. So that is something I wanted to highlight, and I would be happy to hear the insights from other panelists as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with many of your points. So, yeah, when I was thinking of what to say, I was thinking of this psychological theory about this Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I think many people knows it, that like basic needs come first, like food, water, then psychological need and self-fulfillment. something like that, I thought like, yeah, of course we need the internet access to have our basic needs, but then after that, we need our digital inclusion and the right to participate as stakeholder. And at the top of the hierarchy, maybe we can think of like some ecological impact of the internet or sustainability as a long term. And yeah, I think in Korea, while we have like strongest like internet connection and many people are owning a smartphone and so on, so I think we fulfill the first basic needs. But however, the second stage of having like stakeholder participation, I think is another stage that we have to achieve, because yeah, I believe since internet, the decision on making like how to do about this internet are influencing in so many factors, and we really need to like hear from other people as well. But from my experience, even in the like such high tech country, when it comes to discussion about internet, I think there are still a very few stakeholders who are having a say. So for example, when I was joining this Korea Internet Governance Committee for managing the Internet Governance Forum and so on after finishing the APIGA, I was the only youth who were there, and also yeah, like beside me there were only like 2 or 3 people who were like female, so mostly was the male IT professors who knows a lot. And I don't know if it's only like Korea or Asia, but the youth were considered as someone who doesn't know much, who should learn from the others, so that even though I might have a saying, they were not really like taking it seriously and say, I will tell you, you know. And so when the environment was set like this, I think even though I was trying to encourage some other youth who has finished this program together, not many people were willing to join, as they knew how will be the discussion environment like, and they think when they cannot be heard anyway, what's the point of like going there and have a say. So I think there's also some cultural barriers that make us having a hard time having a say in this participation. But also I think there some of the youth were having a hard time, as they are really stressed about getting a job in the future after they graduate. And when they are not like directly majoring in IT, they were afraid, even if what if I like spend so much time in internet governance and not being able to get a job? How will I be managed to like, you know, look for another job if my only activities has been in internet governance and so on? So many of the Koreans who have finished this APIGA program, even though some of them got award and everything, in the end, they suddenly like quitted all the internet governance program, as they like thought, like since I do not have much expertise in coding, or so maybe still I cannot get a job in this, so I should like switch to something else, something like that. So I think it would have been really nice if we could have shared like in a soft skill or in like some indirect way, how can like involving in internet governance actually can also benefit them. Because for me, even though I'm like not like majoring in IT or so, I think many of the like skills that I've learned throughout the internet governance really benefited me in research and many perspective. For example, I think by learning about the importance of multi-stakeholders, and like paternal approach and so on, I think I was also been able to or see like how can I involve into my research, doing more surveys to the public and trying to do some stakeholder interview to include them in the decision making process. And I think it's not only about like computer science or so on. So yeah, I wonder why it was either A or B. And yeah, also I think when I think before COVID, we were usually like expected to be at this forum in person and so on. But I think many people had a hard time like, yeah, asking their supervisors or professor if they can have a leave for such an event where not many Koreans were understanding what is even internet governance about. So I think to continue their journey. I think it's really beneficial if more people will be able to know what actually intergovernance is. And I think we have like quite a long way to go about many people understanding about it, and also giving them a more opportunity in participating regardless of major or background. Then we will get to think about some of these environmental impact or sustainability. Yeah, I will stop now.
Tatiana, you want to say something? You can.
Yes,
okay.
I can go next. Thank you, Jeroen and Mohamed, for already putting so many things on the table so far. I think talking about the inclusion and participation of young people in the internet governance ecosystem, we need to think about a way to federate many initiatives together. Because when you talk about inclusion of youth and also the engagement in this kind of topic, in this kind of discussion, the question is, do they have the access? Do they have the information about this? Today, are they using the internet? Jeroen, I'm so happy that you talk about the needs of young people to be able to, you know, surpass the way of saying, okay, I don't have a job, I don't know how to eat, I don't know how to wear something, because I cannot be engaging in discussion. Today we are here for like 1 hour and a half discussion, but a young people who doesn't know what to eat today at lunch or what to eat at dinner, I'm sure he won't be interested in coming here on this table to talk about something like that. That's one point. We need, as internet governance ecosystem, to partner with initiatives that are making sure young people are able to sustain themselves. That's one point. Another point is the meaningful access. What we realize is that every day we have usually the same people coming every year to talk about the same thing. The question is, how do we make sure that this information, this knowledge, this capacity, these skills are spread outside of the general, I would say the immediate network that we are part about? How different organizations, I'm part of civil society organization, how are we making sure that people in rural area are part of this discussion? How do we make sure that people who are living with a disability are being part of this discussion? How do we make sure that young people are sitting on the decision-making table? How are we making sure they are part of the decision-making processes? And at Internet Society, we had this idea who started, I think, in 2018 or 2019. The name of the project is Femme et Internet. In English, it is Women and Internet. And the basic idea behind this program or project is to make sure female women in the internet governance ecosystem are sitting or are taking leadership position in the system. Because we get to the point that we realize that there is only male participants when we come to the IGF, when we come to the DNS forum, when we go to many forums we organize here in Benin, or also even training, basic training. We have only male people coming there just for the training, or also part of the training or organizing the training process. So we launched this program and it has been ongoing until 2022. And we are happy to see now that women are now more interested about this discussion, about this topic. And that's one thing we need to think about. And also as part of bridging the digital divide, because I'm sure that in other countries, as well as in Benin, there is this divide between people who has access to the information, people who do not have access to the information, people who have the skills to be online, to be interacting, to be using internet, efficiently and people who do not have these skills. So there is a really and a strong divide between both of these people. So we launched this program, which is Eniola, and it is a platform who has this capability to be downloaded offline. So even if the person do not have a reliable internet access, you can still access to those courses and to those, information, interact with other people from other regions in the countries. Unfortunately, this project didn't go further because there was a lack of support. If you want to do something as part of training, as part of and making sure it's part of the education process, we need the support of the government. That's one thing. We also need the support of the private companies, of the internet service provider. So I think talking about digital inclusion of young people in internet ecosystem, there is a need to federate many initiatives together and make them communicate. But this should be done in a way that we think sustainability as part of the process. One thing is to be launching initiative, and another thing is to make sure that these initiatives are sustainable and can have an impact on the long term. And another thing I need to talk about is the lack of data, the lack of meaningful data that we need to focus on, we need to take action on. If I need to start a project, if an organization needs to start a project, or if a private company needs to support an organization who is working with young people, or support a young people who is working on various topics, the question is, how me as partner, I'm sure that what I'm supporting is what is going to bring an impact on the community, what is going to have a tangible impact on the society in general. So there is a need for young people first, but also from the statistic agencies in every country to provide data that we can trust and that we can use in order to make sure that the projects we are working on are going the way we want them to go. At Internet Society, we launched a project in 2020, which is internet.beijing. And this project is in two different parts. The first part is to reconstitute the history of internet in Benin at one point. And the second part is to have a big platform which is communicating on real time with the different internet providers in Benin. In Benin, we have MTN, we have Move, we have Celtis, and we also have the optical fiber provider like SBIN. And the idea behind this project is to have a platform when we see how internet is working in different areas of the countries, how many people are using them on a daily basis, how many people are using internet in Cotonou, how many people are using internet in Parakou, in Natitengu, and also how are they using this internet? Are they using the mobile phone, or are they using the optical fiber? Are they using the BLR? Or so these are data we are trying to work as part of this project. And yeah, I think talking about the inclusion of young people again is not something we can tackle as just on one initiative or one project, but it has to be something that we think broad about, we think sustainable about, and we need to partner together, we need to work together and make sure that one and other, we are trying to work toward the same goal. Thank you.
All right. Hi again, this is Pavel for the record. I guess the benefit of going last is Atif, Jaewon, and Tatiana has pretty much checked all the boxes on what I would like to talk about, but it makes my job easier though. So I am based in Thailand, but I'm originally from Bangladesh. So I'd like to spotlight a little bit about the barriers that we face in Bangladesh, the barriers to digital access and the participation for disadvantaged and underrepresented groups, um, especially the youth, which are multifaceted. And these challenges manifest in several ways, but I'll keep it short due to the time limitations. Um, there are four barriers which I feel are significant to address. The first being the limited infrastructure. So, in many rural areas of Bangladesh, the lack of proper internet infrastructure remains a significant barrier. People in these areas often struggle with slow or unreliable connections, or carrier services are reluctant to go and set up phone towers in these areas because they simply do not have the infrastructure to set them up in these remote areas. The second barrier that I would like to talk about, which is very important to address in the modern world, is the affordability factor. So even though the internet has been a basic human right now, but the cost of internet access can be really prohibitive to Bangladeshis in general, and of course the Bangladeshi youth, particularly those in the low income and marginalized communities. And even though Bangladesh has adopted many affordable data plans and devices as well, they have only played a they have only played a percentage of they've only been beneficial to a percentage and not really covered the broader side of accessibility for the people. And thirdly, of course, we have to address digital literacy because a lack of digital literacy and awareness is a significant challenge. And many individuals, especially in rural areas, lack the skills and knowledge to use internet effectively. There is still, you'd be surprised, some people who forget the internet, they probably have never seen a computer before. And to them, it doesn't affect their lives in any way, but it is for us to go and make them aware that this should be affecting their lives. And finally, the language barrier. So, while Bengali, or I would say Bangla, is the primary language spoken in Bangladesh, not all of the content that is online and available is in Bangla. And although there has been a lot of push for universal access in the last few years, the language barrier can actually limit access to information and services for those who aren't proficient in English. And if somebody, if a youth or if a marginalized community is okay with not learning English, what can we do? Right? This is where we have to come up with these successful strategies. We have to overcome these barriers. And the Bangladesh government has been doing something similar. They have an initiative for the past decade or 2 decades, actually. It's called Digital Bangladesh. Similar to what Atif mentioned about Digital India, the government-led program aims to address the digital inclusion by providing the various services and promoting digital literacy. And there's this one particular project they have, and it's called Info Ladies. So basically, it's an initiative where trained women travel to rural areas with their bicycles and with internet-equipped laptops to provide information and services to local communities. And this initiative was I think started back in 2013, so it's been 10 years now, and they have played a crucial role in improving digital access and literacy for not just marginalized communities, but for youth who probably would have never been aware of how the internet affects them or how they can contribute to the internet community. And additionally, we also have another project, which is a mobile financial service, such as Bcash. And it has made it easier for people, even who don't have a traditional bank account, to engage in digital transactions, just to show them that just because you don't have a bank account doesn't mean you cannot still use the internet to make transactions with your finances. So this fosters economic inclusion as well. And there have been other efforts to improve digital Bangladesh or digital access in Bangladesh, which are ongoing. And yes, there will be challenges. Challenges still persist, and we have a long way to go. And I think this is probably the third decade that Digital Bangladesh has been working on. But we have made some significant strides in bridging the digital divide and promoting inclusivity. But this is still the start. This is still the beginning, and we have a long way to go. Back to you, Rasha.
Thank you so much, Pavel, Tatiana, Jiwan, and Atif for the great contribution. I really enjoy hearing you. And now we go to the Q&A session. And also, if some people want to share some idea or insight, we are happy to hear them. I don't know. You can raise your hand also as well.
We have one question from a community member who's watching us online, John, and he's asking, it's a question to all panelists, and he's saying, thank you so much for sharing the perspective. And his question is, how can we streamline the cooperation between different sectors to advance this, to advance the inclusion and participation of young people in internet governance? He's saying that there were some successful initiatives mentioned by Atif and Pavel about the private sector and government boosting the participation and inclusion issues, and how we can advance that and make sure that there is a true multi-stakeholder approach in these solutions.
I think I can just go ahead and answer this first, and I can pass it on to Atif afterwards. So if I have to say from an academic and an academic perspective, educational institutions obviously play a significant role in reducing the digital divide and nurturing internet governance, literacy, and leadership among youth. The way I see it, digital literacy education, we talk so much about it. We push so much for digital literacy, but are academic institutions doing enough? Because yes, they are instrumental in equipping students with essential digital skills, but if you go and check any in university, is there a specific course where they're teaching internet governance? Like, what is internet governance? Do the students actually know what internet governance is? They're in a world where internet governance is affecting so much of their daily livelihoods, and they're on the internet 24/7. But how much of the skills do they have to navigate the online world and understand the implications of their digital actions? So, through structured programs, I believe students can actually gain a more proficient understanding of how they should put themselves online. We are lucky to live in a world where, research and data is so advanced that academia contributes to our understanding of the digital divide through research and data. There are people who are going around creating surveys and conducting surveys and research, which helps us understand and identify the gaps in internet access and usage, which in return then helps inform the policymakers and organizations how they should structure and make their informed decisions. So this is another thing, I believe, the research and data capabilities of academia to implement policy development, of course. And finally, as we keep pushing, we talk about youth engagement. So the universities itself cannot just have a course, right? There has to be youth who want to, out of their own self, want to engage and talk about internet governance with their peers. Academic institutions can provide a platform, and this can actually include hosting forums, clubs, and events related to digital inclusion and governance. And what this does is actually it fosters leadership and helps students understand how they should be advocating for their rights online. So yeah, these are some of the points I believe can answer the question that has been asked. And I guess Atif, you can go ahead and speak a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I agree with Pavel, and from an academia point of view, he has, I mean, already stated what needs to be done to foster more participation in order to include people. So, from a private perspective, I think the question was that how can more partnerships be made to cater to inclusion and digital activities. So I can say that it is not. It is very difficult for any private entity to do on its own. Okay, it can take one initiative. So for even a company like Google, which is headquartered in the United States of America, in order to implement its Internet Sathi program, it had to consult the government of India, and it had to collaborate with another company called Facebook to implement that, to deploy that program into around 3 lakh villages. So it's not an easy task, and especially as young entrepreneurs, you guys should seek to different modes of partnerships that is available to you, and that can come through guidance from academia, as Pavel has stressed upon, and it can also come by taking active participation in various internet government schools that are there. There's a for-profit entity called Internet Society. There's Internet Foundation, which calls for every 6 months, it calls for people to submit a project proposal. So that also answers the question of Joshua, which he has on how to source for funding. I think Tatiana can also give her inputs. But there are many calls from entities like NGOs or like Internet Society. There are hackathons, if you are in the IT industry, from many major IT software firms, which you can project your project your ideas, and you can win some ransom money and take your projects forward. So there have been these initiatives,
Yeah,
and
I think
I think other people can also put.
yeah, we are running out of the time. So thank you, Atif, and thank you, everyone. I think for further discussion, we can stay in touch, and you can send your question as well for us, so we can see how we can help as well. So I want to thank Pavel, Tatiana, Jiwon, and Atif, and all the people who participated to this session. We learned a lot about how we can tackle digital inclusion, and digital inclusion is a complex issue, but we can do more for it. And thank you all for the participation, and I hope to see you for the future engagement as well. Thank you, and have a good day. Bye.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Rashid.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. A warm welcome to you all who have joined us in this room and also to everyone who's joined us virtually. A big thank you for attending this session, Creating Digital Public Infrastructure that Empowers People. My name is Aishwarya Salvi. I'm an advisor at the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ, working in the field of digital governance, and I'll be your on-site moderator today. A brief note on the housekeeping and what is it that we've planned for the session. Our session is being held in a hybrid format, and it will be a roundtable discussion with an open Q&A. We highly encourage all participants to contribute to this discussion. For all participants who are joining us virtually, please keep your microphones muted during the session. You are encouraged to post questions and comments in the chat box at any point of time. My colleague Torge Walters will be monitoring the chat and fielding questions from there for our Q&A rounds. This session is organized by the German Federal Ministry of Digital and Transport together with GIZ. The ministry engages with digital dialogues with several key partner countries to ensure that we shape better framework conditions for digital transformations of our governments, economies, and societies. As a multi-stakeholder initiative, the Digital Dialogues provides a platform for direct exchange between policymakers, regulators, businesses, and civil society. The goal of this session is to share lessons on approaches undertaken by countries represented on this panel in the implementation of digital public infrastructure. We all know digital technologies have drastically transformed the way we interact and transact in the world. The most notable means of digital transformation has been the development of digital public infrastructure. So what do we mean by DPI? DPI are society-wide digital capabilities that are essential to participation in the society and markets as a citizen, entrepreneur, and consumer in the digital world. With the growing demand, governments are now adopting different approaches to implement DPI based on the availability of resources, engagement with the private sector, interaction with the civil society and citizens, and also support from international organizations. In this session, we set out to understand the existing DPI ecosystem in the countries that are represented on the panel. Also, we understand the steps taken by the governments to balance differing needs and interests of the stakeholders. Additionally, we will use this opportunity to exchange the lessons from the DPI implementation and discuss how international cooperation can foster the creation of inclusive, interoperable, and accountable DPI that empowers people. For this discussion, we are joined by our esteemed panel members who have contributed extensively in the field of digital transformation. First off, we have Valeria Yonin, Deputy Minister of Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, joining us from Kyiv. Valeria oversees Ukraine's national digital literacy policy, development and growth of SMEs, entrepreneurship, regional digital transformation, as well as Euro integration and international relations. Next, we have Dr. Pramod Verma joining us virtually from the US. Thank you, Pramod, for waking up so early in the morning for us. Presently, he's serving as the CTO at EgStep Foundation and co-chair at the Center for Digital Public Infrastructure. His extensive experience as a former chief architect of India's Aadhaar program and his work with India's stack layers like the e-sign and digital locker makes him a prominent player in India's digital infrastructure. Next up in this room, we are joined by Mark Irura from Kenya. Mark is currently a technical advisor for the Fair Forward Artificial Intelligence for All project at GIZ. He possesses valuable expertise in data and digital system management. His previous background includes his role as the consultant at Open Institute and project manager at Development Getaway. He has extensive experience in implementing various digital initiatives in Kenya. And finally, we have the dynamic Adriana Groh. She is the co-founder of Sovereign Tech Fund in Germany and former director of impactful tech projects such as the Prototype Fund at Open Knowledge Foundation and she has been a prominent figure in advancing digital sovereignty, participation, as well as open digital infrastructures. A round of applause for our panel members. Thank you. But before we dive into our discussion, I would like to make a special mention here. As said earlier, the session is organized by the German Ministry of Digital and Transport, and we are joined by Ms. Irina Zufki. She's a director at the National, European, and International Digital Policy, and I would request her to kindly give her opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. It's wonderful that you're all here, and it's a great pleasure for me to engage today in this discussion on digital public infrastructure, a very timely topic, obviously. And I must say that in particular, the Indian G20 presidency did a great job in bringing this topic to the center of the stage. In the process, we learned a lot about what India has achieved in the field already, which is quite impressive, and I assume we will hear a bit more about that also today. But obviously, there are also other countries that have already done impressive projects in the field. So it's great that we engage into further discussion today, talk a bit about lessons learned, and obviously Germany is also doing its share in the field. We don't usually call it digital public infrastructure internally. We rather talk maybe about digital public services, but probably in substance we're doing about the same thing. So we certainly do have an EID, which is supposed to get smart. So on your smartphone this year, we are moving it in the direction of an EU idea, which should then be usable within the entire European Union. So these are pretty important projects. And for good reason, they are central in our national digital strategy, because we believe that implementing these projects is particularly important to enable digitization across different fields and branches. So another example for our national work would be, and this is actually something that my ministry is doing, building an ecosystem of mobility data, which is which we use to really make public data available, but we also fuse with data that is provided by private sector players. So, and bringing the two together, we hope will have an impact on making new business models, new options possible. But this is just examples of what we do at home. Maybe the even more spectacular thing is what we do together with partners internationally, and it is not us, but colleagues from the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and of course GIZ. That is a GovStack initiative, which is a pretty impressive project that we also during the Indian G20 presidency talked about quite a lot. It's all about open, interoperable elements that are reusable, offering them to countries to use them to build their public infrastructure. As I said, with a focus on interoperability and openness, reusability, which is very, very important. So this is maybe something that we can bring to the discussion and talk a bit about lessons learned there. But now I'm really excited to hear what others do, and I know that there are, very impressive examples that we hear about. So looking forward to the discussion and the debate, and very glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we've seen Germany has always supported inclusive and interoperable digital services, and the work that GovStack has done has also helped other countries introduce and implement these digital services in their countries. So thank you so much. We now jump into the discussion. We have 2 rounds, and each round will be followed by a Q&A. We have reserved 3 minutes for each speaker to respond to these questions in each round. I just want to reiterate that we will be strict with the time in order to allow everyone, including the audience, to participate in this discussion properly. So in the first round, we will look at the existing DPI ecosystem. We all know that creation of DPI in several countries is a result of cross-sectoral partnerships between governments laying down the digital guardrails, the private sector providing the technical services, the civil society, academia, and citizens providing feedback to their services to make them more user-centric. And each actor in this ecosystem has its own needs and interests. For instance, IT companies need a return on investments to be incentivized to participate in the ecosystem. We have data-driven models that drive innovation, but they also raise privacy-related risks and could lead to exclusion of marginalized communities. So given this context, my question to all speakers is, what role does each actor play in your country's DPI ecosystem? And how does the government strike a balance between differing needs and interests of these stakeholders? I would first invite Dr. Pramod Varma. He's worked extensively in India and would request him to respond to this question now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Aishwarya, for setting that up. Thank you, Minister. There are two parts to your question, and let me clarify a little bit of a difference in how India is looking at these ecosystems. There are supply side ecosystem. Supply side means building DPI. To build DPI, who is supporting you? Is private sector supporting you? Is civil society engaging with you? I think that's what you alluded to, Aishwarya, when you mentioned the two ecosystems are joining in. But there is also and that's been done in most of the e-governance projects in the last 2 decades, or maybe even more. Especially many of the countries use private sector to supplement the capacity of the government and get it done. So IT services and other private sector services participating in the supply side, that is towards the build of the DPI, is very common. And India is no different, frankly, in that. Use of civil society or citizen engagement also as a supply side tool to improve the privacy elements, inclusion elements, the desirability of that particular project is very, very key. And that is also essential in building up anything that is infrastructure in nature. So DPIs, by definition, are not full solutions, and they are just infrastructure in nature. So that's key. But there is a significant difference in India's approach to DPI is also the demand side usage. That's very different. That is where you put out something like GPS as a building block, as a digital public infrastructure, and private sector innovation is innovating market solutions. These are not IT services company helping you build it. It's a use of DPI is where the ecosystem is very key, not building of the DPI. Use of DPI, India believes, once the DPI is architected well, interoperable, minimal, I would actually put minimalism as one of the most important principles as well. Interoperable, like GPS, think very minimal. All it does is very, very little. But combining and using these DPIs, market, civil society, like NGOs, and even government can build layered set of solutions, like the way solutions on the internet, that actually reaches the large population. And this is key for India because India's diversity and scale is enormous, right? 1.4 billion people, 22 official languages, but hundreds of languages. Lots. It's like a continent by itself. So it's creating one solution for EU or one solution for Africa, for example. It's a continent, so a lot of people. So different culture, different society, different context. So one solution is not what we are after. One infrastructure, what we are after? Many, many solutions on top of the infrastructure. So think of internet, many solutions on internet. Think of GPS, many solutions combining GPS. So think of infrastructure as a means to create minimal interoperable building blocks that is left now opened up for the demand side ecosystem, which is market ecosystem, civil society ecosystem, and government. Even government can innovate, innovation system, who creates very contextual solutions to those people. And in this, market is very key because market creates sustainability and creates very, very agile innovation. unlike government trying to do everything. So market is key for us, and UPI, Unified Payment Interface, is a classic example where multiple unicorns and multiple large countries, like including Google Pay, plays out. But interoperability we have mentioned no monopolization or colonization of that sort, right? It is infrastructure is open and interoperable. But NGOs are even key for us because India's diversity necessitates a long tail. The last long tail solutioning is very hard. Solutioning for the small section, for example, a very small vulnerable section in a tribal sector is very hard because cost of developing solutions are very high. And so DPIs also bring down the cost of solutioning, which is what happened with digital ID, digital payments, and paperless interactions. It dramatically reduces the cost of solutioning and for NGOs as well. So we believe demand side ecosystem is more important for the DPI, Aishwarya, than the supply side ecosystem, because that creates sustainability of solutioning and diversity of solutioning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramod. I think in India, it's unique to see how the community got involved in this ecosystem, how the uptake was higher because everyone, right, in the remotest villages were able to get a phone to access these services on just one device. So I think that's unique to India. Moving next into the room, I would request Mark to give his response. Thank you.
Thanks. To add on to what's been shared already, so demand and the supply and the demand side were mentioned, and on the supply side we have actors such as funders, actors such as government, sometimes even private sector, and civil society. They're trying to create something, to build something. And the way it's been portrayed as well is that we have people who sit in the middle there, still almost on the demand side, because they are waiting on this package. They are waiting on a payment system to leverage it to deliver a service. And then we have users who do not care. They do not care about digital government. They know government, so they want a service. So if I could speak to Kenya previously, before we moved on to like one e-government platform, it was management information systems being layered across various departments. So if you wanted to register a business, you go to one office, you fill in a form, you wait a couple of days, you go back. So when they digitized or automated, you still had to go to that office, and then you were sent to another office, even though they had a system. But now everything has kind of been centralized a little bit, but we're still finding a challenge because there is no community in between the demand and the supply to be able to innovate around packages of reusable, interoperable components. So because of that, there is no longer term view about these digital services. What do they look like? If payments, if today for some reason the payment platform for government goes down, what's the impact on the economy? If today, for example, there's an outage for 30 minutes that businesses cannot be registered. And so I think to add on to what's already been shared is the thinking that we have system integrators who sit in between. System integrators are startups. They have been mentioned, startups, or even tech companies who are able to latch on to what is already existing and build upon it. But there are some things that government or even funders, they cannot take away. So let me give an example of a responsibility government cannot delegate: the regulation aspect, or the vision, or the foresight. What does this platform look like 10 years from now? Because whatever we are building now, in 2 or 3 years will be a legacy system. So what will that look like? Who will continue to maintain it and sustain it? Who will pay for it? So if we have a community approach, then we don't just think in terms of open source, in terms of open source free beer, but it's open source around how can this developer community not resent putting in their intellect and their energy into building these services and building them over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Yes, I think the concept of system integrators is very important because, as you mentioned, the government needs to look at the governance and the regulations that they need to lay down. But when we talk about operational and management issues, we need these startups and companies to get more involved in the economy and in the ecosystem to do the daily repair work or the maintenance of these services. So thank you so much, Mark, for your response. We now move to Adriana. I would invite her to share her experience, what's happening in Germany, how do we balance these needs of stakeholders?
Thank you. So now I'm stretching the definition and while the topic we're talking about a little bit with the work that we're doing with the Sovereign Tech Fund in Germany, but we're not limited to software that is developed in Germany. So maybe a few words about this so you understand how I'm stretching the definition of DPI that we're using right now. The Sovereign Tech Fund supports open digital-based technologies, that's how we call them, to not use digital infrastructure again, because otherwise the term just gets really bloated. And what I mean by that, to put it simple, is software that developers use to develop software. And we, not speaking for this room maybe, but most people don't think about that, although it's very necessary. This software is very critical and very vulnerable, and if it breaks, it scales massively through everything that we're using every day. But it's invisible for many people who are not software developers, because you're just using the interface, but there's a lot behind that. We've seen with Heartbleed way back, but also with Log4j, how it impacts everyone, basically, when it breaks. And the Sovereign Tech Fund's mission now is to, well, probably won't be able to prevent it forever, but to work on it and make the awareness, increase the awareness a bit for this layer of the software stack. So what I mean then by stretching or complementing the DPI approaches we already heard is to, well, basically saying, look a bit deeper. Because everything we build relies on software that is running in the background and that community and software developers also in companies and businesses need. I have some numbers, they're all very, very terrible, but I'm just gonna say maybe one there, like 64% of the 133 mostly widely used software components that everyone relies on are in a very critical shape and only maintained by a handful of people. Can be 2, can be 3. They are doing this. Nobody notices. Most people don't notice. It's a community of very intrinsically motivated people. Some of them work for companies, but most of them do this critical work in their free time. So what we need to do is to develop a more holistic approach when we talk about DPI, in a way that we need to secure the foundations, innovate and maintain. It needs to be the whole life cycle. I think people in this room know about this, but because this work is also very, not very thankful, it's a little bit like the road you take every day to work. You don't think about that road until it's blocked or broken and there's long maintenance work, and then you're really annoyed. But if it's just working, it's just there. And then that's the same for the layer, the focus of the Sovereign Tech Fund. And so if that's not working, all the great missions we heard just about are also not working. So that is my short pitch. I'm really looking forward, if we're opening up the room for the discussion, because it's a particular topic. The production logic, we also heard about this, is different in this field. So I mentioned the intrinsic motivation of many people. It's also a very old legacy, so to speak, and our whole very successful global digital economy relies on this software running. The whole world relies on software, of open source software actually, running in the background, being maintained, being available. That's the reason, one of the key reasons why we're innovative, why we have competition, why we have startups and SMEs. So it's a really important topic for civil society, for governments and for companies worldwide. And if we manage to have this holistic approach, I think that's going to really get us far and also secure us, everyone, in a position to act in the future. Because if the roots are not well maintained, then the growth will not be long lasting. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're absolutely right. We need to stretch the definition of DPI, because when we talk about infrastructure, the mentality is it hardware, just hardware? But it's not. It's also software. And as you rightly mentioned, the entire economy relies on these softwares. So yeah, we should include software as well in the definition when we talk about DPIs. We now move online, and I would request Valeria to kindly respond to this question.
Yes, good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I would like to echo in some ways the previous speakers. Well, we believe in golden triangle of relations, government, private sector, and civil society, but we think it's not about building the ecosystem. It's about, first of all, creating conditions that enable all participants to work efficiently. So instead of discussing the ecosystem stakeholders, which are, to my mind, more or less similar in all of the countries, I would like to concentrate on several concrete examples which we have in Ukraine. So just for the content, for the context, in Ukraine, we have our state super app DIA, which is used by 19.5 million of users with digital documents, digital services, and digital signature. And even before the full-scale Russian invasion to Ukraine, Ukrainians already have been able to pay fines, to pay taxes through DIA, or to use DIA for digital documents. But DIA is not only about digital documents and online government services. We are also digitizing the workflow of both public and private sectors. We use such features as document sharing, validation, and DIA signature to speed up document flow and customer service and replace paperwork with digital and intuitive services that reduce costs and save time. So let's say some organization can receive electronic copies of digital documents of DIA users using a sharing scenario. Through validation, companies can check the digital document validity just in 2 clicks, for example, in stores, post offices, or governmental institutions. So just as an example, the financial sector in Ukraine is one of many industries that most actively uses DIA services. 59 banks have already integrated sharing and DIA signature into their processes. This allows them to conduct quick customer identification and verification, open a bank account without visiting a physical branch, verify a customer when working with payment terminals, etc. So one of the most popular banks in Ukraine, Monobank, registers customers using a sharing scenario, and the record registration for this is 99 seconds. Also, one of the banks had around 80K open bank accounts per day because of basically the possibility of DIA signature opening bank accounts online. Another great example is our project DIA Education, which is a national edutainment platform for reskilling in digital literacy, and the majority of content is created together with private sector or civil society. And that's really great because that helps us to, I would say, enable our citizens with new knowledge and expertise, which is really needed on the market. Another great example is our partnership with private sector. So when the full-scale Russian invasion started, we've been able to create fast an app, which is called Air Alert or Air Alarm, that sends alerts about missile attacks. And we have basically a lot of other examples where government is communicating and working really efficiently with private sector companies, with startups, with civil society. We have this fast track of communication, and we think that that's exactly the way how modern governments should operate. They should be working like IT companies more. They should be more agile and flexible. So what we are doing here in Ukraine, we are basically changing with such solutions as DIA, the way how government communicates with the citizens. So with that, DIA really became a love mark for Ukrainian citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. We now open the floor for questions. We would take 1 or 2 questions if anyone in the room has any questions to the panelists. Otherwise, we can move it to the end of this discussion. All right. So moving to the next round, thank you, everyone. And in the next round, we basically look at what role does international cooperation have in this ecosystem. So considering that diverse approaches have been undertaken to implement DPI, it's still an evolving concept. And there is still so much we don't know. So much we need to do, and we also see a lot of countries are struggling to implement DPI because of limited technical capabilities and financial resources. So my question to all speakers is, what lessons did you learn in implementing DPI in your country, and how can international cooperation be leveraged to build interoperable, inclusive DPI that empowers people? I would first request Mark to respond to this. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So I'll begin by agreeing with what has been said by Valeria about governance. So that is very important. So in Kenya we have this platform, eCitizen, that has been in use, but then it's beginning to come under not scrutiny. It's beginning to be tested, its limits. And part of it is because there are governance issues that cannot be solved by technology, and there are technology issues that cannot be solved by governance necessarily. And I think on the governance side, there is need to look at it a little bit more critically. In what ways? So for example, how do we have a very robust infrastructure to deliver these services, and how do we begin to look at a community around it? So that's one. As a funder, and those who are in the room, we have to think about this in a longer term view than we do right now, because a lot of times there is pressure to show results. Sometimes we don't want to accept we are failing, but it is important to show, to think a bit about it in a little bit of a longer term view. Because if you're talking about governance and governance of data, so what does it mean now? Yes, it's very convenient that at the proverbial click of a button, I can log in and do something in 5 minutes, but data has been shared across multiple agencies without me being aware. What does that mean? And what does that mean when I'm aggrieved, when I want to complain? So we have to think about that, and that takes time. Then number 2, we also have to think about the technology and the economics of the technology, because there's something for government when they say we want to lower the total cost of ownership of this technology. We don't want to pay recurrent licenses because we cannot afford, and that is valid. So do they have the skills to procure digital public goods? So that's another consideration, just building that capability, and then that takes time. So as funders, are we looking at that and looking at that? Do we understand it even as we speak to it? And then I think lastly, I will just mention that we have to create maybe funding instruments that like look look at it and maybe collaborate with others so that we look at it as we are putting the foundation of a house. When you're putting the foundation of a house, and I'm speaking about Kenya now, you sink a lot of money in the ground and you do not see results. But once you kind of get the foundation is done, then you can have a lot of progress when you're constructing, and people will come around and see something. But for a long time, you're just under the ground, like just putting in money, and people could not see what you're trying to do. But then if you have a longer term view, then you have a robust infrastructure that maybe continues to be relevant even when some of the technologies become obsolete in 7 to 8 years. But those tools are still in use.
Thank you, Mark. I think we all agree that there is a need for long-term planning because these technologies are fast changing, and as government, as private sector, and even communities, we need to keep up pace with these dynamic technologies. Thank you, Mark. I would now request Valeria to respond to the question, how do you think international cooperation can be leveraged to build interoperable DPI?
Yes, thank you for the question. So first of all, it's important to say that all governments are facing the same challenges, especially when it comes to digital transformation. So it's, again, digital services, digital literacy, interoperability, cybersecurity, now AI, and many, many others. And there is absolutely no need to waste a lot of time in order to find the solution to some problems if the solution already exists and operates efficiently. So, and it's not just about the concrete technical products or technical solutions. Like, for example, in Ukraine, we are learning a lot from Estonia. Estonia has been our mentor in digital transformation. We are using a lot of Estonian GovTech products, including X-Road for interoperability, which in Ukraine is called Trambita. But now with our DIA and DIA ecosystem, we also have a lot of achievements, and we are ready to share our experience with the world. So what I'm trying to say is that the world should be more aligned when it comes to the questions of digital transformation and understand all the existing solutions in order not to waste and to optimize time and to use those. And also, it's not about just products, not about just solutions. It's also about the experience in some soft questions. For example, in Ukraine in 2020, we have created a new position in Ukrainian government, which is called CDTO, Chief Digital Transformation Officer. So these people operate on the level of deputy ministers or deputy governors. And and for today, we have CDTOs in every ministry, in every governmental agency, and in regional councils. So that basically gives us a possibility to move fast with all digital reforms in different spheres and on different levels. And we know that when it comes to such kind of organizational structure, that in other governments, in other countries, the organizational structure is, I would say, slightly different, right? But what we see is that especially this organizational structure was one of our success cases, which helped us to make a huge leap in digital transformation just in 3 years. And if we would have a good platform for communication between government, civil society, private sector, where we could share not just products, which obviously could be open sourced or not, but also could share such kind of experience, I think that this is something important, at least, to elaborate on. Also, there is no great, I would say, academic or non-academic programs which really prepare people to become chief digital transformation officers for their governments. So there are some high-level strategy or leadership courses, but when it comes to, you know, some concrete finding some concrete solutions, I think the new world-class education for digital leaders from all over the world, which will give not just knowledge and expertise, but also the possibility of a regular, unofficial even networking, would improve a lot and give a lot of new possibilities. So of course we can speak in this panel and in this question a lot about, interoperability, lots of different technical solutions, but I believe this information is more or less available on the web. And that's why I think my main message here is that we have to focus more on communication, on networking, on finding more points for cooperation between our countries and different institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. I think all governments need to make drastic institutional changes, create positions like the digital transformation officers that Valeria mentioned, because these people can reach out to the citizens, build the capacities, and also ensure that each citizen uses these digital services. Thank you, Valeria. I would next ask Adriana to respond. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree also with what has been said. I think it's important to stress that we need to be in a position where we can do the sharing and learning together. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes it's good to have similar tools running at the same time and test which one works better, and then plug and play a little bit. So it's necessary, I think, to stress that public money, public code has been heard before, I guess, but you need to be able to share, adapt, and change software that is around if you really want to push it to the maximum, this learning and sharing approach. Coming back to the focus of the Sovereign Tech Fund, those digital based technologies, it's a bit different because maybe you do want redundancy. You want to have 2 or 3 things that do the same job running at the same time, because coming back to the road analogy, if you only have that one road that is then blocked that one day, what are you going to do? So it's maybe less about finding that one solution, share it, adapt it to your specific needs. It's maybe about deliberately seeing where we need redundancy and how to maintain it. And coming back to the international cooperation, this is a global digital common. There are no geographic boundaries around those parts of the software that we're talking about. They're used in all different kinds of contexts everywhere. So it is particularly important to be well coordinated here, because what could happen is that with all the good intentions that we have is ripping this ecosystem of the very foundations that we all rely on apart, because you're not coordinated. You're pushing and pulling in different directions. You can also not fix it by just throwing money at it. There needs to be a strategy, there needs to be community that advises you, there needs to be engagement from the private and the public sector. So if we're not doing it together, it's not going to work. So it's not a nice to have, it's a real must have to be well coordinated and understand that for this digital public common, we need to fix also the tragedy of the commons, because I think right now what we have is everyone relies on it, but nobody feels responsible for it. So this is, I think, our exercise for everyone to analyze this, to then come up with solutions, and then sit down together and really implement that, and not do it in our little boxes, but really from the very day one, do it together. Thanks.
I would now request Pramod Verma to respond to the question.
Yeah, I think many of these best practices and learnings have been actually shared quite widely, and it's available on various papers, writings and talks. But I'll give you maybe 3 different parts of at least the learning we went through. One, when you build DPIs, at least for us, we were looking at just one component of that allows a lot more innovation to happen. That's why I keep using the GPS analogy. It is not about thinking through the whole solutions. We are letting the market and society and other parts of the government and so on to put together solutions later. So for others to build solutions, what do we need to build? And that was a real question we were asking. So hence, Minimalism was a big principle that we kept playing out. If you look at our identity project or a payment project or credential sharing, and like in Ukraine, the paperless DIAs, paperless workflows. We wouldn't build the workflows, but we build the credentialing infrastructure that allows many, many workflows to be built. So minimalism was very, very essential. Interoperability, of course, decentralization. And India is very, what do you call, diverse. And we have the federal hierarchy between the center and the states, and quite a lot of autonomy spread across many different parts of the system. So centralizing as an architecture or design never works out. It never gets implemented well. It's also good for privacy. So decentralization as a design principle is very key. And of course, thinking through privacy and cybersecurity for any digitization is very key. This is sort of the technology principles. But on the governance, I think very good comments were made in the panel. Policy interventions are necessary. Creating a participatory governance, especially if it's this highway or this road is used by many, many people. How does the governance of the road itself work, right? Because many people are going to depend on it. Market players and others are going to depend on it. So participatory governance, accountability, dispute grievance resolution, my colleague talked about that, its importance thereof, because something will always go wrong. And if things go wrong, what are the process of addressing that wrong is very, very key. And most importantly, resilience. I think the redundancy topic was key, resilience. And India is not one payment system. We have 3 or 4 payment systems that seem to do somewhat similar things. But this is actually a good thing, because depending on the entire system, for one digital building block is key, because if you get attacked or down for some reason, the entire system can come down. So resilience and redundancy is very key. But one more learning, other learnings we had, non-technical, non-governance learning, is also regulatory, political, and societal buy-in. Now, many of these DPIs touch, at least for India, most of them touch 1 billion people, and that requires significant buy-in from society, political leadership, and regulatory leadership, and the most importantly, market incentive alignment. Market, why should they use the DPI? Or can they create a closed loop or a walled garden or monopoly? They would always want to create those private solutions that are locking the users in, locking the country in. But what is their incentive in playing interoperability? So I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to be done to get those buying, especially if you're implementing at scale, whole country scale. Then it's very key to get the alignment. And on the global coordination, it's a no-brainer, frankly, global coordination, because as somebody mentioned, there's no border to people's aspirations. People's aspirations are not limited to borders, geographical borders. People want to go across the countries, they want to work across economic opportunities, education opportunities, healthcare needs. People travel and go across. So it's discussing interoperability and portability of my data and credentials so that I can continue to use as a citizen. I can continue to use my data instead of depending on large systems to coordinate is very key. And we saw that with vaccine certificate in the COVID time. It was essential that we allow people to move around with the vaccine certificate. So interoperability, sharing of learning, and I'll also add sharing of assets. I think most of the panel said our assets are now available as DPGs, so digital public goods, open source goods. I think sharing of assets of what we are building with others also help accelerate this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramod. So do we have any questions from the chat?
Also looking into the room, of course, if there are questions in the room, happy to take them as well. We have one microphone in the middle. Please line up. But thank you for lining up already. As Mr. Abdiaziz Ahmed posed a question quite a while ago in the chat, I would read this out first. It goes towards Africa, and so I look to Mark. He might have a response on this. Question goes, how can we increase trust of citizens with their governments, especially when it comes to digital IDs in Africa?
I go for it? Okay. So there's probably 4 things. Part of it has been mentioned by the last speaker. So we have people, we have processes, we have the product that you want to sell, and then we have politics. And it's things that are taught in when you're developing IT solutions in terms of maturity models and managing change. So I think one of the solutions is we of course talk about the citizen at the center or human-centered design. It might be challenging or difficult to do it with very many people, but I believe one of the things that can drive or stop these court cases, you know, you implement a system and people go to court to stop it, is just because anchored in the process is like, how do we treat with my individual rights as data rights, and the citizen is often left out of, you know, public participation is an academic exercise. So I think having the regulations is good because it helps citizens to push back and use the instruments of the law, and that's a good thing. And I think then we are kind of testing the laws and seeing how best to involve citizen in defining or designing these solutions. And I think that might be part of the issue right now in just, you know, the low level of trust. If I sign up today, how does it translate to a public service being delivered to me? And that connection between data and water or electricity is not direct, but it's also because there's a trust deficit in the politics of how everything is done.
Thank you so much, Mark. I will not do what most moderators do and kind of repeat the gist of what has been said, because we were warned we only have a few minutes left and still many questions in the chat and in the room. And we take the first question from the floor. Please, Leah.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Leah Gimpel. I'm from the Digital Public Goods Alliance. And I really love that we speak so much about sharing technologies and open source here in the session. However, we work a lot with countries, right? And I think we discussed here already that it's not only about technology being available, it's also about the governance and, in general, an approach. DPI is an approach much more than technology. And what we hear a lot from countries is that they're afraid of making the same mistakes again that they did in the past. So what I mean by that is that what we find is that there are coordination problems within governments, and there is turf wars, and people are not working together on the same thing, right? And in that sense, I'm wondering how we can instill this DPI mindset really in people. So I'm very much with Pramod, who's saying it's about minimalism, it's about starting with a use case and building it in a way that others can plug into it. But how do we instill this DPI mindset in people, apart from like champions such as Amado here in the room, who is a champion in his country, building an Xwork implementation, but we need more of those people, right? So how do we get the message across with policymakers and leadership? Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. I'm looking to the panel. Who wants to take the question up? Yeah, please.
Do you want me to quickly answer?
Yeah.
So I'll give some perspective on at least few things that we are trying. One, I think the minister mentioned about G20 coordination and discussion. So many of the countries came together on a shared definition, understanding of what DPI is. It's just a vocabulary, as you know, everybody's been doing this, but there's a common vocabulary that was created and common set of principles were laid out. And it said this is important as the digital economy gets developed in many, many countries in the next 15 years and so on. So how do we help every country create their own digital rails that allow their own digital economy to get pushed? And we talked about GovStack and many other efforts that are going on. So there are from the people perspective, I think the journey has begun and many of those discussions are happening. But the one thing in addition, we are also doing is that there are DPI funds now, DPGA, of course, so continue to support sharing of assets via DPG ecosystem. And we also just started, I'm a co-chair at the Center for DPI. We just started a Center for DPI as a pro bono effort to, create DPI resident or DPI fellows and DPI residents around the world. So we are creating proper training certification, both certification for policymakers and certification for actual implementers. These are, sort of a boot campish, things that you go through to actually build. So we are working with 21 countries, at least for now, to create their own DPI residents in their own country, because contexts are very different. And everybody needs to think through their own context in their own country. So there are some efforts that are going on, but I think it needs to get accelerated. So maybe more panels like this, more efforts, events like this, more training and support systems like this can actually be useful to bring it together, bring a common understanding together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramod. I think, Mark, you also wanted to react to the question, right?
Yeah, very quickly. So the issue of total cost of ownership, like during procurement, I was once in one of my previous roles, I was once in Malawi, and a system had been put in place that was able to transmit some results to patients. So when it was time now to hand over to government, they were like, do we put in infrastructure like hospitals in bed, or we pay for these SMSs? So from the start, there was a lack of understanding of procurement and what it implies to put this tool, because how do you go back to the taxpayers and say, we bought SMSs? So I think it is important to consider what it means. So do we license at database, at middleware, or at application level, and what does it mean over the long term? So I'll just add that to the response that was given. For government to try out without burning their fingers and being locked in and having to go back to parliament and say, we bought a license and it costs X amount of dollars, and there is a problem with that.
Thank you so much, Mark. We have another question on the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Ramanjit Singh Chima. I'm Senior International Counsel and Asia Pacific Policy Director with Access Now, the International Digital Rights Organization. And my first, and it's a two-part question. So the first question and comment is to Pramod online. And then my second part is to the panel. The first one is to Pramod. And there's been a lot of discussion around digitization and learning from lessons from the past. So I'm just curious, for this group, wouldn't it also be useful for the global community engaged in this conversation to learn from the Indian experience and mistakes? For example, having a digital identity project out that didn't have a legal framework, that did not account for data protection rights, that in fact disputed whether privacy was a fundamental right, but also most importantly, the very design concept. And I know you in particular, Pramod, have extensive experience in this around the design of the system, namely a centralized, cloud-based, cloud-stored biometric database. Would that be something that's good for other countries to adapt or learn from? And the second question, therefore, the second part of the question to this panel is, given infrastructure has rights and governance concerns, what steps has the DPGA or this community around digital public goods taken to mitigate harms around digital identity misuse, exclusion? Specifically, have there been consultations with human rights groups or others around lessons from digital identity experiences in India, in Kenya, in the Philippines, and elsewhere? And how do human rights groups be baked into this consultative process? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I first look over to Pramod. Do you want to react?
Yeah. So, I think much of these learnings have been actually, again, documented. We don't have to, it's especially with the identity story. It's actually 12 years, 13 years now into the system. It was done with full executive support, parliament approval, budgets, all the regulations. I agree. The law could have been done earlier. So if countries starting today should definitely look at a full legal support, especially for identity. Identity is a sensitive topic today, but unlike things like payment or anything else that will get laid above that. So, but every country has their own journey, and those journeys are in the context of the country. I think we did have existing laws that supported that effort, and subsequently, laid the special purpose law for the identity itself. The cloud part is actually wrong. You are wrong about the cloud part, because any unique attestation, any unique identity attestation necessitates the uniqueness part of the you part of the uniqueness need to come, and that requires most of the national ID project, even in Germany or anywhere else, have a identity database or social security or anything else. Now, maybe in the future, there might be technologies I'm not aware at this time that can actually do a uniqueness attestation without storing the previous data. So that means there's some storage of data, but minimal. It has to be minimalist. It has to be secure. Identity system never been breached, by the way. Central system never been breached so far. There were obviously on the edges incorrect usages and data leaks that has happened, unfortunately, but it is not the central storage that actually worries me. It's the governance around it, security around it, but if the purpose necessitates the storage of data, it needs to store a minimum set of data. So I think that's fundamentally is not an architecture issue at all. It's not a design issue. It's how every identity system would play out. Of course, the question can be, how is it protected? How is it used? Or how do we make sure it's not misused, and so on? So these are important questions, and much of these learnings have been documented. So I think countries will have their own context. 2010, 2015, 2023 when you implement, or 2030 when you implement, new technologies can be leveraged to create, relook at some of these design constructs. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramod. I've already seen the sign that our time is up, unfortunately. There was a second part to the question, which was about which measures are being taken that digital public goods are actually secure and protect the data of citizens. Is there a very brief reaction from the panel on this question? Also looking to Valeria and Pramod, no? Mark, please.
So there's preventative and there's curative measures. Of course, we run to the law when it's curative. But I think preventative, there's work that's being done by, say, the Digital Public Goods Alliance, and they are coming up with like these are practices. These are good practices that we can adopt, and we take them as principles. And the reason we do that is you are preempting an issue happening by just following this set of practices that have been done. So I'd offer that as a response, but I think Pramod really did talk about it.
I'm just gonna say one sentence. I think it's gonna make, like, in general, everyone safer if we understand that we need to support an open, available and secure ecosystem of digital infrastructure components, because that's where a lot of security issues also arise. So we should understand it as a public's job to invest with public money in that area as well. Thanks.
Thank you for that statement. I know we are over time. I would still take one very short, very, very last question from the floor.
Okay, hi. I was going to frame this as a question, but I think I'll leave it as a comment and the panel can choose to react or not. I was wondering if you think about taking a bottoms-up approach to the redressal mechanism to a lot of DPIs, right? We have seen in India that the failure rate of identity system can be really high, and that affects the public welfare delivery system to a lot of level, to a lot extent. So maybe thinking about providing the user with a choice if the digitization or the digital aspect of the verification mechanism does not work, they can go to a person who can help them out, because we're also dealing with a low level of digital literacy here in a lot of countries. So thinking about those redressal mechanisms particularly, and then also giving the user a particular level of choice where they can deal with these systems in terms of failures would be interesting. And I wanted to know what DPIs in your respective areas are doing around this, but I guess you can choose to react. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any spontaneous, very short reaction? Yes, Valeria, please.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for the question. So obviously, when it comes to digital transformation, it's important to see everything as a one system. In Ukraine, for example, we have projects which are working simultaneously. For example, we have a national program on the development of digital literacy. So everyone who would like to increase their knowledge of digital literacy, they could do it either online or offline in the special digital centers where there is a gadget and internet connection and a facilitator who can facilitate the first contact between a person and a gadget or the platform. But when it comes, for example, to digital identity and to DIA app, which is our state super app and which has 14 digital documents, and I would use this opportunity to remind that Ukraine is the first country in the world where digital passports are totally equivalent to paper or plastic ones. So, for example, DIA does not store any personal data. DIA uses the approach data in transit and connects directly to the high secured state registers and shares basically shows this data. So that's a really good question, but probably there is no short and easy answer to that. When it comes to digital transformation in government or in country, to my mind, the most important thing is the vision. In Ukraine, we are building the most convenient digital country in the world. That's why we have created user-centric and human-centric services and products. And when there is a need to create something new or a service, product, whatever, we ask ourselves whether this really brings us closer to our vision, to the most convenient digital country in the world. It's impossible to build it if you don't have if you have a basic level of digital literacy in your country. So it means that you have to do a lot of measures in this regards. It's impossible to build the most convenient digital country if you will not have digital services which are available for everyone and which are inclusive. It's impossible to build digital country if you will not have a digital economy which is working. It's impossible if government will not have a specific person who will be responsible for digital transformation in their own sphere and in their level, like national level or regional level. So the really great question, but I think it's a topic for probably separate discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would quickly summarize the entire discussion for our audience. So sorry to keep you waiting. And then, so in this discussion, largely we need to understand what do we mean by DPI. And when we look at this concept, we need a holistic approach, not just include the hardware, but also the software, because again, there are no boundaries. We also need to look at the demand side. We need to see what the community needs and how they can participate in ensuring that these DPIs are built that are safe and are user-centric. From the government side, we need to make drastic institutional changes, have data officers who are responsible for ensuring that the citizens are using these services and their grievance redressal is in place. So just a quick summary here, and thank you so much to the audience and our speakers, especially to Pramod, who's woken up so early in the morning for us. Thank you so much. And thank you, Reena, for joining us in this discussion.